happen the next 2 nights. He said just be careful because there might be some cold spots in a few areas of town, so watch out for ice.
The dirt roads.
Yeah, it's gonna be probably icy. But it's very warm out now.
Yeah.
On to new business, the Bratt Community Center quarterly update, 10 minutes.
Sure. Would you like us to come up?
Sure.
Please.
Well,
Wheel on up.
Hi.
You drive your own car.
I know, it's nice. So, as we're wrapping up 2019, we're looking ahead to our next calendar year and filling in the preferred dates from our partners. I've gotten a few dates from the town, but really just a few, and I haven't heard from most commissioners. I think I got one date in January, and then we've got Green Up Day on there. But if there's anything else that the town, any other dates the town has, you can just let me know.
Yep.
Sooner.
Pre-town meeting.
I've got
That's not us.
pre-town meeting on there from the
It's
Grange.
the Grange who does
Yeah.
that, so they're
Oh,
responsible.
so does that need an action step that we should take to
I think you already
provide
have
those
to. You
dates?
did write to.
Yep.
We've done that.
Yep, you guys already talked about that
Yep.
at their last quarterly meeting, and I followed up with Jamie and then sent out an email to all the relevant folks in the town, and said, you need to get these dates to Jamie by, I don't remember, December 18th or something, I said like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And haven't.
Yeah, we haven't heard much.
Neither of us have heard much from anyone. Penny will respond to you, but she's on vacation.
Okay.
So that will be, she's on vacation at Christmas, so
Mhm.
it
Okay.
might be that week in between Christmas and New Year's, you might hear from her.
Okay.
Obviously, we're gonna have voting in November.
Mhm.
Other
Does
than
the
that,
planning commission meet there or here?
Sometimes.
occasionally, and you haven't heard anything from the rec commission?
No, but I can reach out to them directly.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll just follow up with another email to everyone.
Okay, just to make sure that you get priority.
Yeah,
Great.
well, thank you.
The other thing I'm doing is updating the contracts from our partners. So we've done Guilford Cares and the Grange, and I'm now looking at the town contract. And I'm hoping we can maintain the same partnership fee of $5,000 that was for the previous year onto the next year. So
That's in the budget.
It is in the budget.
That's like, okay.
so I can draft that next contract and get it signed.
Yep.
And then the other update is that we are hopefully closing in on the capital campaign goal, thanks to this matching grant, which you've probably heard about.
Yes.
So
Exciting.
we're really crossing our fingers to start construction next year, which will affect the calendar, probably mostly the library. So we've got to talk about that. We've got some time, but we can start planning. Well, I'm not sure what we can do, but.
Right.
So what big chunks are going to be completed
Everything.
in the new phase? So it's all going to be
It's
finished?
all at
In
the same
theory,
time,
it's the
yeah.
rest of the
That's
project,
great.
although we all know how rests of projects
Yeah.
go. But it's the big piece, what we've done already is the smaller piece. This is a complete redo of all the systems, HVAC, electric, plumbing, new well, new septic,
The lift.
the lift, which everybody's waiting for.
Yeah.
Insulation, complete weatherization. And that's just kind of the big pieces. There's like just everything.
We're going to have a beautiful community
We are,
center.
we are, yeah. It's pretty
And-
exciting.
And it's amazing that the town of Guilford, the residents of Guilford had contributed
Mhm.
significantly,
Yeah.
philanthropically to
Yes.
that project. And that's
Yeah.
really something to pat ourselves on the back about.
It really is.
I think so. We think we're past the $1 million mark. It's always hard to tell
We're
with
just we're just
grants and
past it.
pledges and stuff like that, but that's pretty exciting for a small town like this.
Yeah. Anything else?
We've started an Instagram account, so follow us on Instagram. We're
Okay.
active on Facebook too, but we're now Broadburg Community Center or hashtag BBCC_VT. Get that on camera, so.
Maybe you should say that again directly to our studio audience.
Yes. Well, it's Broadburg Community Center, and then the username is BBCC_VT. We also have 2 new board members. Diane Murphy and Tasha Tillman.
Oh, great.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Terrific.
And so they've been at two board meetings so far, and it's great having them on board.
Yeah.
Great. Do you consider that it's being well used in your view?
Yes, so since I started in March, there's sort of been a steady increase of use and more
Fantastic.
inquiries. We are getting more views on Google. You know, I get a report from Google Business, how many views we're getting each week, and, you know, I've gotten requests from, you know, some wedding requests from out of state, and there was it was just exciting. I mean, didn't follow through, but at least the
But they're
inquiries are
coming.
coming
They're
in,
curious.
yeah.
That's great.
Which is fun, yeah.
We hope for a lot more once the building is as fully usable as it could be.
Right.
We obviously have the problem of winter use and accessibility. If somebody wants to have an event upstairs, they have to climb the stairs, you know, all that stuff that we still have to work on. And we hope the building will be much more appealing to renters.
That's it?
I think that's it. So I
Thanks.
think you've already answered the other question. I have just a technical question about the fee is
Yes.
now in the budget, so it will not be there's nothing else we have to know about or do, because we're very proactive. We like to do what we're supposed to
Yeah.
do.
Hope it's in the budget.
Hope so. Okay, well, you can think about that afterwards.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, and thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. The support is wonderful, and
It's a great partnership.
it is. It's really good, and it's working.
All right,
So
on
it will only
to
become better.
the grand juror appointment.
We can stay here for this item.
Yeah.
Good.
Now, Tom McLean,
Yes.
in your vast wisdom and experience, can you define for us in 2 sentences what a grand juror does?
A grand juror traditionally, in the old days, was a sort of a magistrate and a prosecutorial officer, and could actually prosecute small criminal situations. In the modern era, that has all been taken over by the state's attorney and the court system. So it's a little bit of a vestige, but one that I rather like. And I've been a grand juror for quite a few years.
You must be exhausted.
Oh, it's a tiring job, and but I'm willing to keep doing it. There are 2 grand jurors, and they're elected annually for 1-year terms from the floor at town meeting.
Oh, from the floor, so.
Right. And with the passing of Mert Garland, who was a grand juror for some number of years before I ever started, we have a vacancy, or you have a vacancy. And I have spoken to someone who is willing to be appointed to fill out the unexpired term until town meeting, and that is Jamie. Turns out by some mishap, she doesn't have any town offices yet.
Right.
So do we have to have a motion for that?
You do.
Okay, so it is an interim appointment, right, until town meeting, and then it could roll over if you were from the floor, nominated from the floor, you could be having that position.
Right.
You could roll over for all of us.
Do I have a motion then?
to practice that.
Oh, yes, what's your last name again, Jamie?
Durham.
Do you live in town?
Durham. I do.
Excuse my ignorance, but yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, okay, well, I'd like to nominate Jamie Durham for grand juror.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Sounds great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The ayes have it.
Well,
have a good
congratulations.
tutelage
Very
teacher.
much. I
Thank
look
you very
forward
much.
to-
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
And we both have other obligations, or we would stay and have fun watching.
Yes,
Enjoy your evening.
always an entertainment.
Yes, and she has to drive home on that road.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to drive home on your.
So now we're going to take up the library budget proposal. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
guys.
for coming
Thank
in.
Sure, thank you.
I'll just zoom right
The
in.
next roller here, this is great.
Yeah, these are
I
great.
love this gig.
They bring it right to the house.
Hello,
Hi.
Howdy. Evening.
Well,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well.
I just,
Well, you're young. that's-
one of the things I have to report in our report to the state library, which goes on to the all the libraries in the country, compare things together. And I have to report how many registered patrons we have. And, you know, I have this list that goes back to when kids were in grade school, and We had a lot of enrolled people a long time ago. But when we started on the Catamount system, they make you re-up once a year. So
Really? Everybody has to?
everybody has to
Oh.
re-up once a year. And mostly it's easy because they get a note saying you need to re-register, and they say that to us, and we say, has your address changed? Has your phone number changed? No, you're fine for another year. So the figures I have for the last year are kind of interesting, which is in fiscal 2014, we had 39 patrons registered. And that was the first year we were doing this, so we didn't catch a lot of people. They were in our numbers, but they didn't year out. So the next year was kind of a little lower. But I just checked this, fiscal 18 was 470.
Wow.
I'm standing here. And I think the major reason for that is, well, we do have this marvelous catalog that is part of a 2020 library consortium right now. So we have a lot of books that are available, and a lot of people borrow a lot of books from all over the state, and we lend a lot of books all over the state. So patrons like that. We also have downloadable audiobooks and ebooks, and I'm seeing a big increase in the numbers. And I was going to make you a chart, but somehow I never got around to it. It was a busy day. But I think the increase in things like that has really been causing a lot of people to want to come to the library.
Oh, could I ask a question?
Yes.
So if people from away want to borrow a book from the Guilford Free Library on interlibrary loan, does that make them one of our patrons?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. These are purely people who are registered in our library.
In Guilford.
And how do you get registered by use, or if you're like, for instance, if you're a donor but not a, you don't?
You register by, I have a form that the kindergarten teacher made for me about 20 years ago. And it said, I
Pretty
promise
simple,
to
huh?
take good care of my books, and I promise to return them on time.
That's
And you
great.
sign it. And I still
You
use
get a
that
number.
form today.
Wow.
So people sign that form.
You have to come in and sign.
Every
for it.
year they sign that
No,
form? Oh.
just that once, and then we can update it every year. But they sign it once, so somewhere I have it in writing that every person who's ever been a patron of the library, or is now, I have it in writing that they promise to take good care of the books.
So the significance is that the library is thriving and that we are serving more and more residents of our
Yes.
town, which is what we want to happen.
Sure.
So 470.
460.
460
Right.
out of a town of 2,100.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it could be better, I think, but we're working on it.
20%.
And I think as more people hear about the audiobooks and they want to do that, they have to get a library card to do that. And so they say, I want to get a library card so I can use this. And it's wonderful.
So on to the budget.
Okay, the budget. You all have copies of it.
I do.
I have glasses. I can forget. Our income, we're hoping to increase by $4,000.
And that's a fundraising activity.
Expenses, we're hoping to increase by $4,000, obviously.
And what did you
And,
just say?
and that's in fundraising activity.
Well, that's the total amount of everything.
Yeah.
We're requesting $35,000 from the town, and we are planning to raise $14,000. with the Friends of the Guilford Free Library, doing that. Plus, we sell books that people donate, and we get about $1,000 a year in donations, somewhere around there. We,
And the increase in the town appropriation is based on salary increases, is
the
that correct?
increase is
Could you clarify
totally
what the salary
on
increases
salaries.
are?
And I did send, did you all get this?
The extra
Salary
budget
sheet?
sheet, yeah.
I calculated salaries based on 3% increase for everyone. Plus, I decided that I really needed more help on the computer end. Because I'm just not as much of a techie as everyone else is. So Eric Jones has agreed to work for the library for 52 hours for the year at $20 an hour. So that would increase us by about $2,000. The salary levels have been 3% increase, except for the year where we did 5% one year.
And that's equivalent to the 3% increase that the town employees are getting, so. And the library employees are the town employees.
That's correct.
So it's,
I don't know that nobody gets holidays or anything like that, but nobody works 35
Full-time,
hours
right.
a week.
You're part-time.
Last year, I added a program person to help with the summer camp programs because it was too much for me in my 20 hours a week. I was working 40 hours a week, and I don't want to do that.
no.
And so we hired the extra person
Is that Matt?
Matt, to do program things. Alicia does cleaning. Leah G is the assistant librarian.
So, I would point out that you see how much the Friends of the Library is raising philanthropically.
Yeah,
In the two
we-
lines, fundraising activity and the fundraising letter. That's pretty ambitious, and we believe that it's credible because the letter does very well.
The letter has been marvelously received for the last 2 years, 3 years. We underestimated how much we would get from it, and we were very pleased because we spent it all.
And aren't you increasing, wasn't the line an increase in the amount of grants expected?
I'm,
did you take that out?
there's
No,
a
it's-
little
it's
mark
a-
next to the $2,000 next to grants. I'm hoping that we can raise $2,000 in grants this year.
Your
And-
prospects, yeah? Or ideas for where you'll get that?
We have the Friends of the Library who are going to work on
Oh,
it.
I see, okay.
So the Friends of the Library, there's someone who is one of the friends who is devoted to proposal writing,
Oh, I see.
when she can write the proposals.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's ambitious philanthropy, but in my view, I think that we can, that the library can make it. But I just wanted to point out that there's a strenuous effort on the part of the trustees to raise money in addition to the appropriation from the town.
Does anyone have any question about?
Kathy, walk me through the program fees, line
Program
item, because I
fees.
don't think it's capturing everything that you do in terms of programs.
Fees. We do a summer program, which is
Right.
our summer reading program, and we now have 4 weeks. 2 weeks are full day and 2 weeks are half day for all ages of kids by the end of the different 4 groups. And we don't charge children from Guilford who attend
Okay.
the program,
Right.
so that's why the program expenses are expensive. We don't charge, but if children are enrolled from out of town, we do charge them $50 a week for a full day program or $25 a week for the half day program. And the first year, we got $200.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's not here. The first year, we got out-of-town children, but since then, we haven't had out-of-town children. So I only have 100 in there, but last year, we didn't have any out-of-town children.
Would you
Gotcha.
like to have out-of-town
Well, it would
children
be
to
nice
help
to have the
support the
money.
program? That's what I mean.
It'd be nice to have the money, but we don't really plan for it, except for that $100.
Do you advertise
Who sets
in
up?
some way
We-
to get them, or?
Not until we're sure that everybody in Guilford who wants to come is going to come. We make a big effort to promote it in
Oh, I know.
school and advertise it in school. And at the end, we do put it out, especially for Stage and Stream, which is the one that is kind of acting, sort of drama. Kids are up on the stage at the BBCC. I was about to call it the Grange.
I don't want to put you on the spot out of the top of your head, but how many kids in Guilford utilize the programs that you run, would you say?
Not enough. I would like more, but
Is it, it doesn't have to be that, I'm just
12,
curious how
24,
many of the,
36, 48.
okay.
Our limit
that's-
is 12 kids
12 kids per camp and you've
each
got 4.
session.
I got you.
48
Oh, okay.
use it.
And is that based on how many kids you can have per staff member?
I don't know that there are any regulations for our kind of program. It's not a real camp program or something, so it's not regulated that way. But it's what we think one of us can handle, or what a teacher can handle. Generally, the teachers are either teachers from the school or college students. Pretty professional.
Yeah,
But
sure.
My family took advantage of the camp and it was a great experience.
Right.
I hope we can keep it going.
Yeah, it's a terrific
So,
benefit to
I
have.
had one question. So, Richard and I were speaking actually about the budget last week when we were planning for tonight's meeting, and one of the things that I was wondering about is, last year with incorporating the library budget into the general budget for the town, one of the things is because you're a municipal library and you're also in a municipally owned building, that certain expenses were going to be, and were budgeted actually for by the select board, but yet I haven't seen any invoices for them, such as your internet and your electric bills. And so I was just curious, were you budgeting for those somewhere else, or where are the funds for those coming from? Because I've been paying for your heating bill.
correct, we haven't gotten any heating bills, but
So I was just wondering.
we are getting electric bills, and we're getting. Oh, we haven't. You're right. We haven't gotten any fiber optic bills.
We haven't gotten them here, so I was wondering where
We
they're
get a
going.
grant. We get. We're part of E-rate.
E-rate.
E-rate, I think. And the state applies for the E-rate.
Okay.
And we were First Light sends us a bill with a negative balance, and it goes up
Okay.
each month.
Okay.
And it was just about zeroed out, we were gonna have to pay, and a credit showed up. So
Okay.
maybe you did. I don't know where the credit came from. I wasn't gonna
Wasn't from anything
complain.
from this
But
office.
I think
Anyway,
what
we
Peter's
haven't
saying is
paid
that the
anything yet.
invoices should be funneled to him so that the town is paying the invoices.
Okay.
Or capturing the income.
Yeah.
Because
Now,
they
the
don't
other
need to be
thing-
budgeted for doubly. You don't need to
No.
budget for them at
Exactly.
your level, and then the select board also budget for them.
Well, then,
So-
I will take that out of the budget. Won't that be nice?
Yeah.
More money for books.
$200.
Electricity is the same way, although Roger and I got into a community solar program a bunch of years ago. And so we donated some of the credits
Okay.
to the library. So that's why the electricity bill has been so low, but I've been paying that. I mean, I should give that to you
Yes.
gladly.
Yes, so you should send that to me.
I will.
Any other questions?
One, the IT support, is that a new person you're bringing on, or have you been working with Eric
Well, I've been working.
over the
with it.
years? And is that going well, and you're getting
Yeah,
good value?
because it's very
I'm just curious.
informal and it goes like, Eric, I can't figure out how to get the printer to work.
And he's okay. I was just curious. He's been, I think, a little overstressed.
So
and
why,
I was just-
is it possible, I think you and I spoke about this, for the town's contract with Eric to include the 52 hours that
Yes.
Kathy's talking about?
We did have that discussion.
There's,
So,
there's no reason not to do that, is there?
no, I mean.
Is it the
But
same
there's
rate?
no reason to capture it in two budgets either, so, I mean, what are
Right.
you saying? You're saying to do it that way,
That
so.
it would be in the town budget. the
I
te-
understand
the tech
that, but
line
what's
item.
the simplicity of that over Eric just working with Kathy directly under 52 hours that she needs?
That's fine with me too. I just think that he would be contracted not to the library per se,
To
but
the
to the
town.
town.
And just whether he's providing services to
To
the
the
town
library.
office or to the
But
library,
that's
still
fine.
to the town.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was,
That's the way you
that's what I
want to
thought
do
with
it.
streamlining.
No, that
Fine.
makes sense if,
So I should tell him to put his hours to you instead of me?
if that, I mean,
Do we have to vote on that?
no, because in that,
well, we did vote to bring Eric on, no, not for his annual hours, we did it for the website, but.
since we're sitting in the middle of the meeting, let me get back to the select board on that.
Thank
you.
I don't want to waste time. I will get back to select board on
Great, I love that, not wasting time.
Yes,
Uh,
he does.
So what steps do we need to take? This just gets folded in and out to the town's budget, doesn't it? We don't need to vote on this, do we? Or do we?
No, you don't need to make a specific
No, you
motion. It just, if you wanted there to be any changes to it, then you would have to ask Kathy to go back to the trustees
Mhm.
to make adjustments. If because the only, as I was talking about with Gordon beforehand, the select board only really has a say on the total number that Kathy presents to the select board, not the specific line items.
Right, by regulation
So
of the
if-
state of Vermont.
That's correct. So if you feel comfortable with the budget she's proposed to you, then we will just incorporate it into the rest of our budget planning. In fact, I think we'll get to the library section this week when we have our budget meeting, and there's no formal action is needed. We just. thank
So
you.
is everybody set? Is everybody okay with
Yes,
this?
I mean, I think the clarity for the people of the town of Guilford is that the primary increase is coming from
Salaries.
the additional help in terms of Eric and then Matt with the programming.
And the
then-
3% increase.
And the 3% increase. But overall, it's almost 10% increase, but if you just look at that, it's a significant increase unless you bring it down to understanding exactly where those increases are coming from, so I think it's important.
Excellent, thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
On to the Cat 4 Exercise Action Report.
Yes, so I'll give you all a copy of this if you want to see a paper version of it. This is what you all received in the digital
reads better.
folder. So you can, the first 3 pages are actually the detailed documentation of it. So we're going to skip by that and we're just going to go to the spreadsheet in the back. That way, for those of us who are not feeling well, we can move through this more quickly.
Don't make me laugh.
So last Wednesday, I met with Rich Cogliano and we went over the details of this.
Does everyone know who Rich is?
Yes, he's the regional coordinator for Vermont Emergency Management for our region. So this was broken down, the action report was broken down into 3 general sections. The first one is operational coordination, the second is operational communications, and the third is mass care services. So from there, he broke it down into whether or not there were there were issues or areas for improvement, or he also included in there positive things that he felt went really well. And so there were several things. I don't know if you want me to go through all of the specifics of the corrective actions. I'm not going to go through the details of his recommended steps and completion dates. There are a few things on here that he felt were specific that I would like to highlight, and that is that he felt that, and this is something that those of us who participated talked about with him after the event had occurred, and that is to more clearly identify specific roles for volunteers in particular to have in the event of an emergency, as well as for select board members. And so there's a couple of sub-items that go along with that.
So that should be prepared now, right? I mean,
So that's actually something that I'm going to start working on with him just after the New Year's. So in the beginning of the new year, we have to update with our local emergency management plan, something that we do every year. And in doing so, he really felt that was a perfect time to incorporate this, because those roles get specified in the LEMP. And so that is just it kind of coincides in a good time frame for doing that.
And you have not yet circled with Sheila. I know that some of that data's been captured.
Oh, it has been,
And
but
we have a document, I think.
it's
that-
it's already in the LMP.
Okay.
But he feels that the way that our current one is written is
Okay.
after this experience.
Well, I understand what happened at the experience, because a lot of us hadn't looked at that and reviewed it. So
Right.
I understand what happened at the exercise, but
But he was comparing the experience of the exercises with what we have defined in
Gotcha.
the LEMP.
Fair enough.
And
Okay.
his recommendation, he said it's up to the select board to take the action. He thinks it needs to be more specific.
good. Okay.
And based on the more detailed explanation he gave in our meeting, I see his point.
I agree.
So he did, one of the really positive notes that he actually passed this on up to the state level is he felt that we did a really good job of having a collective knowledge of additional resources for. So during our exercise, we had, about every 15 minutes, we had a mock phone call. Somebody would call here and had some kind of situation or event. Some of them, they were all a result of the
flood.
the mock flood that we had. Some of them were actions that we had to take as the town, and others were
Out of
just
our purview.
exactly out of our purview. They were just residents who didn't know who else to call in the event of an emergency, and had concerns and questions and didn't know what to do. And the collective knowledge that we had, Rich really felt for other resources in the greater, both Guilford community as well as southern Windham County community, he thought was really outstanding. And he actually recommended for me to work with Windham Regional Commission to put together a resource manual for all towns in Windham County, so that
That's great.
in this event, that, you know, whether it's an EMD or it's a town administrator, whoever it is, will have this packet and say, okay, when someone calls me with this problem, you know, that doesn't relate to the town, we can at least point them to this resource. And so he already connected me with Alyssa and said, I think this is a really good thing to do for everyone.
That's great.
in the
What
area.
stands out to me, Peter, is a couple of things. Explore moving the primary EOC to the town office and keeping the fire station as a backup location.
Yes, so
I mean,
that's
that's a significant.
Yep, so that was the next thing I was
Action.
going to point out. Partially because a majority of the resources we need are already in this building. You know, yeah, we have a few things over there that they can be easily moved. The second part of that is, in the event of a real emergency, as happened with Irene, is our fire department is going to be full of people. And there's just not going to be the capacity for the select board and EMD to really have space to do the work that needs to be done in the event of emergency. And so he would like to recommend to the select board to consider making the town office the primary EOC. So basically switching the two, because the town office has been the secondary, and now the fact that you
Generator.
have the
Have the
generator
generator.
here. So we have generator, we have high-speed internet, which are all the same things we have over there. But we also have our server, which has a lot of the data that we would need in that type of situation.
Is the radio tower ours or theirs?
That belongs, so that's the main hiccup, is the radio tower at the fire department belongs to the fire department.
Yeah.
So Richard said, that's one of the actual additional points that he
Okay.
noted from our event due to one of our difficulties we had was in communication. Because at one point, phones, both cell phones and landlines were not working during our event.
So they set up a portable,
Yeah.
basically, and they couldn't get the proper reception that they wanted.
Yeah.
I see.
So we've got to go more vertical.
And so they do have a recommendation to us to put actually 2 antennas on this building, one for low band, and the other one is for, forgetting the type of, anyhow. So that was also tied into making this the primary ESC, is you'd have to do that.
So how do we go about doing that?
Good grant might be out there that we could get some support from.
Well, I mean, that's possible, but I was thinking of, in terms of what action do we need to take as a
So-
select board to make this the primary
Yep, so
EOC?
you would need to have a motion and approve that motion, and then it would need to be documented when we update both the local emergency operations plan and the LEMP, the local emergency management plan.
Can we do that before this facility is up and running as a full EOC?
He said you can do it whenever you want to.
Okay.
And so basically it would mean
Bring-
moving some of the stuff that's over there, over here. And, he put an estimated time frame, for, should you decide to do that, of a year from now. So it can happen in phases, so you can make the motion, and we can have it happen. I can move a lot of those things over here, and then, since we're in the budgeting process, if that's a decision you make, we can.
So the motion
budget.
could say over the next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, excuse me.
No, Veranda, you had something to say?
Well, because the town office is closed and locked on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, then I'm
The
assuming.
key's under the mat.
Okay,
Yes, we would be able to get into the.
all right.
It's no, I mean.
No, I think that's a very good point.
No, it is.
It's a
It's
valid
same
concern
as
and point.
the
However, I
fire
would also
station.
state that it's no different than the fire department. The fire department is locked 24/7 unless there's an emergency.
Well, I'm
And so-
so relieved.
And so those who need to have access to the current EOC already have access to it.
And he's the EMD,
Yeah.
Right.
who has the key.
Are the majority of like the sat phones and everything, are those the town's EOC? All that
four
stuff?
of the satellite
And
phones are owned by the
The
town.
computer
Yep.
that's down there and all that?
Yep.
Okay.
So do we want to make a motion at this time to make the town office
I'll make a
building?
motion, I think we
Does
should.
the fire department have
Would you
any
put-
Yes,
notion that this is?
well, the
in
fire
works, or-
department, Jared would like us out of the fire department.
Yeah.
And could you put a time frame on that, or say over
Yes, a
a
year.
year?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, so
that we would
he's
achieve
all for it?
some of these objectives.
Yes, Jared would prefer that the town operates the EOC out of
he would
here.
like that.
For the very reasons, it's
Space.
crowded and complicated. Even when we did the exercise, it was crowded and complicated because of their volunteers coming in.
And actually, a conversation I was having with the guys over at the garage this afternoon, when I was chatting with Dan, is that doing so, we could also move all of the emergency supplies, the cots, the blankets, all those things that don't actually have a storage place at the fire department. They're just haphazardly put wherever they can find. We've got space upstairs. We could make a dedicated corner in our attic.
Right.
Since you guys paid to have the attic finished off for all those supplies.
Right.
And they can have a dedicated, because there's not room for them at the church.
Yep.
And then we will know where they are, and we don't have to go digging and looking for them like we
Okay,
had to.
so if we.
So I would like to make a motion that we move the EOC as its primary residence from the fire department to the town building over the course of the
Town
next year.
office.
Town
Can we
office.
put in there,
Sure.
and I'm just asking a question, I don't have an answer to it, but could we put in there, following the Mr. Cogliano's recommendations for what is needed? Because, I mean,
Sure.
these are very good recommendations
Sure.
for,
I
so,
think that's a good idea.
okay.
So would you like to?
That's this building we're
proposing to Yes. store
there?
So
Do
would
we
you
have,
like-
we have the structural capacity?
Upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, it's a good question. When I joined the select when we did our first exercise, and this will take a couple minutes to explain, but
Oh,
Right. A lot of questions came up. Why isn't this the EOC? And the whole premise of the reasons behind it was that we didn't have that generator. Once the generator was installed, it's much easier for the town to run what the town needs to from this facility. It coordinates with the fire department very cleanly, but we can do that, easily. But other than that, it almost, to me, seemed like this would be a much better place to do it from, because we had our own space, basically, to run the EOC.
So do you have that?
I'll second this motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Would you like to read the motion?
I was just
for
going
us?
to suggest.
And I am correct, and you had the same impression from Jared, that he would prefer.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He said that to us.
Yeah, he did.
He
I just
just
wanted, no one else had comments, so I
No,
wanted
he-
to make sure.
He
I was
very
interpreting
clearly stated that the last time he was here.
Can I ask what battle rhythm is?
You get into a rhythm.
We got
Yeah,
into a battle rhythm.
We did, that's what you were
It's-
saying.
It's a phrase that is borrowed from the military.
We
When,
figured.
yeah, when a group gets into a rhythm, a defined rhythm,
process, yeah.
in process where everyone has a specific role to do, and when it needs to happen, that person is on it without being told.
Yeah, it's automatic.
It's automatic.
Everyone's responding.
And that,
to
in our
their-
exercise, that actually
That
happened.
actually happened
Yeah.
by accident.
Yeah.
It just,
It did happen by accident.
It happened.
But we got into the rhythm.
We did.
Also
I have a
known
question.
as a well-oiled machine.
So,
Satisfied with that answer.
Okay,
so Gordon, you're proposing just this one point to be pulled out right
yes,
now.
I think
No. Oh, I was
Peter's gonna
suggesting,
be working on all these points.
I
Yeah,
was-
yes,
so do we
I
need
was-
to adopt this whole, this entire thing? as
No,
a-
no, 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 no. You don't need.
no, I was going to, my addition to the motion was that it would include incorporating the recommendations for the EOC
Oh,
that Cogliano
the
made.
continue. all
These
of Oh, I
recommendations,
see, okay.
yeah.
Right.
You know, the structural ones particularly, that's the ones that
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
So Gordon, this is what I have as your motion.
Okay.
Please let me know if I
Okay.
captured it correctly. So that you move to change the location of the primary EOC from Guilford Volunteer Fire Department to the town office and its related actions to be completed over the course of the next calendar year per recommendations of Rich Cogliano in the after action report.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Well
Excellent.
captured.
Okay. And I'm sorry, who seconded that? Zahn did?
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent, the motion carries
Can I have
unanimously.
one more question?
Yes, Sure.
So I just would need to understand if the dates out here on the end, are these his recommendations for dates?
So these are recommendations that he and I worked on
You work
together.
So
It
you,
was-
you consider these reasonable, in other words?
I do. So
Yeah.
he did not put fill any of these in unless I felt they were reasonable. And it was a back and forth because
Yeah.
some of the things, I asked him what he thought was a reasonable timeframe to accomplish these things.
Okay, I just
Um,
want to, if you're going to start moving forward, or if we need to
Right.
watch it, we want to make sure it's reasonable.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
So,
Interestingly, the antenna is a 2-year
correct.
window on it.
That's correct.
But I think if we're gonna make this the primary OC, we may have to move a little swifter than that.
So, of the various recommendations at the moment, the only one that required a formal action was the one that you just took.
Was the one
Now,
that moved the facility.
the other thing I would just say with that is there are, a number of recommendations here in the timeline. Obviously, most of them are for me, some of them are for me as town administrator, some of them are for me as EMD. You don't need to take any formal action, but as some of the action points that you have for me in other select board meetings, you just instruct me, yes, start to do these tasks.
Okay.
That's what the remainder of these would be.
But
Most-
keeping tabs on it is good.
Yeah,
Like,
and
that's
this should
the
go
point
into the
is very well.
spreadsheet of the select board project,
Yes.
project sheet. Would you add that?
I will.
And that should be an action step.
I am doing so now.
Thank you.
Good
Okay.
recap though, Peter.
That was
Thank you.
good. It was a fun exercise.
It was, I thought it
I'd like to
went
do it another time. I'm sorry, I wasn't available.
We missed you. Okay, Rise Vermont Amplify grant.
This is very easy. I just wanted to let everyone know that we received our grant. Was actually the day that Richard and I met. While we were meeting, he was getting ready to leave, and I turned around because my email made a little dinging noise, and we were notified that we received a grant for $550 to purchase 2 bike racks, one
Oh, I see.
one for the town office and one for the library.
Uh-huh.
And that now we have a gold star.
And so now we have received our gold star for the 3-450 project.
Did you bring them to put on?
We actually got the images that we want to put on our website.
Yep, we got
Oh.
we were given permission to use logos from both, the Department of Health as well as the Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition and BMH.
Great.
And so I shared those with Richard. They didn't give us any specific language to use, but they said that we are welcome to pick and choose from some of the language they have on their website and kind of mold it to fit what we would like to do.
Make
So
it sound like Guilford.
Exactly. And so what I'm gonna be
That
this
Gilbert-
week.
So he'll pass that on to you when he drafts it. Okay?
Sure.
So, yeah.
That'd be
Thank you.
great.
Indeed.
I think it's nice, it's a lovely partnership, and I think we can understand and agree on what kind of language will appeal to our neighbors.
Yes.
Yep. And I ordered them today.
Great.
Great.
Okay,
That's awesome.
on to the warrants. We're moving right along, are we, Gordon?
Okay,
Chop,
Richard.
chop.
I will make a motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 12/1/19 for $7,721. Payroll week ending 12/8/19 for $10,350.59. And expense warrant number 2011 for $30,049.52 for a grand total of $48,121.11.
Second.
And I will just quickly add on expense warrant, number 2011, things that stood out to me as more significant were our VLCT packet insurance premium, quarterly premium of $12,000. Our Vermeer's retirement number of $4,500 was also included in that. And then other than that, it was really general highway repairs that stood out. Anything else?
Equipment repairs, and they got another fairly sizable load of gravel.
Gravel,
He
yeah.
spent like $8,000
Yeah.
on gravel.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Zon already did.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Zon.
Before
Any discussion?
Thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Communications, Peter.
We do not have any communications this week.
Excellent. Now, in regard to the action summaries here, shouldn't those be enumerated? Because we want to be able to look
See,
at the actions that we
I-
want to be listed to see how we're.
Sure, when we met last week,
Helpful.
you and I had talked about doing it or not doing it, and we had left it as not enumerating them on the agenda specifically.
But we should have it on the agenda, I think.
If you have changed your mind, that's
Does anybody
perfectly.
disagree?
No, I don't see why it wouldn't be included on the agenda.
Yeah. So in
That's-
other
that's
words,
fine.
it's we're looking at the
it's
actions so
clean,
that we
I think.
That's
we can
fine.
see how we've achieved them.
I was just basing it off of our meeting last week, that's all. I am happy to change it. I have the actions here from last week in front of me. So there's the approval of the minutes. You approve the resolution supporting municipal authority and commercial cannabis. I was instructed to coordinate a meeting with Jared, John, and the 2 Guilford School District representatives.
So now
which
we can ask you, have you done that?
I have begun that process, and I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Okay.
You also instructed me to reschedule the select board budget meeting, which we did for the 17th of this month. And that will be posted as per usual. You also instructed me to write a letter of support for CC4G for their grant application, their joint grant application with Delta Industries, which I did and Richard reviewed, and they were very enthusiastic about the letter.
It's brilliant.
And so, and
I would
then,
expect no less.
and then Shyla from the Department of Health was going to send me
It's not.
logos for our website use, which she did. She did last week, and then you approved the warrants.
Great, so in the future, we'll have it so that we
I'm
can.
happy to do so.
So it's a checklist for
Yep.
us, yeah.
No problem at all.
Wonderful, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, do I have a second?
Certainly.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
That's an
opposed?
action step.
Let's step.
But
Wow.
we do have to.
And it's
sign-
7:21.
Thank you.
Go, dude!
And cut. That is.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
Tom, by the way, reads all the stories that I post for this, and he takes notes on them and knows all kinds of things. And if he looks like a deer in the headlights, it's because he's doing the engineering while we're talking. So
Yeah, I'm looking at one of the monitors or something.
looking at the monitors, trying to control a mouse when the mouse will jump from one monitor to another. It's all very fun. Anyway,
Let's see what I look like. Hi there, folks.
Every day I go to the internet and I find whatever I can in terms of news for energy and climate change, and I put together 15 items, each with a synopsis and a link to the original article. Put them all together and package them up for a blog post. That's
Okay.
what I do. I put up my 2,750th blog post.
Did you really?
At
Wow.
that blog today. Every day, actually it wasn't the 2,750th, it was the 2,751st, because the day that Entergy said they were going to close down Vermont Yankee, I put up 2 posts.
Put up 2. Okay.
Yeah. But every other day, that is to say every day, aside from that, I put up a post and we talk about the best material from the blog. And today is the 12th of December, so we're going to start with December 5th, and we will try to keep you apprised of what day these things come from. And you can go to the blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and click on the calendar date for the date that we say, and you can find the...
There's some good stuff on some of these links.
Some of the stuff...
I'll try and call your
Yeah.
attention to it.
And second thing I have to do is tell everybody that they must donate huge amounts of money to BCTV.
Empty the coffers.
Anything
Go get the cookie
will
jar.
do. What?
Go get the cookie jar.
Yeah, go get your cookie jar. Anything will do. Any donation we will be grateful for, and the minimum you can make is $1, but that isn't because I said $1, it's because the
software can't
PayPal
handle
won't handle
99
less than
cents.
$1. Go to brattleboro.tv.org, go down to the bottom of the screen where it says support local broadcasting, click on that, and you can donate to Brattleboro BCTV, which is a tax-deductible donation, and make that donation. And below the place where you can do that with PayPal or credit card, and below that you can put in a note that says this is for Energy Week.
That would help.
We're still a few dollars shy of the amount that we need. I don't think it's as much as $100, but it's a few dollars. It might be. Actually, I think it's $115 maybe,
Well,
but I might be wrong. Anyway, there we go. We're ready to
start off
cruise
with a
through
picture
this. Oh,
here.
one thing that we should mention.
Yeah.
It's not in the news today. It's not in the news for this week, but it will be Energy Week next week. In fact, it will be our first article that we talk about, is the fact that Greta Thunberg was named Person of the Year by Time Magazine.
I got a message to that effect.
Yep.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah, and by the way, the person who was the second in line for Person of the Year was none other than President Donald Trump. Probably because...
Who was in the news today?
He was in the news today talking about Greta Thunberg, according to Donald Trump, needs anger management.
So he's a psychiatrist now, huh?
Maybe he's talked to a psychiatrist and learned a term. You know, I mean, I don't want to go there. Okay.
We won't touch
February, I'm sorry, December, I'm reading Thursday and it's turning into my mind into February. December 5th, we have a picture. Tom wanted to put the
let's get
picture
that
up, and now we
picture
can
up.
put it up. And this is an article from Science Magazine. It's a picture of a hot day in Paris.
I wonder how you knew it was Paris.
You know, it didn't say in the article. I just guessed. It's either Paris or they've got a very large model of the Eiffel Tower.
That could be, yeah.
You know,
It looks like the Taj Mahal in the back.
When they put that up,
Yeah.
local people complained bitterly about how ugly it was.
Huh.
I'm not kidding. They wanted to have it torn down as soon as possible. And then a year or so later, they decided maybe they should leave it.
Well, I wouldn't say it's ugly, I wouldn't say it's beautiful, but it certainly is interesting.
I'll agree with you
They
on the
look like they're
interesting
having
part.
fun there, though, I'll tell you
They
that.
do.
Yeah.
Okay, Science Magazine, what do you have for title, Tom?
Even a 50-year-old climate model correctly predicted, quote, global warming.
Climate change doubters like to claim that computer simulations conducted decades ago didn't accurately predict current warming. Actually, they like to claim that the current models don't either. Now, the most sweeping evaluation of these older models, some half a century old, shows that most of them were actually accurate.
Well, a little takeaway from here, because they explain what they did.
Yeah.
Researchers using supercomputers running trillions of calculations per second
Yeah.
compared annual average surface temperatures across the globe to the surface temperatures that they predicted back between 1970 and 2001.
Yeah.
And they got them right on the money.
They were
For
there.
most forecasts, there was no statistically significant difference.
Yeah. For most of them.
For most of them.
You know, trillions of calculations per second. We used to, when I was working with computers, we had a thing called a gigaflop, or gigaflops. The S, it sounds like it's plural, but the S is per second. Flops is floating point operations per second, flops. Gigaflops is a billion floating.
So there's only one flops.
There's only one flops. Trillions, we're talking about teraflops here.
Yeah.
And back in the day, you know, getting a gigaflops was expensive. When I started in the industry, we were proud about our 20 megaflops, and these people are like a million times as fast as that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
Very good idea. Renewables Now. We've got an item from them, and this is I think really interesting.
Nevada Energy wins approval for 1.9 gigawatts of solar, 590 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada. Well, where else would it be?
Well, yeah, but I mean, how many people?
If it's the Nevada Energy Company.
How many people are there in Nevada? I mean, this is
not a lot.
This is not a state
Not much,
with a huge population.
not many more than Vermont.
This is really big when you compare it to the Hornsdale Power Reserve in South Australia. This is a really big battery they're talking about. Probably the biggest. It may be the biggest.
600 megawatts, 590 of storage.
Nevada utility NV Energy said it has approval from the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada for 1.19 gigawatts of new solar projects and 590 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada. The projects,
that's significant.
Yeah, will help NV Energy double its renewable energy capacity. This is big.
It's scheduled to be operational by January 2024.
You know,
it's coming, folks.
Okay, we're talking about an amount of energy that you would get out of a nuclear power plant as
that's about the size
capacity.
of Yankee.
And it's being put up in 4 years or 5 years, as opposed to a nuclear power plant, which in some cases has taken 40 years. But anyway.
Well, I've seen some pictures of some of these energy storage things, and they're basically a whole bunch of trailer trucks.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even the one here in Vermont, that's what it looks like.
Yep. Okay, we have another picture. This was a picture I found interesting in the articles from the Weather Channel.
Doesn't look like I wanted to be in that town, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's Gurneville, California. And the Headline is 40 years of atmospheric river storms left a staggering price tag in the western U.S.
Flooding from what are called atmospheric rivers caused about $43 billion in damage in western states over a period of 40 years. A study from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Scripps Institution of Oceanography found climate change is making this flooding worse. You know,
Well, that's no surprise.
hardly a surprise. This picture is a picture of a town that is basically on a riverbank in the mountains. And
Okay.
if you have any flooding, it's going to be any large amount of water and rainfall, you're going to have serious flooding in a place like that.
Looks like they succeeded.
They succeeded. Okay.
Well, I wanted to know what atmospheric rivers were, because I never heard that term before.
Yeah.
And it's easy enough. They're long, thin plumes of moisture,
Yep.
capable of carrying tremendous amounts of water.
Yep.
A strong atmospheric river can carry an amount of water vapor equivalent to as much as 15 times the average flow of liquid water in the Mississippi. So
This
they're
is a
right when
lot
they're
of
talking
water.
about rivers.
You know where there's an atmospheric river almost every winter? It's very predictable. Is coming off Lake Erie in western New York State, and it's the reason why Buffalo
Gets
has
so
so
much
much
snow. Yeah,
but if
exactly.
you track the snowfall from those snows, you get long, thin
Do you?
places
Yeah,
of
yep,
heavy
yep.
snowfall, which could wind up ending in Ithaca or some such place.
Well, there's a link there which I followed. It's called
Yeah.
A Blessing and a Curse, Atmospheric Rivers Explained.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And there's a video in there of a cliff collapsing,
oh,
resulting in basically tidal waves, but they're nowhere near the ocean.
yeah.
It's a little town like this.
Yeah.
There's a cliff collapsing and 20 feet wall of water goes roaming across the prairie.
Wow. Okay,
Well,
we are up to Friday, December 6th, and we have an item from Renewables Now.
Vineyard Wind's Connecticut offshore wind tender with 804 megawatts bid.
Connecticut announced it selected Vineyard Wind LLC's 840 megawatt Park City Wind project as the winner in a major solicitation for offshore wind projects. It had, quote, a price lower than any other public announced offshore wind project in North America, end quote.
Yeah, I saw the numbers and it didn't mean anything to me, but
Yeah.
it's a biggie.
Well, 804 megawatts, and there's a couple of things about 804 megawatts here.
Why not 800?
Well, I don't know. But the 804 megawatts, you can compare this with nuclear, and it's
Sure you can.
comparable to Vermont Yankee. It is a higher nameplate capacity than Vermont Yankee, but because Vermont Yankee had a capacity factor of about 90%, and this will have a capacity factor of about 40%, it's actually going to produce a little less electricity. One thing that people don't realize is that wind turbines, particularly offshore wind turbines, actually, they don't run and then stop, and then run and then stop. They run
they vary.
close to 98% of the time. They're actually producing electricity. The difference...
But a different amount of electricity.
That's right. The difference between wind turbines and solar is either running or it's not,
Yeah,
usually.
yeah.
I mean, in a cloudy day, it's running, but it's going to produce less electricity. But wind turbines, by contrast, almost always run. But they have
Run slow, run
widely
fast.
varying
Yep.
amounts. Okay, this is an interesting picture
Yeah,
we've
we
got
got a
here.
picture here. I've
This
seen
is
this
one of the-
picture before.
I'm sure you have. I had never seen it, and I thought, that is so bizarre. This particular article had...
Can you believe it?
Yeah.
I mean,
This article had better pictures from the point of view of explaining the article than this. But look at this. This is the peak of Mount Everest. And I remember...
There's 300 people there.
Yeah, and these people are queued up. You know, that is a line of people. They look like they're lined up to get into a
movie or something.
movie theater or something. You know, it's crazy. There
Well,
they are.
there's only about a 3-week window in a year where the weather permits climbing of Mount Everest.
Wow.
okay? And this is in that period of time.
Yeah.
And it costs a lot of money. You
Yeah.
can't just walk up there and do it. You got to hire guides, you know, they got it all
You mean
sewed
you
up.
can't just tag along behind the person in front of you? Well, truth is, they don't go up the mountain like that. That's just what happens at the peak.
Well, it's interesting because I read this article, and the guy the article was about took that picture.
Yes.
Okay, so he was up there, and
He
he's
was-
been up there many
Well,
times.
let's talk
talk
about
about
the
it.
article here. This
As
is
he-
from CNN.
It's as he scaled the world's 14 highest peaks, Nepalese climber is shocked by climate change effects.
Nepalese climber Nirmal Nims Purja smashed the record for taking the shortest time to climb all 14 of the world's 8,000 plus meter high mountains.
That's about 26,000 feet.
Yeah, this guy, yeah. But his expeditions made him acutely aware of the environmental changes the world is undergoing. And he went, what was it, 4 years, Tom? He went to one place and then he went back to it 4 years later and found that it was like a different environment.
Yeah, he talks about that. I mean, he mentions the first time he was there, they were able to use snow for drinking water.
That's right.
And the second time he went there, they had to carry the drinking
They had
water
to carry
up.
their water
Yeah.
up. And that's because the glaciers are melting. This is ice that's been there for thousands of years, and it's melting.
Well, it's interesting when you look at that picture to realize that before 1953, no one had ever been up there.
I remember when Sir Edmund Hillary, wasn't that his
Yeah,
name?
it was Hillary and Tenzing Norgay.
Okay.
That was his
I
Sherpa.
remember when they got up there, and we were just saying, "Wow, how many people will go up there?" Well, maybe 50 years from now, some other person will go up there. Well, 50 years later, or 65 years later, it's turned into a busy operation.
Well, this guy
Yeah.
Purja, broke 7 world records in his feat of climbing all
Right.
of these 8,000 meter.
He did that in a very short period of time. That was the
189 days.
189 days.
And the previous record was something like 7 years.
Yeah, he did in 6 months. He did what had never been done before in less than
Just
7
under
months.
8 years.
Yeah.
That's what I say here, yep.
Okay, is
Let's
that
move
all?
along here.
CNN brought us this next one.
EPA watchdog says White House budget office blocked part of its investigation into a controversial trucks rule.
The EPA Inspector General report concluded that the EPA and possibly the Budget Office bypassed key steps when it rushed through Pruitt's proposal to lighten regulations on some heavy-duty trucks using older, less efficient engines.
Well, there's a 2-minute video here that's totally unrelated to this article.
Well, that's one of the things CNN does, unfortunately.
But it's interesting nevertheless.
Yes.
And what they're basically saying that the heavy-duty engines often outlast the truck bodies,
Yes,
so they use them over again.
yes.
But it seems like just the idea of using a second-hand engine to save money isn't what they're after. They're trying to get away from some of these restrictions.
Well, this is what we've got here, Tom. We've got this thing, which is, the free market, they call it, where what they want to do is get rid of every regulation in sight.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, it would be great. Yeah, let's get rid of a regulation that says you're not allowed to steal from people.
Yeah.
Then what happens? Well, if you're going to have a free market, it's got to be regulated. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is because without regulation, it's going to be regulated by the biggest shark in the tank.
That's a good way of looking at it. There is still regulation, whether the
Yeah.
government does it or whether the biggest
So
shark in the tank does
do you
it.
want the government to regulate the market, or do you want Koch Industries to regulate the market? Well, unfortunately, what we've got now is the government operating on behalf of
Koch
big
Industries.
businesses. Yeah. Okay.
We got another picture coming up
We
here.
do indeed, and we're up to December 7th, which was Saturday.
And that's an interesting
I
picture.
find that an interesting picture. I thought you would too.
Well, it looks like it's a big truck, a big ship, picking up a whole bunch of BMWs to bring them to America.
Is that what it is, actually? I don't know
Well-
where that ship's going.
Huh? Well, we don't know where it's going, but
Yeah. Okay, what do you got for a title?
BMW Group joins, quote, Getting to Zero Coalition. And they're the first car maker to do so.
This is from-
Explain what's going on here.
Yeah,
This is
I'll read
interesting.
this. This is from Clean Technica. BMW Group joined the Getting to Zero Coalition ahead of the UN Climate Change Conference in Madrid. By 2030, BMW Group will be offering 25 electrified models. Its factories in Europe have been powered by 100% green electricity since 2017. These people are going to be 100% electric in everything they do.
Well, that's what the article's about. They're saying that the BMW Group is very serious about carbon emissions.
Yeah.
And they're looking everywhere throughout their chain.
We're going to be seeing a nice article about the effects that has will have or predicted to have on companies like BMW that have done that and companies that are not doing it and resisting.
I can't wait.
Okay.
Well, we got this one isn't a very good one coming up. Australia bushfires north of Sydney are too big to put out.
This is scary.
Whoa.
Okay, this is from the BBC. A mega blaze raging across a 60-kilometer front, which is 37 miles, north of the Australian city of Sydney, cannot currently be put out, fire officials have warned. This is a blaze that's 37 miles wide.
Yeah. And it's only an hour's drive from Sydney. I'd be scared if I lived in Sydney.
This could be a serious, well, it is a serious problem, but I don't know how worried they are that it'll get to Sydney. Severity of blazes so early in the fire season has caused alarm and prompted calls for greater action to tackle climate change. Okay, so what's wrong here? We've got a country that is parched because of climate change.
Yeah.
And what are they trying to do? Well, at the top level, they're trying to prevent any changes that will deal with climate change.
Well, there's a couple of interesting videos in this link, the BBC. The 1-inch video of the fire itself, and that's scary. 1 inch, 1 minute.
It's appalling. It's
and there's
absolutely
another
appalling.
video which shows the fire advancing on the firefighters, and that's scary too.
Just what's 37 miles from Brattleboro?
Dummerston?
No. I think 37 miles south is past. It's probably Deerfield. It would probably be Deerfield, which would mean you just think about a fire that stretches from Brattleboro to Deerfield.
Yeah, well, you got to look at it some way. Yeah.
You know, and when you start really looking at some of these things, you know, this is like the Peshtigo fire in the United States that hit Wisconsin the same day the Chicago fire did. These fires get so big, they do what's called, I think it's called spotting, where embers get picked up.
They jump ahead.
Fall 5 miles away. Yeah. And in the Peshtigo fire, they had things picked up that fell quite a few miles away, and they believe that that's the reason why there were fires on both sides of the Dore Peninsula. Because they believe the Peshtigo fire may have jumped the Dore Peninsula, which is 10 miles or more across. And there are people who believe that they not only jumped the Dore Peninsula, they may have jumped Lake Michigan. Because there was a fire the same day in Michigan. This is a situation that's kind of similar in nature.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Okay.
We got another one coming up here. We got a picture.
We do indeed. This is from Counterpunch.
This is an interesting picture. If you look carefully, there's a person in that picture. It looks like a surveying pole, whatever they call it.
It reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? There was a, who was that Japanese filmmaker? Kurosawa made a film called Ran, which was patterned after King Lear. And in the end, one of the characters who was blind was standing on a cliff with a stick. And it was in the end of this thing, everybody died. You know, it was really awful. And that guy standing there on the edge of that piece of collapsing permafrost reminds me a little bit of that.
That would all be solid.
That would have
but
been,
it's melting.
it would have been ice, and you can see that the stuff is falling away. Okay, we should move on this. What do you got for a title?
Permafrost hits a grim threshold.
And this is grim, according to research based on field observations conducted from 2003 to 2017. A large-scale carbon emission shift has occurred in the Arctic.
No, we talked about that.
We have, but this makes it really explicit. The region had been a carbon sink, but the entire Arctic now emits more carbon than it absorbs. And this can only be described as worse than bad news. So the Arctic had been collecting carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
I got some numbers on that.
Yeah.
It showed 1.66 gigatons of CO2
Right.
emitted annually
Oh.
versus 1.03 gigatons absorbed.
I didn't realize that it was that big,
Well,
the absorption. But, this is, and a lot of this is methane, which is really bad.
Which is bad.
Yeah.
Governmental austerity measures are destroying proactive climate policies. Okay, global governments plan to produce 120% more fossil fuels by 2030.
Tom,
that can't happen.
I have become convinced that to get past what we're confronted with in this country, we're going to have a president of the United States who declares martial law and just says,
Stop burning fuel.
Yeah, can't do that anymore. Okay, we're up to Sunday, December 8th.
Soil, the secret weapon in a fight against climate change. This is an interesting story.
It is,
It's a good
and
one.
actually this is a really good story. It's the flip side of that last story. This is from EchoWatch. Battered by effects of climate change, agriculture is also an important, in fact a necessary partner in fighting it. The science is clear. We cannot stay beneath the most dangerous climate thresholds without sequestering a significant amount of carbon in our soils. And we can do this.
This is a good article, and the article mentions 5 ways that soils can sequester soil.
Right.
I'll mention them because
Yeah,
they're
go
quick. This is
Put
based
yourself
up.
up.
Huh?
Put yourself up.
Well, I'll do that. There we go. Hey, hi there, guys. This is based upon equivalent to the emissions of 64 coal-fired power plants that
Okay.
this study is talking about.
Okay.
The first one is incentives for cover crops.
Yes.
Okay, and cover crops are crops planted between growing seasons to build soil health.
Yeah.
Okay, and everybody's not doing this. So they're going to try and incentivize it. Second one is also a sort of a incentivizing carbon as a new agricultural product by which they mean farmers will get paid for the carbon they sequester. Makes sense. Third one is regenerative agriculture, which we've talked about.
Yes, we have.
Okay, working with nature to build the overall health of the system.
Right.
The fourth one is supporting organic farmers, because organic agriculture by design reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Right.
And the fifth one is reducing food waste, which includes increased composting of food scraps.
Right.
Which,
All
like
of
in
this-
London, they're composting tea leaves.
Yeah. Yeah. All of this makes perfect sense. You know what it reminds me of, Tom? When I was in 3rd or 4th grade, I read a book which was titled George Washington Carver.
Okay.
And, I didn't know anything about him. It was just a book that was on the shelf. I had to read a book for my classwork. I was really pleased when my son read the same book
Okay.
under the same circumstances. And George Washington Carver was a guy who lived at a time when Southern agriculture was in deep trouble because they had been growing cotton and corn and tobacco
He
primarily.
was a peanut guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, and they were growing this stuff, and they would deplete the soil. They would build a big, the mansion and the plantation
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
whole thing. And of course, before the Civil War and during the Civil War, there were slaves, and they would deplete the soil and then sell the plantation to somebody who just wanted a place to live, and move west, which was a lot of the people who lived in Georgia moved to Alabama, to Mississippi,
Arkansas.
Louisiana, so forth. And George Washington Carver was the person who figured out that you plant one of these depleting crops and then you plant a crop the next year that consists of peanuts. Well, it could have been peas or beans or
legumes.
a lot of things, but you know, things that restore the soil. So this reminds me of that same kind of thing where scientists are looking at the soil and saying, we can use this for restoration purposes. And
He was black, wasn't he?
he was black, and he had a very faulty education, and he was probably, I think, one of the most brilliant scientists of the century, 19th century. He was one of the people who was really important in building up the Tuskegee Institute. He and who was the other one?
I can't think.
I can't think either. I'm bad with names.
But I do remember the name. I certainly know he
Yeah.
was an important personage. Well, we got a picture coming up here,
We do indeed, and there it is.
and the picture is
A
of
fracking well
wells.
in Texas, actually 2 fracking wells. If you have one of these suddenly appear in your yard, you know you've got a problem.
Well, with fracking, they use water or sometimes steam
For injecting.
to
yeah.
inject into the area to fracture it.
Yes.
And this is one of the water wells, 2 of the water wells.
This is from Clean Technica.
Okay, let's get rid of the picture there.
You're just
put us up
replacing an
here.
ugly picture of infrastructure with an ugly picture of me.
Well, now it's an ugly picture of both of us.
Both of us. That's better.
California ends new fracking, pending results of a scientific study. This is an interesting article.
We had actually seen this.
We touched base on
We
this
touched
before.
base on this when they were considering doing this. Despite plenty of petrodollars sloshing around California's capital in Sacramento, Governor Gavin Newsom halted approvals on new hydraulic fracking in the state until the projects can be reviewed by an independent panel of scientists at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. And you know, this is infuriating. He's saying we shouldn't do this until we know what the science is. And
How strange.
how strange. They've been fracking. They've been doing all this fracking. It has been causing real problems for a lot of people, including Chevron, which just lost $10 billion because of fracking.
Did they?
Yeah, they said that it was the fracking caused low oil and gas prices, and so they're losing money.
I'll be darned.
That was in the news today. All of this fracking, which has done all of this stuff, reduced the price of oil, and they
So
never
they're losing
never
money.
bothered looking to see what the science was.
Wow.
They just well, they said, okay, you can drill through this rock. The rock is impermeable. You don't have to worry about it. You go down to a layer underneath. You fracture that. You get the oil and gas out, and no problems. And,
I got a quote from the governor.
yeah.
This marks the turning of the tide against the oil industry, which has been allowed to drill at will in our state for more than 150 years.
Yes.
Okay? These are necessary steps to strengthen oversight of oil and gas extraction as we phase out our dependence on fossil fuels
Right.
and focus on clean energy sources. Well, he's on the money.
Yeah, I believe he is.
News organizations have reported that oil and gas interests, this is an interesting number, contributed $170 million to California campaigns since 2001.
It's a lot of money.
Money talks.
We're
Money
looking,
talks.
We're looking for donations of $1 or more.
Well, we'll take $170 million.
If you have $170 million and you want to give it to me and Tom,
We'll take it.
We'll take
We
it.
won't argue.
yeah.
Well, a new one coming up from CBS in Boston.
Okay.
New England grid operator says the region has enough power for this winter, despite a station closing.
ISO New England says that it will be the first winter without the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station in Massachusetts. But officials say this is the first one for ISO New England,
Yes.
I believe. So, but officials say the reactor's retirement coincided with some solar and wind projects and several dual energy power plants coming online. So they're not worried about it.
The ISO operator is basically saying we should have adequate energy in the event of extreme cold.
Unless something goes
Unless something
really
goes wrong.
badly wrong. Yeah. Okay. We're up to Monday, December 9th, and we have a picture of a solar array, which is right there. Isn't that pretty?
A little sideline on the back. New England uses less electricity in the winter than it does in the summer.
Yeah, a lot of places do, but New England is kind of cold in the winter.
We got a picture
We
coming
have a
up here,
picture, and the
if I
picture's
can
all
find it.
available for you. By the way, I just got, the apartment that I'm in has a propane heater and
Yeah.
a propane stove, and I stopped using the propane for heat.
Okay.
And my last delivery of propane was priced so that even though I'm paying for cow power, which means my electricity is all renewably
renewable.
sourced, but I'm paying extra for it, I'm still operating cheaper than if I were dependent on propane for heat.
Are you really?
Yes.
So you're heating the place electrically?
I'm heating the place electrically for less money than it would cost if I were doing it for...
Not supposed to work that way.
No, it's not. But you know, when I've cut my propane consumption down to about a gallon a week.
Not just for cooking.
No, yeah, that's just for cooking. That's all I do.
Yeah.
So basically what's happened is the propane company says, if you're going to do that, we're going to charge you extra.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, that stinks.
Doesn't it? They've actually charged me upwards of $5 a gallon.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was, you know, when I got that bill for $5 a gallon, I said, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, and by the way, a large part of that is the fact that I set the thermostat rather low.
Uh-huh. I keep mine nice and warm, so.
All right. Well, my apartment is, in the winter, almost never above 55.
Is it really?
Yeah. And when it's cold out, it's about 50 degrees. It's been down into the 40s.
Well,
but
there's a
I
nice
find that if
picture
you
there.
get used to it, you can deal with it. Okay, this is from Queen
What do they
Technica.
call those white flowers there? Because they're all
Those
over
are
the
Queen
place.
Anne's lace.
Queen Anne's lace.
They're also
yeah.
called wild carrots.
Are they?
Yeah, because they're wild carrots. That's exactly what they are. And if you pull one of those things up by the root and you smell
You
it,
get a little carrot, huh?
you can smell this wonderful carrot aroma.
But it
And
doesn't
if
look
you-
like a carrot.
No, it's white. And if you try eating it, you'll discover what it's like to eat carrot-flavored rubber.
Well, the article says Alliance for Clean Energy New York pushes for a carbon fee on thermal generating stations.
Yeah,
Oh,
New York State
There's
has...
some people aren't going to like that.
No. New York State has an energy standard calling for 70% of its electricity to come from renewable sources by 2030. But the Alliance for Clean Energy New York says the state is unlikely to meet that goal without a fee on carbon emissions.
Here's a quote from the Alliance. It's just plain nuts to allow industry to pollute the environment and pay nothing to clean up their mess. That makes sense.
Yeah, you don't let people throw trash in your backyard.
Yeah.
It's that simple. And if somebody does, you get the authorities and you say that person's got to clean this up or pay to have it cleaned up. And what they've been doing is they've been polluting our rivers, our streams, our lakes, our air, killing people.
That's called privatize the profits and socialize the risks.
Now it is no longer necessary to kill people.
Amazing.
Amazing, because we've got ways of dealing with things that don't kill people.
This isn't really going to isn't going to kill the people's pocketbooks either.
No, it's not.
A carbon fee would raise utility rates slightly during the first 3 years, but then result in lower rates in the following 10 years.
Isn't that
I'm
lovely?
not sure how that works, but
Well, basically what happens is we're talking about this technology curve. As the costs of these things, as we put more wind power in, as we put
It
more
gets
solar,
cheaper.
it gets
Yep,
cheaper.
yep.
So 3 years from now, we're going to be at break even, and why not? Okay,
okay, we got one from the BBC here.
we do indeed.
It says polluting firms will be hit by climate policies. Well, that's good. They
Yep,
should
this
be.
is a worldwide thing. Carbon-intensive firms are likely to lose 43% of their value
This is kind of an interesting
due to
article.
policies designed to combat climate change, according to a report commissioned by the UN-backed Principles for Responsible Investment. Meanwhile, the most progressive companies like BMW will see an uplift of 33% in their value.
So it's a two-edged sword, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yeah.
And you know, this is when again, every once in a while I read an article that I find infuriating, and this is one of them. And why is it infuriating? Look, we're in a world that is changing, And we've got leadership in Washington, D.C., which I will point out is not Republican and it's not conservative. We've got leadership in Washington, D.C., which is saying, we want to stick with the old way of doing things. We want coal, we want oil. We don't want to go to new technology. We want to go stick with this obsolete stuff and obsolescent stuff.
And we're going to charge you to do it.
Yeah, and what is it doing? Well, why is it that we don't see many electric-powered buses around anywhere in the United States? There are a few places where they're starting
It's coming.
to appear.
They're coming.
When most buses made worldwide, or at least the majority, which is
Worldwide.
worldwide,
That means China.
that means China. All right, so what has Donald Trump done here? He has said, we're going to stick with the old ways of doing things because that benefits the old companies.
Yeah.
And it benefits workers who have got jobs in the old companies. I dig coal. Well, maybe he should dig coal. But nevertheless,
Well, money talks. In the long run, money talks. And coal isn't competitive anymore.
We're losing our competitive edge now because Donald Trump says put America first.
Yeah.
And the put America first means something a little different from what most conservative Republicans would hope it would mean. And the result of that is we are losing out on the biggest business opportunity in the history of mankind because Donald Trump believes that climate change is a Chinese hoax.
Well, he's getting absolutely nowhere with his attempts to revive coal. Well, money talks.
I don't know
economics.
whether there's more coal miners or fewer than when he went into office. I know that there was a little bit of a
we
jump.
noticed some companies have gone bankrupt already.
Yeah,
More than
Navajo
several.
generating station shut down, and that was like 600 miners right there.
That was a
Bang.
huge generating station, really.
And it was.
Well, there's some takeaways
Yeah,
here.
go ahead.
Car makers with the swiftest transition to electric vehicles, like BMW, for instance, are projected to double in value, while those slow to move to EVs will see their value fall, as gas and diesel models must be phased out faster for climate
Right.
targets to be met.
And as I said, I think we're getting to a point where we have delayed work so long that it may be that some president of the United States is going to have to say, I'm sorry, no more cars, at least not with internal combustion engines.
That may come. Well, coal companies are going to fall in value by 44%, and we're seeing that happen
I'm sorry,
already.
I don't believe it. Coal companies are going to fall by 100%.
By more than that.
Yeah.
The 10 biggest firms in oil and gas could lose 31% of current value. Okay, only 5 of the world's most valuable companies are impacted by at least 10% in either direction. Interesting article.
A very interesting article. Okay, we've got a picture of biogas.
Nice picture.
Now,
here.
this is an interesting picture because it just looks like a farm, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like something, if you drove by that, would you look at that and say, well, that's an industrial complex?
Well, it is a farm, and it is an industrial complex.
You'd say,
Because what you're looking at there is a biogas
more
system.
stuff in Iowa. There it is. Okay, this is from ET Energy World, which, by the way, is
So it's corn, but it's not corn for cows. It's corn to make biogas.
okay.
That's what it looks like to me.
This is from ET Energy World, which is in India, and of course we start with
That's
India.
a good art. That's a good source. We quote
ET
them a lot.
Energy
They're
World.
pretty good.
This is Economic Times. Economic Times of India. Really competent.
It's a good newspaper.
Newspaper, and I'm really pleased that ET Energy World is allowing me to put up links that, when people click on them, actually get the article, because some places don't.
Well, India can generate 18,000 megawatts of renewable energy using biomass. The article's about India, but...
Yep. 18,000 megawatts is 18 gigawatts. And
Every
as we
time
said,
you hear gig,
when you hear that giga, you know it's big.
Bigawatts.
India, unless you're talking about gigajoules. Gigajoules are not big.
Gigajoules are small.
India can generate about 18,000 megawatts of renewable energy using biomass and an additional 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts using bagasse cogeneration in sugar mills, according to the country's Power and Renewable Energy Minister, R.K. Singh.
Well, bagasse is what's left of the sugar plant after you take the sugar juice out.
That's right.
And it's amazing when you think of it, how much sugar and corn resemble each other.
Oh, they're part of the same family.
They
They're
must
both
be.
grass.
Yeah, they must
They're
be.
both related to bamboo.
Yeah.
And they're both related to ordinary grass.
Grass, right.
And if you look at bamboo and you look at ordinary grass when it's gotten extremely tall, you see, yeah, there's a similarity there. You know, we had bamboo growing in our yard in Devonshire.
Did you really?
Yeah. We had bamboo growing in the yard, and there was
Now, where in England is Devonshire?
Southwest.
Southwest.
Yeah.
So it's down.
It's
heading
next to
toward
Cornwall.
Cornwall, yeah.
Next to Cornwall.
Yeah.
And other things that you see in that part of the world, interestingly enough, are native palm trees, and not so native, but they're not exactly invasive because they don't move inland. Scorpions.
And cactus, of course.
And what?
You see cactus down there.
I didn't know about cactus. I never saw
There's
cactus.
cactus growing in Ireland. There's not a lot of it, but you know.
Is it native or is it brought in?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know I've seen it.
Well-
Holy cow, what's this cactus doing here? you know?
Yeah. Okay.
It's a broadleaf cactus. What do they call that? It's not like a saguaro. It's a low cactus with
Are you
broad leaves.
talking about, what is that? Prickly pear?
Could be, yeah,
Yeah.
probably is.
We are up to Tuesday, December 10th, with an article from Scientific American, and here we're talking once more, although I don't think we actually say it about atmospheric rivers.
It's the same thing though.
Yeah.
Newly identified jet stream pattern could imperil global food supplies.
During the
We've-
summer,
we've just been talking about.
yeah,
the same
it's
thing, really.
basically looking at the same thing from a different point of view and getting more information out of it. During the summer of 2018, highly amplified jet stream patterns remained stuck in place for unusually long periods of time, producing disastrous weather patterns. The patterns are believed to be 20 times more likely to happen because of climate change.
Scary.
It is, and this is the kind of pattern that produces the drought in one place and flooding in another place, not all that many miles
Not
away.
very far apart.
Yeah.
Well, the 2018 tally of billion dollar weather-related disasters was the fourth highest total for any year since 1990. So, a follow-up study found that stuck jet stream patterns like seen in 2018 are prone to bringing, just as you said, simultaneous heat waves and associated drought conditions to multiple important grain-producing regions of the world. These waves can cause reduced harvests in several important breadbaskets simultaneously.
That is an issue because it means that everybody's without
Everybody's
food.
going to starve.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along.
That
We've got
was
another
Scientific
picture coming
American,
up
and
here.
now we have Daily Energy Insider giving us a very boring picture of a rooftop solar array.
Well, it's in Michigan. What do
Yeah,
you expect?
Okay.
Renewable energy installations in Michigan are up by 57% in 2018.
Well, that's interesting.
That's a big number.
It's a big number. The annual report from the Michigan Public Service Commission shows continued growth of distributed energy in the state with 57% growth in installations for 2018. The year saw 1,952 renewable energy installations with a combined capacity of 13,910 kilowatts, which is 13 megawatts, which means that the state had these distributed things equivalent to not quite 3 times as much as Brattleboro has at its old town dump.
Well, they're talking about that, not Brattleboro, but that brought the total capacity for such installations to nearly 45 megawatts.
Yeah.
Okay, Michigan-wide.
Right.
Under the state's net metering program.
Now, this is interesting because this is not utility scale installations.
No, this is what we're looking at in the picture there.
And this is what we're talking about is that little bit of the energy that's being produced on rooftop arrays. And when you consider that building, I have no idea what that building is, but if you consider that building, that's a lot of electricity that's going to be coming out of that. And by the way, the fact that the array is on both sides of the roof means that part of it is facing east and part of it is facing west.
Yeah, the building's facing north-south, so
Yeah.
it gets sun all day long.
You're not going to have as good alignment as you would if it were roof twice as big facing south, but you're going to get power out of that most of the day on each
Exactly.
side, and all day when you consider both sides.
Well, they got a program which Vermont also has, which allows in Michigan, it allows customers to generate their own electricity to reduce electric bills.
Yes.
In Vermont, you can sell that power.
Yes.
We'll talk about that.
Yes, we will.
Coming up.
Okay.
Got another picture coming
We
up here.
are up to Wednesday, December 11th. And this picture I really have to explain, but let's talk about the...
Well, that's Homer, Alaska,
that's
for
the
one thing.
town hall, City Hall of Homer, Alaska. And this is from Clean Technica.
93 megawatt hour Tesla Megapack coming to Alaska to save customers cash.
A new 46.5 megawatt, 93 megawatt hour Tesla Megapack system installed in Alaska by Homer Electric Association will be used to offset electricity that otherwise would come from a peaker plant. The new battery pack will be installed at the Soldotna power plant. And you know, when I saw Homer, I said I want to get a picture of Homer because they didn't have any pictures in this article that I liked, so I wanted to find a picture. And I found this, and it's hard to get a picture of Homer that isn't extremely short and wide because it's all kind of on the ocean. And
It's on the water, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a woman that lived in Brattleboro for about 5 or 6 years.
From
Homer.
From Homer.
And she went back up to Homer, guess what to do? Become a fisherwoman.
Well,
She bought a fishing
Sarah
boat.
Palin was a fishing woman.
Was she really?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
she actually got her hand caught between two boats.
Oh, that hurts.
And it broke a whole bunch of bones, and she was back working the next day.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a woman who knows what it's like to be a fisherwoman. Anyway, the thing about this picture is that when I thought about this, and I thought, Homer, how many people live in Homer? And it turns out it's a few,
17 and a half.
it's a few more than 5,000. But the Homer Electric system actually operates through a bunch of communities that are in that region.
It's a co-op, isn't it?
It's a co-op, and it really covers the whole, what do they call it?
It's a
not
peninsula, isn't it?
It's a peninsula, but it's not a county, it's a borough. It's the whole borough, which is a county-sized thing, although some of the big boroughs in Alaska are the size of large states. And they have about 50,000 people who they supply power to. So
Such a significant entity.
this would be like not Brattleboro or half of Brattleboro, because that's about how big Homer is, but it would be all of Windham County and then some.
Uh-huh.
You know, so but this is huge. This is a huge system for an organization of that size.
Well, let's move a little bit closer to home here.
Yeah, with an article from Clean Technica.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Green Mountain Power introduces a plan that allows homeowners to sell solar power direct to businesses.
Green Mountain Power is creating a platform that will allow residential customers with rooftop solar systems, or solar systems in the yards for that matter, to sell their electricity they generate directly to businesses for the first time in America. This is the first time in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
The program is currently limited in scope. They are limiting the number of businesses, and
Well, they're still trying it out.
this is a pilot project. They're trying this out to see if it will work. And they're already, you know, I see today, and we may talk about this at the end of the week, but I don't think so.
It's kind of interesting because it allows a business
Yeah.
to purchase energy credits
Right.
from a customer, from another GMP customer.
Right.
And this is the interesting part of it. Buyers and sellers connect via smartphone
Right.
without involving the utility company directly.
Although the utility actually
They're watching. They're
charges
watching.
a fee for
yeah.
this.
Yeah, they're charging 5%.
It's not a huge fee. It's 5%. But there are environmentalists who are objecting to this already
Why?
because GMP did not say we will only allow new systems to do this.
Huh?
Huh? A system that was put up 10 years ago
Can't do it?
can do it.
Can do it.
Can do
Oh,
it.
okay.
And the people who are objecting to it are saying, we need to put in more renewable energy.
Okay, so losing that incentive.
They're saying that it's a disincentive, but honestly, I don't think it's a disincentive at all. This is a pilot project. GMP has to find out whether it will work.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, we're only talking about 200 customers here, so I don't see it as anything that would be objectionable in any way.
Well, if it's working, it will be perpetuated.
Oh yeah.
It sounds like a good idea.
It does.
I got extra power coming in, more than I can use.
That's right.
And you could use some, Mr.
That's right.
Businessman.
That's right.
You buy it from me.
That's right. And the only thing that is in the way between us is two things, one of which is transmission lines, which GMP
Which are
happens
there
to
already.
own, and the other one is some way of keeping track of how much power is transferred,
Which is just
which is what they're doing.
a portable computer to do it.
A cell phone in this
Cell
case.
phone. Well, yeah, it's done by cell phone, as
Yeah.
we said. Well, we got another picture
We
coming
do.
up here.
And this is a picture of, we've talked about Harbor Air a bunch of times.
Yeah, we have.
And, you know, it was in the past, it was always a promise that they were going to have, their planes are all going to be made electric. They have a plane that was being assembled that had an electric motor. Well, there's
now we
the
got
plane.
one that's taken off.
It's taken off, and there was a picture the next day of this plane landing. This is from BBC, and the next day the plane landing was on CNN.
Looks like a lot of people are witnessing.
Oh, look
this.
at that crowd! That is a lot of people standing along the water watching that plane take off.
It must have made the newspapers.
I'll bet it did. Okay, it certainly made our show.
World's first fully electric commercial flight takes off.
And you know, I objected to that title because it sounds different than it actually was to me. An all-electric powered seaplane has taken flight for a test flight in Vancouver. It is the first flight of what the operators say is the aviation industry's, quote, first all-electric commercial fleet, end quote. The 6-passenger Harbor Air aircraft is fitted with a Magnix electric motor system. Now, the thing that bothered me about this is it sounds like it's the first commercial aircraft ever to take off powered by electricity. And in fact, it's a test flight, not a commercial flight. And it's a test flight for the world's first all-electric fleet.
Right.
So,
Well, it kind of makes sense there because these are all short hop.
oh yeah,
jumps,
yeah.
you know?
From the point of view of Harbor Air, I think Harbor Air has something over 40 aircraft. They're converting all of them to all electric, and I believe all of them are seaplanes.
I think so.
And you
And
know,
the people around there all live on islands. You know, you can't
a
drive to
lot
them.
of people living on islands, and there's a lot of people who live along rivers, and it's kind of like Norway. You know, in Norway they're converting to electric aircraft for their short runs because they have a lot of short runs. It's, you know, it's a matter of you can't build a bridge across the fjord because there's ships going through and it costs too much money. So what do? Well, you either take a ferry boat across the fjord or you drive around it. But if you want to go to the next fjord north and you're on the south side of a fjord,
You got to go all the way
you got to
heck
go
around
all
it.
the way around. So you might have to drive, 50 miles to get to some place that's 5 miles away.
Yeah.
So, aircraft jumping across these fjords and over the mountains and things like that makes sense. There are fjords in the area around Seattle and Vancouver. So,
That's what you'd call them, sure.
yeah. So it's something that makes sense,
Well, Harbor Air hopes to electrify its entire fleet by 2022.
which is not
Not
all
very
that
far,
far
in
away.
the future.
40 some odd aircraft.
Well, I think that's the last article we have.
It is. It's a good picture, but I'm going to put that up. Have a perfectly lovely week is what it says, in case anybody
Okay.
doesn't want to read it. Just too lazy to look. So thank you for coming to Energy Week number 349, and we both hope that you'll be back for the next one.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Do you have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? I'm gonna get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy.
Walk slow.
Stand up?
Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
Oh, stop.
There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
Yeah, Cindy's gonna join us, all right?
Perfect.
Please.
Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has. Okay. You know, getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with R.H.R. Smith and Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today, so she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review. But I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start at the beginning of the year, 6/30/18 and come right up to today.
Sure.
And tell you where you're at financially and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions in the right place. We actually see that going up in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
We just got it today.
yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, but we're pretty confident, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, is with this town, is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, well, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to deobligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that. While you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, or for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you had the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that will probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did, is it this year?
Oh, they just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously, that, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met, and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is, certainly for the municipality. So, yeah, but on June 30th, I think large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it wasn't 18, I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent, so if you guys all want to know.
19.
19. So again, the grade is I'd say is a B plus. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you've had right now. What's that?
176.
176 on, so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the standard of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're giving us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly and it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself, and it just doesn't. The way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean, and your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, is, and one of the things, topics of interest, is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that, and again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements, we're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds have dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. While those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey,
more
listen, no worries.
worthwhile.
We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
All right, I'm not going to hold you up there.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I again apologize for taking me to. It's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year. Let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough. I can tell you that. So today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens,
So,
because
so a lot of times there's provisions, Gene, so a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily, what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together, to sign, that warrant. I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually, where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now. It's probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing, certainly, that's a very common practice in the world of government, that you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all
But
only...
and I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing and you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. You're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library, okay? And, you know, and your out goes, you know, a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
You know, this is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. You know, and that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, you know, right there on that, and just take that and just apply that to any vendor, you know, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, you know, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that library. That library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, you know, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require the.
Yep.
at
It can be
least 3
circulated through, we can get into
signatures
the whole issues of
Okay.
the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, you know, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as
Okay.
a respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True, true.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them
Yep.
and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any
Mhm.
bills
Right.
from our office without Jean
Yep.
signing
Right.
off on it.
So.
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing
Yeah.
of things. I want Cindy to have time to do
And
it
if that's
on
the
time.
case, Gene, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe where somebody with authority, you know, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure you're a select person at this town.
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, you know, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk about that. Make sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, you know, in
Right.
anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. You know, and I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can
Yeah.
have a 4-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Gene,
Yeah,
for sure.
That would be great.
So.
To help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays. and
Thank you.
Good to
You
meet you.
too.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S payroll, $8,293.20. 49S payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes? Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we, the board and Cindy, go into executive session.
Michelle, I
And
would-
Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 PM. Out at 7:01, no action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
I underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, from the one that we have this time. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned. So I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that. Yes, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you want to look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out,
Mhm.
but I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get it. Like,
Now, it's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is and all, so it is.
So you sign it
is
after,
per
before
each
everything?
training, yep. And it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
You should.
So should we add that into here?
I don't,
Or
I'm
you
open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one,
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I think
day.
you should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy? Yeah. Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you're maybe going to a, training how to be a whatever.
So
I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, you use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
So you're saying add
Well,
the
just
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
Yeah. At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm
depends
just saying it's on
on,
the borderline of the.
it depends on how nitpicky you want to get. Do you want to choose an app that we, no, I swear to God, I mean, we're going to this length, so let's,
Well, another thing
It'll
is
change, but
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't, I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
so how do you want E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or, yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentation, I mean,
You can always download those from, look them up on VLCT's website too. Right?
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't
So
have to be
maybe
included in the
available.
packet, but
well, that's what,
I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe made available to the board members?
sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
8.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't gonna say it, Sandy, but. But you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think you already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
Well, they probably don't really want to room with you either.
No, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean,
Yeah,
at
that's
this
fine.
point now, we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials of the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging, blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney? Because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I think I feel better HR-wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
Because
That
if
you
I
are
get
writing a policy to
discrimination-
force somebody to share a room with somebody else, it doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or, I just wanna make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male,
And there may be another way to word it, so I don't see a problem with the current employees.
We could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. Do we have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it
Well,
vetted.
going back to the question about, you know, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say, apopular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could,
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh,
the 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, you know, Apple mapping might say.
1 hour and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh.
It doesn't need to be more complicated than, you know, but I know some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was gonna say, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning, and,
yeah,
you know, mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But again,
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how, because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using, MapQuest, and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our 2 apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have conflict.
So print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's gonna tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app in the hours? I'm sorry, was that a joke, or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some,
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not gonna use the app, you know? But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, you know, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
You know, to prove
Rand
it.
McNally.
All right, so it's old school, okay? Thank you, Greg. Yeah.
So on the side of the table.
I carry one in my car.
I was
I used to,
MapQuest.
not anymore.
Let's see if you want us to go back and find.
Okay. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Do you want to take further questions?
Sure. Questions?
2 questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Yep.
That's what the board voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is the current, 58 cents?
Yeah, 58.
Times 58.
car around here.
That's $174.
Go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Enterprise.
Where's that?
It's up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case, you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
One-
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't want to ride in the rental car, you
Drive
drive
yourself.
yourself. and you
I don't think any of us charge mile or reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table.
I haven't.
So I've never charged for mile or reimbursement or meals. So.
But, yeah, you know, that's good, but we do need to
Well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So, yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill up?
We do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a brake foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on.
They fill it up for you.
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Yeah.
Just pick it up, go do your
Okay.
thing.
That's a great idea. Save your
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what we learned at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people want to use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've got to get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that on the list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We'd have to take the parking out of there because our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, or cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays.
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name, it cannot just be a title. It's gotta be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also have a training session for everybody who decides that, yes, they're going to write tickets, because there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility that needs to be taken seriously. And there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put
you can get taken off?
You can absolutely get taken off. I just guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how that's written.
Some towns had the whole
it's not even
select board
written
on and some
properly in
didn't.
the ordinance,
Because
what they're
I know that like for
classified.
noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys
have
get.
semi-automatic built into that.
I just put it on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't want to be in this loop?
You did that?
No select board members
No
want
select
to be
board
on this
members?
list?
I don't want anything to do with
Okay.
that.
I don't need to.
So no select board members.
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs? Or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the Judicial Bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure our
changed.
ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets, actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the Judicial Bureau and then they send us a check.
Yeah,
So
I
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
taken
said,
off.
we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still there.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the Judicial Bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire
Well,
chief?
he's the second constable.
Oh,
so-
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
they don't-
titles, I just put
I
them
question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah,
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be,
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title, it's gotta be the person and the birthday.
But if the person just doesn't get,
Then I just write another letter, like
Okay.
the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. and-
so what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
Then they go to court, just like a speeding ticket, they will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control is a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in his, when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles, that are not registered, which will take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old ordinance that really
Many,
needs to be
many,
taken out
many
of the
years
books.
ago, you had to
Yeah,
register
my
your
boys had to
bike,
do
and
it, yeah.
and it's still, the ordinance
It's
still exists.
still there.
We gotta get rid of it. It's
Um,
kind of like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing. So like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Isn't Annette still a health officer?
She is, she's an assistant health officer.
Even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to. But do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that, because if Mark's not in town,
Right, I leave them on.
they're the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the ultimate
I think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not going to be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have, because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it, and that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
obviously
wouldn't
they
if I
want
could.
to, and they don't have to write tickets.
Right.
Nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not want to do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't want to do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites one of my grandkids.
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog or animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our,
So why do we have a dog, or why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know, I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you?
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just
It's like-
requested.
But if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
and I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning or.
Or not pull you over.
Yeah, so it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so, I don't know.
Well, can't
I
they-
just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the
Absolutely.
point in the ordinance,
Well,
is what
there
I'm.
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets.
To have something.
To have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a bill?
don't believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of, the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all, I honestly
No,
just guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured, I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, their stuff, I just guessed who might want to
But
have the
yeah,
opportunity.
no, I mean, I agree, like, if they're not gonna be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont a updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to write these out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yep.
here, that's all.
Yep.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Yeah, because I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The
In
policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Because didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it?
Okay.
Maybe it's something else, firearm related.
Well, we spent a
did
lot
the
on the noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy, I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we want to go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us want to go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that kind of thing.
Administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have to get writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So, my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they want to, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I want to be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with our plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we don't want to appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function
that's
now.
right.
He can, go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home, and why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but
There's a warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the ticket? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket?
Yes.
If their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets?
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, you know, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you wanna take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else
So we're
on this
asking
list-
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance, and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they wanna, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they wanna be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is
I mean,
ridiculous.
that would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
can,
then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them. Whoever
So
writes that
still,
ticket-
this whole thing is pointless because they can just not go to court because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it.
Or-
If you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, you know, somebody goes to court and says, yep, you know, I was found guilty, well, hey, you know, I wanna take this to the next level. And, you know, I've had people, you know, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. You know, are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, you know, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, you know, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it. Somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? You know, it's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, you know, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kind of my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not want to do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day. and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go to court, and it's their choice whether they go to court or not, just like it is a police officer. There's times that you can't show up to court because you're doing something else. So you miss a traffic court date. So we're not asking these people to do anything more than what they want to do. We're empowering them to have the ability to enforce the ordinance that they're in charge of if they so choose.
The one big difference with what you just said is if I'm scheduled on something else, I'm up at training, I'm incapacitated, and I can't go to court, they postpone the ticket hearings and they postpone it until a later date. But as a law enforcement officer, we just can't sit there and write tickets and then tell the sheriff or tell whoever our boss is, I don't feel like going to court. I'm going to write all these tickets, but I'm not going to go to court.
I understand that. It's just I'm not showing up because I don't want to show up.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with a police officer. I was just trying to use that as an example.
But if we're empowering these people to enforce the ordinances, which yes, they should be enforced, but there is nothing here that one protects these people, that whether they can voluntarily say yes or no, we're still giving them that authority. And we're giving them no protection on top of that, and we're offering them absolutely no financial reason to go to court to try and get the town the $50 to enforce this ordinance. We're asking them to lose money
The
to
animal
make
control
us
officer
money.
gets paid. I'm sorry, I should correct that. He does get paid, like $15 an hour. So he would get paid. Other than that.
He would get paid to go to court?
I would assume that if he's in court for his animal control duties.
But that's not the way that that's written down, so why would,
Do you have a contract with Jesse?
that says,
He gets paid.
He gets
Out of the
paid.
dog fund.
but how is that
So far, he's
worded?
submitted 2 months' worth.
But does that, and I haven't seen the contract,
What
would
he
that
does-
cover him if he went to court?
He would put down on his timesheet, if you want to call it that, the date, the time that he was at court, and then he'd submit it, and we pay it because we have a contract with him. But he's the only one we have a contract with. And it's paid out of the dog fund.
So I guess, again, the question comes back is, do we want to allow these people to enforce their ordinances, or do we not want to allow them to enforce the ordinances? That's it. That's all this is about.
I move that we ask these people to be fit enforcement officials.
Second.
So moved and seconded to offer these people the opportunity to enforce their ordinances. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So we will table the appointment of the enforcement officers until we hear back from everybody.
Okay.
Accept Recreation Board resignation from myself and appoint Amy Emery.
I move that we accept Josh Hunter's resignation from the Recreation Board, and furthermore, that we appoint Amy Emery to that board.
Second. Ooh, leave Jeff.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Josh Hunter and appoint Amy Emery to the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Policy to bill for emergency services.
So I apologize, Chris, I could not get all the information together quick enough to actually write a draft policy. And I figured before I jumped into that maybe if the board could discuss this long list of billable items, then I will jump into whatever you decide you want me to write a policy for. I hope that's okay.
Have you checked with other towns to see how theirs are written?
It's hard to find written ones. I did give you a copy of Milton's, I think it is. And different towns have different policies. So Guilford charges for some things. Chris was telling me that Putney charges for other things. Some towns don't charge for anything. It was a little tough digging, but I spoke to a couple of different towns and did find like night and day. I mean, the towns are so different in what they've decided to do. So I'm sure that we could find a policy that we could work with.
Did VLCT have a sample policy?
Ultimately, the thought process behind this, and I started talking to Todd about it 2 years ago, that I don't care if we recoup $20 or if we get enough to fill the tank back up with diesel. I think anything is beneficial here, especially since it's going to the insurance companies. We're not asking the residents to pay for it. I believe, with the exception of a non-permitted burn, and was there one other one that was discussed or no? But anyway, otherwise it would all be charged to the insurance company. So I don't see a reason not to take their money.
I'm with you.
That's why you pay for insurance.
Exactly.
And they have to be there anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I think I should also, do our guys go to 91?
If they did, it would have to be mutual aid, because
Okay.
Guilford covers our small section of that, to the best of my knowledge, because they have the emergency entrance over there.
Okay.
I do not think that we should bill for mutual aid. I think that that's a bad practice to get into. We see a lot of bigger towns like Brattleboro starting to bill to come here, or to other small towns, and they bill simply because they know that they're coming here and our guys aren't going to be here, or Guilford isn't going to. There's a reason that they've been called, and to start billing them when we're going to ask them for help at some point, I think is bad practice.
So you would keep that as an exemption?
Yes. I also don't like the allow chief, town administrator, or select board to not bill for services. I think that that sets a bad precedent and some favoritism. I say we bill them all, and then we could address that as a board should they decide to appeal it.
I agree.
I agree.
The person responsible for the billing, coding, follow-up, I think that that needs to be our treasurer's office. But I think that there needs to be something clearly spelled out in there that if it's John or JJ responding for EMS, or Todd or Keith, I think that their paperwork needs to be done in a timely fashion so that we can bill. But I think that the billing process should actually be done through the treasurer.
What's the equipment usage charge? What would that cover? Because I don't know.
So some towns, and I believe you included one in here.
Yeah, that's like.
They charge differently for how long they were on scene.
Okay.
Each separate piece of apparatus would be worth something different
apparatus.
depending on size and how long and things like that. I believe some, and I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't look through this,
No,
but I
it's right on
believe
the
some
front
of
page of
them
this
bill
policy.
for
It had the equipment, like the light truck.
individual man hours, depending on how many people we have on scene.
Okay.
That's per call. That's like per hour use.
That's a good idea.
And I don't know if there is a way, Michelle, to write the non-permitted burn. I don't know if there's a way to put something in there. Where was it the other day? They just had the large tannerite explosion that was felt all over. That was up in Cavendish. Fireworks. I don't know if there's a way to write it so that if you're doing something stupid that creates a fire, that you're also billed for that.
Would that fall under the hazardous materials incident?
I don't know. fireworks that, I'm just thinking somebody setting them off and catching somebody's
There
field
is-
on fire.
So in addition to non-permanent burn, I mean, there is the whole nuisance charge. You know, like if you have faulty wiring in your house and you don't fix it and.
That's
they're
fine,
out there all
yeah,
the
I could see
time
it
and
added
have
to that,
said-
that if you're doing,
Doing something stupid?
yeah, just put that right in there.
Or put your name next to it.
Yeah, please.
I think I did see a policy that had something that alluded to that. So I can find that.
And
But
as
see,
for
now,
whether
now,
money gets
a
allowed-
bill like that would go to.
The homeowner.
The homeowner.
Correct.
Okay, there's also,
Which I think that nuisance charge needs to go to the homeowner as well. I don't think that that should be an insurance.
okay, and, there was also, let's see, homeowner. There's also, reference, it's like, if it's a DUI or another violation, and that's why you're getting your vehicle towed. I forgot where I was reading it, but those bills would go to the homeowner
Right.
instead of the.
And hazardous materials, I think that that could be two separate things. There can be an accidental one, but then if somebody is dumping used motor oil over their embankment, then
So
that
that
would
should
be
go
a
homeowner, I think?
I think that needs to be two separate things.
So how would-
One that's almost malicious and one that is accidental and it's just what it is.
Why would the fire department be called for someone dumping?
I don't.
Okay.
If somebody dumped 10 gallons of gas on their bonfire and
Yeah,
decided
I
to
can
touch
see that.
that off, now we have that incident plus the fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not billing an insurance company for something that they're gonna be like, what?
And I think, doesn't it turn into a hazardous material if oil starts spilling on the highway, on the road?
Yeah.
They have to start picking that up.
Yeah.
Oil, fuel.
And we just dealt with it on this pond up here, whose pond that the car rolled into a couple of years ago, that I don't believe they can still use that pond because of the hazardous.
Insurance
material.
scams.
Yeah.
And the insurance company doesn't cover that? Or will
I
it
believe
cover
they
it?
would have.
They would have. if there was-
Yeah.
She's still working on it.
So those, like, the vehicle recovery really needs, like, in Guilford, it goes through the tow companies. So we'd have to set up a meeting with all the tow companies, and the town of Hartford would submit their bill to the tow company, whoever towed the car, and then they submit it to the insurance company with their bill,
Right.
along with their bill.
And I think every tow company around here is being used by the same fire department, so it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think they
common
have a
practice to
list.
them, yeah, so.
And then for the EMS, when you start billing for that, then you're looking at medical coding that needs to be done. So, this is something that's not gonna get done in the next 2 weeks, but, I'll look at what we need to know to get that done, especially for Medicaid and Medicare.
And I think that Rescue Inc. would be extremely helpful in getting squared away with that as well.
So it should. Another town only billed for non-residents for vehicle recovery. Do you wanna do that, or do you wanna bill for everybody? I'm just trying to get a basis of what I'm writing, that's all.
Go ahead.
I think that would be for everybody.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
If not, it should say something to the effect of criminal activity, DUIs or things like that.
Okay.
But I agree with Jeff that it should be everybody.
And do you wanna, exempt payment if insurance doesn't cover the cost? You wanna keep that? kind of
Unless it is
wording in there?
unless it's one that's billed directly to the homeowner.
I agree.
And I know that that's what some of the fire chief was a little reluctant to do this. He was afraid that we were trying to get more money out of taxpayers, or that this was kind of a punishment to them if they had an accident. But as long as we're keeping it with the insurance company, that's what it's there for. And we can recoup some of our costs.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, did you get a chance to see the prices that Milton had? Is everybody okay with that? I mean, I would be totally guessing, I have no idea where to start with how much it costs to run that truck out.
It's big, it's big.
It's a big
I would go, where's Clinton? Do you have Clinton's?
The No, we do not have Putney's. I'm actually waiting for them to call me back.
Yeah.
He hasn't called you back. I'll go up and see him at some point.
I think the rates make sense because regardless of the size of the town, depending on the, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been on the fire department, depending on the size of the incident is how many trucks you roll and that kind of thing.
Correct, yeah. I'm just wondering if is there anything in this that talks about man hours? Because I believe that we can bill for that too.
This one has, yeah, that one. It just says hazardous material fires, $100 per truck plus $30 per hour per fire. Suggestions. These are just suggestions.
So this one says $1 per every $1,000 of estimated value of the vehicle.
I mean, if nothing else, I think that we should be able to bill for whatever the state's minimum wage is per person that is responding to that call. Because we're offering them missed wages, so we should be able to recoup that somewhere.
I'll check to see if we can do that, just to make sure, because on the University of Vermont thing, it doesn't say time. It just says standby and fire guard fees. But it doesn't say, but I'll find out as we go through this to make sure that, so.
I think Milton has a paid fire department, but maybe if I would have.
They must up there. They're
Yeah.
It's similar size to Bratt population-wise.
Yeah.
I know that because my in-laws are from there.
Did you say to guess $15 an hour for the firefighters?
I said at a minimum wage, until we find out what we can do, but yes, I would.
Because it's gonna be 15 in a year anyways.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then the other part of this whole thing is, well, if we make this money, what do you wanna do with money? Do you wanna allocate it back to the fire department? Should that be part of the policy? Should it not be part of the policy, it just go into the general fund? Should it go specifically to the capital plan toward purchase of fire trucks? I mean, it's up to you. It's up
Where
to
does
you.
the money go that we get sent back from tickets that are written from the sheriff's department? Where does that money go?
I have no idea.
That's, isn't that an income line on that? Safety, contracted safety? I thought he
I'm not
had
sure.
that in the budget.
I
just don't know where it
it is, but I don't know
disperses.
where it,
You know
so
what
it
I
just
mean?
goes to the general fund then, if it's going
Yeah.
on a line item there.
Yeah, I think it should go to general fund because we're asking the treasurer to do a lot of the bookwork. And so, to the fire department budget, you know, that doesn't go, I think it should go to the general fund. Because there's more than just the fire department involved here.
I'm fine, with- yeah. I just want the money to come to the town one way or the
Yeah.
other.
General fund, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And depending on what that is, we can allocate that much more to the fire department, a percentage of it.
Oh, so if it showed as income for the fire department, it would end up in the general fund anyways.
It would.
So they can show it as income.
But if you wanted to put it toward like fire trucks, then we could, you know, if you were to write a policy, it'd be part of the capital plan and be put every year to defray that, but that's totally up to you. Just if you're gonna bring money, and this could, you know, if we're charging for everything, it could end up being a significant chunk
I
of-
think the
of
EMS
money.
one is the one that would be the most money brought in. And that's also the most calls that they run, so.
Okay, so that gives me something. Anything else that anybody wants me to make sure to look into as I'm crafting this? Oh, okay. And I'll talk to Cindy about that too, so that she knows, so she doesn't get surprised by having that put in her office.
I would imagine that we would have to find some kind of training for that medical billing to get her into.
I'm guessing, yeah, and hopefully in the research that I do, I'll be able to find something that.
Okay, we're skipping the salvage yard permit, public participation on non-agenda items.
I have a non-agenda item, actually, it's about the agenda. I know that Melissa Allen had requested to be on the agenda. She's not, she wasn't called down for any of the items that are on the agenda. Where would she fit into this agenda? She specifically asked to be on the agenda, you said she would be. But she was not called down.
She could speak in public comments regarding agenda items or non-agenda items.
Okay, so is this my opportunity?
Sure.
Okay. I have a little presentation.
Okay.
Should I come up to the table?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Melissa Allen. I live on Tyler Hill Road. I've been in town for a few years now and I grew up here. I started noticing a few discrepancies in some of the select board spending, and so I've kind of put together a few things that I wanted to share with you. Because I know that taxpayers have entrusted you with their tax money, and I would just like to point out some things and see if we can all work together to be a little bit better about it. Give you this.
So many each today.
Staples
Yeah.
are quite expensive today. So I can just, so I'm just gonna start out and I'll just go on my spreadsheet here. You'll see that it's cut quite small. I wanted to get it all on one page, but I have everything in chronological order so you can follow along as I kind of tell you and kind of break down the last year and a half-ish of some things that I noticed. The first item that I want to point out is Michelle's timesheet, and this was dated the week ending 2/24/18. Specifically noting 2/21 was a full day of work for Michelle.
So if we're gonna be talking about
Yep.
somebody's personnel,
Yep.
we need to do this in executive session.
Okay, gotcha. There are some personal items, but I don't know exactly what that would qualify for.
Well, if you're talking about people's timesheets, their pay, their vacation time, any of that is
Because I
a
took
personnel
all of
item.
these from public records.
Mhm.
So there's nothing that the public can't get
Correct,
that I
but if
have.
you're discussing changes or those things that needs to be done in executive session, it'd be because it's a personnel issue.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
same thing that we just did with Cindy.
Gotcha. So there's nothing in here that I'm recommending for a change. That would be up to you. I'm just pointing out some discrepancies that I found. So if that needs to be executive, I guess it can be executive.
It probably should be, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that you go
Okay.
to safe session.
Sure.
My glasses back on. I'd like to go in executive session with Michelle.
Melissa Allen.
Melissa. Why do I call you Michelle? With Michelle and Melissa.
Yeah.
I've only known Missy since she's little.
Sure.
To evaluation, let's see. Discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records, no. Hold on. All right. I'd like to go into executive session to discuss grievances other than tax grievances. Premature general public knowledge and its personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
And then I move we go into executive session.
Oh, sorry, based on personnel.
Okay, then I move we enter executive session to discuss this personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? We are in executive session at 8:05. executive session at 8:05, out at 8:34. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all of the correspondence in your packets, and yesterday, speaking of travel, ran up to Montpelier for a photo op and a press opportunity with the governor for our big check of $10,000 for the rec center, so.
Thank you very
That was
much.
pretty awesome.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
It's a small one.
You get to talk to the governor?
I did.
All right.
Said hi, shook hand.
Does he know where?
Got my picture taken with him. Got it emailed to me today. And actually got to meet face to face to the woman that I deal with a lot of the state, who, and I see her on email all the time, so it was nice to finally be able to put a face to her name and be able to shake her hand. And that was cool.
Great.
All right, that's all you got?
That's all I got.
Next meeting is tomorrow at 6:30, same bad time, same bad channel. We are adjourned.
You have one of you?
Let's call the meeting to order at whatever time that says, 6:33.
Thanks.
So do we have any additions, deletions to the agenda?
Yes, all business transportation.
Okay.
Was there an addition?
Yeah, transportation under old business. Under the oldie and moldy stuff there, mister. Okay, members of the public. And review and approve the minutes of the December 9, 2019 meeting.
Didn't get them.
You guys don't have them? Oh, they didn't go out? Okay, we'll hold that. Gosh, we're moving right along. Financials, capital reserve update. And then, so we actually also need to add budget discussion too. Oh, that's down there, budget presentation. You know what else I don't see here? And I thought we put it in here was, where's, annual meeting discussion, okay.
Did you want to add communications in as a regular thing on Dover? We always had that.
No, not really. Unless you want to communicate.
No, we just need to get them.
I have nothing for communication. But, okay, so capital reserve updated. So according to our, so we didn't have time. There wasn't time enough to put together a written report for y'all's, which is mostly my fault because I asked for something that was too hard to do. Plus the audits were really slow in Dover, not in, but next year the audits will be a lot better because there'll be one audit instead of two. And trying, and the Dover, the people who've been doing the Dover audits don't seem to feel like it's a real priority to get it done. So on our capital, we have in total, from all the money moved over from Dover and from Wardsboro, there is roughly $894,143. 894,143. So that's the big number. Okay. Out of that number, there's approximately 30,000 that is committed through smaller grants like After School, Fiber, the Stratton Foundation, the Stars in Wardsboro. Plus, there's a memorial fund set up from a person from Dover set up for music, people that do music. So if you take 894 and you subtract the 30, you're down to around 864. Out of that 864, last year we as a group committed 200 to buy down the tax rate last year. So that should leave you pretty darn close to 664, 143. Does everybody agree with that number?
Yes.
Okay, so if you all agree with that number, what we had talked about was we were talking about what do we want to establish for reserve funds. So I think there are 3 funds that we look at, that Lori looks at for us. One is called our general operating fund, or just a general fund. And that's what we, 1, 2, 3, 4, oh. We have no Rick tonight, but we do have a Laura, so. But we didn't put Rick's name tag out, so we could like.
Need an email?
No, my name's right there. Oh. So anyways, so we're gonna have the general fund will be what we vote on every year for our operating money. And that's that $5 or $6 million that we vote to run the school. So that will be known as the general fund from henceforth on. Huh? So then we're going to have some reserve fund, or I'm sorry, we're going to call it the capital improvement fund. And under the capital improvement fund, it's suggested that we do, now this is kind of our decision, but I would suggest that we have in our capital improvement fund, we have 2 categories. We have one for transportation, because if we are going to maintain our own buses, eventually they need to be replaced. They do run between $85,000 and $100,000 if you want to buy a new one, of good quality, like not just a man. And then the other fund should be building improvement fund. And this is where we were discussing last year, last meeting, we were discussing like taking the HVAC thing from Wardsboro, not using operational funds for that, but making that, you weren't there, were you? Were you at last meeting? Yeah. Okay, but remember we talked about, there was money in, about $30,000, I think we moved for things that we felt were capital, that are long-term, not just like painting is more maintenance. So we should have, those would be the two big funds that we would have, that we would move money into and out of, each year. So if you folks are in agreement with that, that's what I think we should present to the voters, the annual meeting. And then there would be a third fund, which would just be your reserve fund. And that's kind of that liquid fund that in Dover every year, we would vote to, if there was any surplus at July 1st, then that money would just get transferred to that reserve fund, so that it's not floating out there wondering what's happening with it, that we know where it is, and then we can make determinations at for that next town meeting, to what we want to do with it. It's just one less thing we have to discuss. We can tell people, yeah, we ran a surplus, but it went right into the liquid reserve fund, and this is what we're going to recommend. We may recommend to move some of that money into the specific improvement funds, either the transportation of the building, or we might recommend it to use to offset taxes, or we may recommend that it just stay there. Does that make sense to everybody? Is everybody good with that? So knowing that we have about this $664,000 after we subtract everything else out that's committed, but 200 of it needs to stay in that general reserve to offset this year, so it really leaves us about 400 in,
64.
You're right. My suggestion is that we recommend to the voters that we put 164 into the building improvement portion of the capital improvement fund. And then that should take care of the 30 we want to spend this year and still leave us about 130, because we know we're going to have to do a roof on this building in the next couple of years. And then we would have to fund, next year we'll have to decide to add some money too, because out of that, even though we're going to fund it with 164 this year, we're already planning on spending next year at least 30 for stuff that we've kind of committed to, and then we'll have to keep moving forward. Pardon?
Yeah, 30, that was right.
Right, 29.
29.
Yeah, so I'm just rounding a little bit.
Right.
Because it's easier for me to try to do the math in my head.
So 164 to building, right?
Well, that's my suggestion, and that's what, we need to decide here as a group so that we can put it forth at the meeting, the annual meeting in February. And then 100 of it goes into the bus, transportation.
Price of a new bus.
Right, and then I think after that, every year, under the Dover, we used to fund about 10 to 12 in the transportation, and about the same amount, up to 20 into the building, depending what big projects we had coming down the road. And I think that's where we'll lean on Lori a little bit more once she's got less audits to deal with and less budgets and kind of get everything caught up. Then we'll really have to look at the study that was done and kind of really, I want to have a good plan so that we can justify why we have that money in there. Not that we're just hiding money or putting money away, because I've been saying it for years, and Lori said something earlier that kind of confirms it, is I really think eventually the state's going to say, hey, that's our money, we gave it to you. If you're not using it, it comes back. You don't keep it in your savings account. So, so I think having it, having it someplace is better. Yes. No.
And the remainder?
The remainder of about 4 would go back into that liquid.
Actually, no. 2.
2, I'm sorry, would go into that liquid.
Go to the operating?
No, it would go into the reserve fund.
Well, I think when you're
Hold on.
saying 4, you're right, because there's already 200 that's committed.
Right.
So that's what he's talking about, is in that
Oh,
reserve would.
Plus another.
No, well, hang on, because we started with 894, 143. 200 is in that reserve fund, has to be there because we committed that.
Right.
That brings us to 694. We take the 30 off for those other little.
Right.
So now we're down to 664.
Right.
We put 220,
So
264, 164,
and 100.
and 100, so that brings us down to 4.
Right.
So we put that 4 in, we'll have a total of 6, but 2 of it's committed. So it's 4, but 2, it's total 6, but 2's committed, so it's really only 4 that is going in there. And there'll be some change. I mean, it's not, there'll be, you know, it'll be, the total is like 600 what is it? 894, 143. So we'll just, you know, we'll have to make it all even.
If the audit isn't complete, that number may still change?
Well, it doesn't matter, because what we do is any number, we're gonna look for specific numbers into the capital improvement, transportation and capital improvement building. Whatever's left over will go into the reserve fund.
I'm just curious whether that total number, that's not a final number.
Right, it's not an
Okay.
audited, it's not an exact audited number, but we don't know what that exact audited number is yet, but our suggestion is gonna be just whatever's left over, so. Right, so basically, it's gonna be really simple, because it's gonna just be, we're gonna take this kind of the already applied or already dedicated amounts, and those are gonna be in the 30,000 range. And then we're gonna put 164 into building and 100 into transportation,
What's a roof cost?
about 100-ish, give or take.
And we're looking at doing that in,
It may be in a couple of years, maybe. With the problem with the roof's still not bad, but we're gonna have to plan on doing it soon. And we also, in the capital study, I mean, you know, the furnaces are 25 years old in this building. We're doing a new heat system over there.
Wood floor in the gym.
In the gym, has had been replaced since I've been on the board. They've been saying, oh, we're only gonna get another year out of it, and it's
How many years up there?
20-something years. The NBA's not playing out there. But so I think this just gets us started, because next year then we'll have a little more time, we'll have these reserve fund kind of lined up, and then we really need to, as a group, look with Lori. And again, part of it is, you know, everybody's been maxed out trying to get, we're still trying to close up the old multiple districts, and we're trying to get the new districts up to speed. So I think next year will be a better year for us to be able to spend some good time looking at this, and also for Lori to get everything kind of settled in her office, so she can really spend some time looking at places that she can save us money, or things that, you know, we could be doing to conserve some funds, or put some money other ways. So, Lori, did I cover that right?
Yeah, everything sounded good.
I just gotta go through the
Yep.
number one more time,
Yep,
so
go
I'm
through the
clear.
numbers.
Because it was, so we had 894, then we took out 30 for the small grants, and then we came down with 864. But then you said we took 200,000 out for the buy down?
We committed last year.
Because you committed
to the
last
buy-down.
year.
Right.
So that leaves us
694.
664.
Right.
Okay, so out of that.
664, 143.
Right, okay, I was just rounding up.
Yep.
So that leaves us 54, so of that 664, you're saying 100 in transportation, 164 in buildings, so that means 400 in the reserve? Am I adding that up?
Plus the 200.
2 plus,
2 plus the 4, because you have 4
so that's
left.
600 in that, that'd be
Right,
6
but-
total, but 200 is committed. Gotcha.
Right, so there's really only 400 in there to play with.
4 buckets.
I got it, no, I got it.
No,
Just wanna
that's
make
what
sure
I'm
that-
thinking.
Okay, so it's 600, but we committed 2, leaves us 4.
Right.
Got it.
And again, we don't know if that 2's all gonna be used or not,
May
but
not have to use it.
remember from the last month when Lori went through everything with us, you know, which was, I've never had before here, is she was showing projected out, and it really, I mean, we were pretty close, bottom line, you know, maybe 20 one way or another. So one of the things is we need to look at, we're not sure if all the tuition is in yet.
Right, no, I understand.
So, I mean, that number could come up 50 bad. I mean, we could run a deficit of 50,000 next year, you know, at the end of this year.
Sure.
Or we could run a surplus of 20, we don't know. So that
Yeah.
200 isn't exact, but that's what we need to make sure stays in there at a minimum. Because it's already been committed.
Yeah.
And if we commit any.
For the next year, we'll have to make sure that stays in there too. So is everybody good on that?
I have one
Yeah.
comment. I just have a comment.
Yeah, go.
So with regard to surplus funds, and I heard some discussion about, you know, if that may not be allowed in the future or some such thing statewide. So,
Lori just came back from a meeting where there was the state this coming year is gonna look at what.
So the stat book, you know, when they collect all the data in August, they've added a worksheet that is reporting on reserve funds.
yeah.
Which is new. It's not
Yes,
something they've
I
done.
remember when that passed. I would just like to say, for myself, to be really clear with the board, I think the process that we have used in the past here in Dover has been incredibly responsible, which has allowed us to maintain stable rates for the voters. And I think that's the process we're undertaking here as well, and that requires, in rural areas with fluctuating population, that absolutely requires us to maintain some reserves, cash reserves. And I will just tell you as a legislator, that is not happening until the state is taking over the actual education of our students. When they're responsible for making sure that all of our kids are getting equitable education, then we shall see.
My one fear though, because I brought this up several years ago in Dover, is I think we have a much better leg to stand on if we can show that it's not just kind of like we accumulated several $1 million and we're just sitting on it because we can.
Yeah, well, we
Right.
haven't.
Well, no, because we've also got some committed.
That's right.
And then, so, you know, most of your time, you're trying to look for like a 3 to 4% reserve. And I do agree that the big headache we have is with the tuition. If we were part of a school district, if we were a K-12 district.
Secondary school choice.
Right, it's a lot easier because that budget's set, our budget's set, everything's set, so we're all good. You know, the problem is when you do the tuition, you know, students move out, move in. I mean, even though we're halfway through kind of the fiscal year, we're more than halfway. We're halfway through the fiscal year, but we, you know, we could have 12 new students move in right after Christmas break, and our numbers could be bad, or 12 students can say, wow, I didn't know winter was gonna be so bad, move out. And that can really fluctuate, what our surplus is, or our deficit is. So is everybody okay with that?
Kind of like to see a little more in the buildings than the 164, but you know, I know there's the other items. Obviously, the roof's a big number, and we've got the floor. Worthborough held off on doing the classroom expansion for 90 grand. Just having that in an account kind of might make it easier for those decisions down the line.
And the one thing is, remember, it's a 1-year funding. So the only reason I threw that out was it gives us, we used 200 last year. It gives us enough to use another 200 if we, up to 200 if we want to. And then there's a little fluff in there in case, not a lot, because 200 is out of a $5 to $6 million budget, is a small percentage. But we can relook at that next year too. And let's say that this year, the surplus, there's a surplus and it's 50,000.
Right.
We can next year say to the voters, let's take that whole 50 and put that in to the reserve for the building. And we're gonna have to, again, start putting money into the building reserve, into the capital improvement building and transportation every year anyways.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that number should be. That's why I thought this 164 was good. It kind of balanced all the accounts out. So I think my suggestion would be let it go for this year, but definitely your point's well taken. And we do need to really look at a plan. And I think the other thing is we used to show a 10-year plan. So like we would show, okay, right now, this year we have 100,000. Next year we fund 10, so we have 110. But next year we're buying a bus. And the net cost to us with trade is gonna be 80. So the following year we only have 30.
Right.
We put 10 in, we have 40. But look, 3 years after that, where we're only at 70, now we gotta buy a bus for 110, so we're gonna be short, so we either have to borrow or increase funding. And I think can do the same with the capital. We can project that, hey, in 2 years we're gonna do the roof, and in 4 years we're gonna do the floor and the addition, and then we just make sure the funds are there.
I understand that. I just thought it'd be better to have a larger number to start with, but I
So
think your point's taken.
what do you wanna see for a number? What would you feel comfortable?
I would think add another 50 to it maybe, but just get on that 200 might be a nice number to get the starting point. That way it's there. It's maybe a tougher sell to move it if you've already got it. I understand you're saying you can move them around, but having a little bit higher number might make life easier for some of these bigger items. And who knows what else is going to come down on us too. But I hear it. If as long as it's easy to move between accounts, I don't have a problem. You're saying too.
Moving between accounts requires voters' approval.
Right.
But I think and that's yearly. So it's not like easy that we can just decide in July that we want to move money into those individual ones.
Right.
The movement into that big reserve is easy because we vote on that ahead of time.
Right.
So but it's a point well taken, but it's not just you and I, so.
No.
What do you guys think? So Dwight's looking to put maybe more than 164. He'd like to go to 200 for the first year's funding, because there is some, some
There's
big
some stuff
expenses.
out there that, that coming down that we may need to do in the following year. If we have a larger starting point, it might make life a little easier to move that around, and it won't dip too low if we do spend that money, because we're starting at a higher point. Does that make sense?
Whether we spend the money from the general reserve or the building improvement, it's still coming out of reserve, so I'm not sure that.
I don't think we can, if it's
Well,
earmarked for general.
the building reserve, yes, that really can't just go to offset taxes.
Right, but something in the general reserve could go towards building improvements.
Correct.
So.
But that would be voted on by the public too. Because one of our articles will be to move to move X number of dollars from the reserve, from the general reserve into the capital improvement building fund. You can make it? Want some Kool-Aid?
That won't help.
Are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, Laura. Your thoughts?
Yeah.
Move more? Leave it where it is? Adjust it later?
How much do we typically move to stabilize rates? What's the range?
Well, it can go, it's been as high as 300,
Yeah.
and it's been as low as 100, a little under 100. So you'll have 4 in there, so you can move, you have enough for a couple years' movements too. If we, move.
I would rather leave it there, because I think we would probably prioritize, well, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
Right now,
I don't have a strong feeling,
On the
as long
warning,
as
we have
it's no
money.
more than 50,000.
Well, that was from last year's number. And that was just a placeholder, that was not, we need to have this discussion first to kind of fill in then we still have to have a discussion about moving funds.
I do not have a strong feeling.
I'm good with moving. I think putting a little more extra in the building would be, bump it up to 2. That still leaves 376 in the liquid reserve, which I don't think is that bad of a number for me. And that way we get that little bit of buffer in case something major does happen, a blow furnace, or if it's that hard, you can't just move reserves around. like that without getting
Well,
major approval.
so the other thing is, let's say a furnace goes to, I had this big argument with Mary Lou years ago. So if we blow a furnace up in the day after the annual meeting, don't think we're gonna wait or have a special town meeting. The furnace is either gonna get repaired or get replaced or whatever we need to do, we're gonna do what's best. And we're gonna explain it to the voters the following year. So we would spend the money and then we would have the voters next year tell us where they want that money to come from. So we would probably just take it out of operational, we would run a deficit, we would have to cover it from the reserve, and then we would go to the voters and say, okay, we took it out of the reserve, do you want it to come out of the building reserve? Do you want to just raise taxes to cover the deficit? How do you want to do it? So again, we're planning, this is stuff that we can plan on.
Right.
So,
I mean, in the perfect world, if everything works out well, we're on budget, and then the following year, the principal tells us the floor's had it, that's it, enough's enough. But then we'll have that buffer because we'll have a little more in the account that we can budget for the following year and not have to worry about transfer.
and I think we're being more responsible because just because we, the capital budget said replace the roof in year 20, well, if we can go 3 more years out, you're gonna buy, and that, we do that 3 times over 60 years, we've actually bought a half a roof really, because, and it doesn't, probably not all of us it won't affect, but it'll affect our children or our grandchildren, and it'll affect them.
Yeah, I'm just looking to make decisions a little easier.
So I'm good with, we're gonna do 100 to transportation, 200 to, building. The balance goes into the liquid, regular reserve fund. So we're gonna have roughly in that,
560. Pull out the 30 from the existing smalls.
so 530.
560.
Oh, 560 is pulling the 30.
We already pulled.
We already pulled the 30.
And then out of that 560, 200 is pre-committed. So you're at 360. So really, you just moved $40,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Everybody good with that?
Does that hamstring us for buy down for this coming year?
It would, yeah.
Your max would be 359,000.
But I would
Well,
not.
200 of that is,
So that's out of that 559.
That's already out. That's already out, so it leaves us with
We have
359. We moved 359, we got some issues.
No, we haven't gotten there yet, so.
Right.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so for now, that's what we're gonna do.
Got it.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So that was the easy part of our budget tonight.
Oh,
Okay, so now Lori's got a great sheet for us. So the way you had it, or somebody, Barry asked, how much things are gonna hamstring us. So we had budget presentation and communication discussion. So we're gonna move that up because we got Nita here, and that way Lori can go home. So we approved the budget last week based on the needs of our administration and staff, which was $5 million and some odd dollars and some odd cents. $5,680,223. Oops, thank you. Hey, Bill, will you take a set of this for Rick and just get it to Wardsboro?
Okay, so the budget that you're looking at has revenues now. So I included that, and as you can see on line 20, that's where in fiscal year 20, the 200 that we've been talking about was budgeted. I haven't put anything in there right now. This is without adding anything for reserves.
Where do you want?
On the budget itself, on page 1, line 20.
Yeah.
I was just pointing out that in the revenues, that 200,000 is what you committed for this year, fiscal year 20, we were just talking about. And then it's blank in 21 because I haven't, you haven't made those decisions yet. And those decisions will be based on this second sheet that I gave you that has a projected tax rate on it. It's a little scary sketchy, it's pretty early in the process, but we do have equalized pupils, preliminary ones, but they came in actually higher than last year, so that's excellent news. Last year, you were at 269.16, and this year, 274.80.
I'm sorry, what was that number?
269.16, and then it's 274.80. If you all look at this page here, this estimated tax rate. So, however, you know, the budget is up. We know 6.25% in expenses, so and revenues are down a little bit. So that leaves you actually over the threshold at this point in time with an ed spending number of $19,312. So that's right after the equalized pupil number. So if you want me to start at the top of that chart, would be easier.
Yeah.
Walk right down through it. Okay. So the first line that has the $5.6 million in it, that's the expenditures that you approved at the last meeting. And then we have our offsetting revenues, which is basically everything but the ed spending, because that's how we're trying to calculate what the ed spending is. So that calculation is it's very simply your expenses minus your offsetting revenue gives you your ed spending. So that's the amount of money you need to balance your budget. And then it's divided by the equalized pupils of 274.80, which gives you an equalized, or an ed spending per equalized pupil of $19,312. So the excess spending threshold, this is an estimate, but it's come in, it is for 21, it's 18,756, which means this is that cost containment measure where anything above that you are actually double taxed on. So you are $556 per equalized pupil above that threshold. So that is actually added to the per pupil cost. So you have your $19,312 plus the $556. Should be actually my calculation is off right there because I was changing it before. So it should actually be more. So it is a little higher than that because it should be higher than the 19,300. So let me get that.
19,868.
Yeah, 19,868.
So we're $556 per pupil
Over the threshold, right.
What was the threshold last year?
It was lower than that.
I think, I want to say 18,308.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Wow.
Were we over it last year too?
No.
No.
We were not.
No, we brought it down last
year too. You go through 25 of these meetings. You remember that.
You memorized it.
I do not, however, because I can't keep that much stuff in my brain.
$53,000, 153,000.
Correct, yes, right. That's exactly right. So that's what you would need to cut, either in expenses or raise revenue to get under the threshold, 153,000. So, let me just pull up this.
152, 724,
88.
What was
Did you
that?
just put it in your head?
Well, no, she's got it right here, 152,724.84.
Oh, I see it, okay.
Yeah, I did in my head.
Yes.
Shh. I should never have told my secret.
All right, so if you divide it by the yield, the proposed yield, which again is a fiscal year 21 number, but this is the number
Estimate.
that, it's definitely an estimate because it changed 4 times last year at least.
And
Went
remember,
up,
it went down,
it
yeah.
went up, but it was in the favor of the tax rate in the end. It was, it ended at 10,666 last year. I do remember that number. So the anticipated tax rate, the unified tax rate, just cross that 183 out, it's 1.88. Okay, and then you've got the incentive of 6 cents this year, because you're on year 2. brings it down to 182. Okay, and then that 182, that unified tax rate, goes through each town's CLA. Now, let me talk about CLA because Wardsboro actually, unbeknownst to any of us at the time, went through a reappraisal, and you can see their estimated CLA for fiscal year 20 was 109.93. So when we were doing this last year, that's what we were working off of, 109.93. They were reappraised and their CLA dropped to 97.39. It's a huge impact on the tax rate. So their tax rate when we were projecting last year was $1.43, which was right in line with the year before, because the CLA was right in line with the year before. Their tax rate, however, was came back at $1.63. So you all from Wardsboro should have noticed that increase on your tax bill. You did, okay, good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that had nothing to do with the budget you passed or anything, right? It had to do with the reappraisal.
Which just actually means though, you really, your actual tax dollars paid have to be pretty similar, because with the CLA being going up or down, I mean
that's what equalizes the tax
because I mean,
rates across
you know,
the
everybody
state.
wat 100%.
At 100%, yes. It means that the properties in Wardsboro are selling at higher than market value. So it's good for sales, not so good for the education tax. That's the simple version of the CLA. So where does that leave you? So you take your unified tax rate and divide it by the CLA, and it brings Dover in at $1.77 versus $1.54 for a 23-cent increase. And Wardsboro, it brings in at $1.87 versus $1.63, so 24 cents. So 13%.
That's with the incentive.
That is with the 6 cent.
But that's with no buy down.
That's right. Mhm.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Did we buy down and get out of the penalty box last year?
No, we weren't in the penalty box, but we bought down.
So last year, your goal was to basically level fund the tax rate. So you used enough to bring in, of course, not knowing what's going to happen in Wardsboro, but it would have been a level tax rate had the CLA stayed the same.
Again, you know, we don't know what's gonna happen. Last year, you know, we were all in panic mode in January because it looked like the yield went down and it was gonna be a huge increase to us, and then we, you know, then the yield went up, and then the governor found some one-time money, the legislature, whoever. So again, you know, here's another reason why at the end of the meeting, when talk about moving the annual meeting to a date more certain, like sometime in April, so that hopefully we can have a better feel. And that's why Dover a lot of times used to have their postpone indefinitely their annual meet or the town meeting on the school side until the legislature got out, so then we could actually vote on real numbers, not on, well, yeah, some years. I read somewhere being a election year that most of the time they end early or on time because nobody wants going to campaigning after having hung out in Montpelier too long. But, I mean, who knows? They probably get as many stats as they do for football and baseball now. And he uses bats when it's 38 degrees out, he bats a .185 average against lefties, but he's a .4 average against righties. So. But if it goes up to 39 degrees, he doubles his batting average. they're gonna start doing that for legislators. If it's really cold out, they vote yes on 12% of the bills. So what do you guys want to do? I'm still not, well, on the tax rate, on a transfer, on, are we gonna get nervous yet and be Chicken Little and say the sky's falling, or are we gonna just wait and see what happens in a month? The one nice thing, and the one thing we were concerned about last year, remember, was there was no discussion on the budget. There was just a vote, and it was just what we could put out ahead of time. That was another reason why we felt very strongly about trying to having a level tax rate. At least now we get to explain to the voters that, hey, you know what? This is the best we can do. If you don't like it, you know, there's your article, make a motion. Give us some guidance. We'll do it, you know, we'll do your bid.
How much would we be required for buy down to keep the tax rate level?
Right now.
Oh, you don't even wanna know.
Yeah,
If you
more,
want
more
to.
than you have in reserves.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd still like to know.
All right, well, I think it was like 300,000, roughly.
No, it was more than that, wasn't it?
500.
It was 500,000
Yeah.
we were down to? Well, 300 gets you within 3 cents.
Well, did we change that?
I just added 300,000 to the offsetting revenues. And yes, I changed, so now I'm gonna
That-
take this off, actually.
The excesses.
8 cents, 8 cents. Mhm.
How much?
If you add $300,000 of
That's about
reserves, it will get you within 8 cents. Let's try 4. There's probably a calculation, but it's 4 and 5 cents. So it's getting closer.
I'm telling you.
Thank you.
2.8% increase. So the letter that came out from the commissioner was tax rates were going up somewhere between 5 and 6% right now. It's 5 point something percent.
5.5.
So the first thing though I would argue, Mark, is that right off the bat, we're gonna be 2 cents higher because we went from 8-cent buy down to 6 cents. And,
I was just curious what the
yeah,
number was.
no, but it's, and we've always kind of said that, you know, we don't wanna buy it, cause it's more stabilization than it is equalization. Because eventually the funds will run out if we try to keep the tax rate level. And then the other problem we get too is.
That number shows that it's not even possible for us to do
Yeah.
it, so.
And then the other part of it is a lot of people make the comment that I really don't care what the tax rate is because I pay by income anyways. But even though the percentage of income you pay goes up a percentage.
It does, it goes up. That letter also stated that 2/3 of the state of Vermont pays on income.
That's if you own a house and 2 acres, but to me, that's not Vermont, that's, you know, New York, and New Jersey, and Connecticut. Vermont's at least a house in 5 or 10 acres, and there's a lot of zoning that's 25 and 50 acre areas.
So what's the open question now?
What can we do?
What do you folks want to do? Do you want to go in with, you know, an open-ended, have this discussion, let the voters tell us what to use for reserves, and we can just tell them this is how much is in there? And or a lot of times we can make a recommendation. But I would think we would want to at least put in enough to get us out of the penalty box.
Yeah.
Which was, how much was it, Lori, to get out of the penalty box? Why are you smiling, Lori? What did you just figure out?
No, he does math so quickly in his head, so, and I rely on the Excel, so I have to do it to verify.
Oh, so he was
him.
just saying that.
And he was right, he was right. It's our teamwork.
Well, no, I mean, it's because we moved 200,000 last year,
Right.
right? So we're already starting this budget 200,000 less. We're 2 cents less, so we're already starting there. 2 cents is gonna be around $26,000 to $28,000. So that gets us to about 256, and I just doubled it, that's 100,000.
Got it.
He did that in his head.
No, but that was helpful to think about, right, because we bought it down.
You buy it down, so you have to
Before we buy it
immediately-
down, or, yeah.
Right,
We don't
and
buy it
so,
down again,
so that's
right.
what's been happening every year, right? I mean, you've been buying it down, so you've been, keeping your tax rate artificially low, really, by buying it down instead of,
But it was artificially lower than should have been. I mean, there's, like you said before, Laura, time and time again, we really don't have a whole lot of places in the budget we can look at to make any type of real savings or reductions. And, we're very heavy on tuition, so, and even doing away with the Burton number doesn't really do that much because the Leland and Gray number is so close.
Very close.
And the majority of the Wardsboro people do Leland and Gray. And, unless, the only place you really save any kind of money is reductions in staff. And, it's not like we get to tell the students, it's not like we get to pick students for the grades, so it's really hard too. We do have some low student teacher-pupil ratios, but again, it's hard for us to make them bigger. It's not like we've got 3 second-grade teachers, and we can, say, okay, well, instead of having 12 students each, 2 of you are gonna have, 18 students each. We don't have that option, and even really, saying that we could close the Wardsboro building isn't really an option, because you're not gonna wanna transport all those, younger students around. So, I mean, just having 2 buildings makes it a little bit more expensive. And again, if you close a building, you gotta provide more transportation, and then, is there really any savings anyways? It's not like we're paying a bond on the other building, on either building, they're bond free. You could say that, if we had to pay a royalty to, somebody because they own the land, and it was, $1 million a year, well, yeah, then it might be worthwhile looking at doing something different. But I mean, even, one of the things we kind of bounced around in the beginning was, build one building more central to both places. And by the time you pay a bond, I don't know if you really save anything, because, nobody's gonna buy an old school building. It's not real popular. There's no machine shops looking to move, or big offices, or, corporations, or IBM is. So, I mean, I don't know what else you do.
I would push back on the tuition, because it's not like parents are gonna take their kids out of school and send them to Leland and Gray. So,
Well, that's not true.
well, I mean, it would be.
Some may.
We would know unless it happened. It would be hard for me to imagine that Burton would let go of that tuition money, so it'd be hard for me to believe. Neither here nor there. I just don't think we should assume that all.
But even again, I mean, the difference of a couple $1,000s with 30 students going is $60,000. I think it's something.
100.
I don't remember what numbers.
I think it was 100,000.
How many?
That's if every single student chose the lowest priced option.
That's if we did not authorize an additional expenditure and all of those students remained where they were.
Correct. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. And so what I'm saying is, it is hard for me to imagine that all of those students, schools would let go of that tuition money and say, well, you can't come anymore. That's tough for me to believe.
Don't forget, if you're no longer a sending town, that the tuition rate increases, $2,000.
And it's also hard for me to believe that will happen.
That's the case. It was the case prior to being a sending town in Wardsboro. So the tuition rate will raise $2,000, and you're lowering $2,000, so that increases somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 a family service to. So I can definitely see families not sending their kids with that kind of cash.
I would be, you know what, I would not want to see that happen. I can tell you that right now. I would be stunned if Burton did that.
No, it would be us doing it.
No, it would be Burton doing it.
Not accepting.
Yes.
Okay.
What Laura's saying is they could accept the statewide average tuition and fund the rest with, like a grant or a scholarship.
as I've been told they've done in the past.
But again, it's still, even if we did that, it's still gonna be, there's still
It's
gonna
a
be an
crapshoot.
increase, yeah.
It's a crapshoot.
It's a crapshoot,
Yeah,
it's an
I just
increase,
kind
there's,
of, I want to push back on the notion that it would cost us more by getting numbers up.
I never
Because
said it
don't
would
think
cost
we
us
know
more, I
that.
said it
I
could,
don't think we know that.
no, I said it could, it's not gonna be as big a savings as
Might not.
saying there's 50 students going to Burton, and you save $17,000 a student, which I was doing the other day at night. I just said, oh, well, we can save 200,000 right there, but it's not really. That would be if all the students just disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know how popular we'd be either, by making a decision like
Luckily, I'm
that.
not for that.
I guess it depends on which group we're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's been voted in every year in Dover and now Wardsboro. To change that would be a radical change.
And again, you know, to reduce staff would be radical because, you know, we have programs that are working pretty well. And, you know, students are performing well. Do we know that they wouldn't perform as well if we said, you know, reduce a staff member in each building?
Yep.
I don't know, but again, is it, you know, I don't want to experiment with a grade of kids, you know, you don't, elementary, we don't want to lose a year, you know, especially in the younger grades, we've seen what happens, you know, when we lose a year.
Yeah.
So it's kind of really,
Getting back to the, so last year we bought it down to keep the tax rate level. Is that what we did last
right,
year?
that was because we couldn't have a discussion with the voters.
Right.
They were just gonna go stand in a booth and vote, so we felt it was important to.
So this year, I guess, I don't know if the expectation, but we know that we're not getting the 8 cents, we're getting the 6 cents. So I think there's maybe some expectation that the tax rate would go up slightly because we're not getting that 2 cents.
Right, but it's going up more than slightly.
But it's like, I know that's,
Yeah.
we know we're starting at that point where there's going to be an increase.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, we also get to talk to the voters before they vote.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is when you go into the booth, you can just preconceive a year out that I'm gonna vote the budget down, or I'm gonna vote for the budget. And you don't even have to look at the budget or see what the budget is. At least you're gonna have to listen to us, maybe, even if you sit in the audience and fall asleep, maybe by osmosis, something will get in there. But I mean, you know, we at least get to hear people's concerns. And, you know, if an overwhelming majority of them say, hey, look, you know, we think this is way too high, you know, then we know that. If they say, you know, you've done a really good job for a few years, you know, this year it's a little tougher, we're good with that, but next year don't do this to us, you know, we can be given marching orders. And I don't know what people are gonna feel. I mean, like Laura said, we, you know, in both towns, because you folks in Wardsboro have done it for a few years, you've been buying the rate down. But we all knew that eventually the money wasn't gonna last forever. And we were very, in Dover, we were doing that because, you know, we said that we could level it, but yet you're gonna use, you know, 70% of your reserves, and people said, no, we don't wanna do that, let's, you know. That's why there was always, they gave us that maximum, and then they gave us a little leeway so we could spend up to this, with the idea of keeping the tax rate as stable as we could, and then we would see what happens after, you know, when we have to fill out the report in May. I mean, I don't think there's anybody on the board that is really happy with the increase. But I think we're all pretty comfortable with the budget. And, yes.
There is a tax rate comparison sheet on the back of your budget. It just has
all
you
the
know,
other towns, yeah.
all the other towns and what the tax rates are. Know that you're actually a good company. So these were fiscal year 20 CLAs and tax rates. So off of the state's website. And Margot's looking at a pretty significant increase from this too, so now.
Yeah.
It's, that was with the CLA, I mean, the.
Wow, some of those towns really got hit big with the reappraisal.
Are you expecting Dover CLA to go down a little bit, like it did 19 to 20?
No, I think she's got it as,
No, I have not got them yet, so those are all estimated.
yeah,
numbers. The tax
Dover's got,
bills haven't come out.
Dover's probably got the best
It went down.
handle on,
Went down about 0.8%
yeah,
from 19
but
to
it
20.
doesn't, we've never had a huge shift. Because, they do a constant rolling reappraisal. Remember, a lot of other towns don't have the sales too. We have a lot more sales. Stratton, Dover, Wardsboro's probably got quite a few sales too, but your resort areas tend to have more market for them to look at. But they also usually have more full-time or people on staff doing it. Yes. You wanna say something?
Long-awaited meeting study.
Yeah,
It's hard for me, well, it's.
if
we don't
there's
have
cost
that,
savings
it
in
hasn't been
numbers,
released yet.
why isn't Burlington half the cost of the smaller schools like Leland and Gray and Twin Valley?
Because you want to charge a bus.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Because you've equalized education by equalizing per pupil spending. It doesn't scale.
Right, that's not actual cost.
Yeah, and so many have been investing in their pre-K programs, as both Dover and Wardsboro have. And, you need 2.45 pre-Ks to equal one outgoing 12th grader because of the weighting, right? So a pre-K student is weighted at 0.46 and a secondary student is weighted at a 1.13.
It used to be like 1.5.
So, people have been building up their pre-Ks, but first of all, it takes 2 years to catch up because of the 2-year average. And then for every 12th grader that's going out, you really need 2.5 pre-Ks.
Well, there's another big push to increase penalties on higher spenders from Scott Beck, the teacher at the public schools. And it seems to be fairly coordinated, so he's been trying to pitch that for about 5 years, 4 years. But it does seem that there's a fair amount of coordination on that, so I don't know what's gonna happen this year, I really don't.
So my suggestion, folks, is that, we put in 200,000, buy the rate down by 200,000. And, that's our suggestion at town meeting. We'll have a little bit more updated not town meeting, for our school district meeting. We'll have a little bit more information by then because legislature will have been in session for 4 or 5 weeks, and I'm sure there'll be somebody who's, gonna grandstand on something. And, we can look at the numbers and we can make adjustments at the meeting in Dover. We would, hand out different color sheets to people saying, here's what, I would always bother the administrator because they have to be here in the morning at town meeting to make copies in different colors. And so I think, we put that in the warning and the voters get to tell us what they want to do. If they want to dump all the reserves in the 1 year, they can. If they think 200 isn't enough, they can increase it. If they think it's too much, they can decrease it.
If all we do is buy ourselves out of the penalty box, how much does that reduce the tax rate?
The 153, right?
Well, you're right, it's
Yeah.
that plus the, oh yeah.
All right.
And on top of that, we also have 556 per pupil, right?
That is the penalty,
That's
so.
that's a penalty.
So you're
But we're
basically
taxing on
taking.
that also.
Yeah, that number times the equalized
The
pupils.
equalized.
Mhm. So that gets you to Dover at $1.67, 13 cents up, and Wardsboro $1.76, 13 cents up. 7.6 and 7.7.
The other thing is,
Percent.
we're gonna have to practice this before the meeting, because the other thing is, remember too, sometimes before the meeting, schools will have to announce their tuition rates. And if we see, we were counting on an X number of increase, if it's quite a bit less, we can actually go in and suggest that they reduce the budget by that amount. We can also, if it goes up, we then maybe want to say we should increase it. And then we will have a better feel for some of those numbers again. And we can, tell people at that meeting that, we were projecting a 13-cent increase by buying it down by 200,000, but, now it's only gonna be a 10-cent increase because of these numbers. But again, we don't know for sure what's gonna happen until the guy gavels, the lady gavels the session over and everybody goes home from Montpelier.
I think 200,000 is probably a good number to go in with.
Laura? What? 200 is a good number for you?
I mean, it's a crapshoot right now. I'm gonna go with whatever.
Take 2 years.
Just a little short. He had to really reach for it because he got hurt. So you're good with it too?
I think we usually end up doing okay, figuring it out closer to time meeting meetings. The one thing I would rather, if it looks like this is what, if we end up looking at something like this going in, particularly if we're over.
In the penalty?
Yeah, if we're in the penalty, I would prefer that we come in with some options in our pocket that we can clearly explain.
Now,
the consequence, like if, people push and, we say, okay, here are things that, we would look at. First of all, we stand with the budget, which we all voted for. If the voters are gonna KO us, this is where we would start, and here's why we included it in the budget, and start from that place,
And, the one point I was gonna make is, remember that we've told the voters by our articles of agreement, we have to have a budget meeting within X number of days, 10 to 15 days before the meeting. So we decide to always have 2, one in the town that we're not meeting in, and then the one that we're required to do in the town we're not meeting in, and then the other one in the town we're meeting in a little bit earlier. And we can also, so we can get some feel from the voters then on what they feel too, and have, we can discuss that with them. And, if overwhelmingly the voters come down saying there's no way we're gonna approve this budget, we can say, well, what do you want us to do? And, we can make adjustments based on what they tell us. And again, that's one of the benefits of having a floor vote versus an all or nothing ballot vote. Your thoughts, sir?
Obviously, we can wait. I like the idea of buying, obviously you have to go to the penalty box, no question about it, so that's our minimum, I think.
Which is 2.
Yeah.
No, just to get out, the penalty is 150.
That's our minimum, and whether or not the voters tell us either way, if they want more, then we'll go to 2. That's the way I look at it. I'm sure they want more.
I'm sure they will too. I'm fine with going with 153 as well. And if they
as a
decide-
strategy.
That's still an estimated number though.
And that's the whole thing.
So that's why I'd like up to 2.
Right, up to 2.
Up to 2, yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, up to 2 as well. I'm okay with that.
But wouldn't they expect you to put in 2 to get to that tax rate though, to see on their bill?
Well, we don't know because we tell them that, there's no guarantee that we do that that's what that's gonna be, because we don't know until they leave Montpelier. And that's always been a crapshoot too. So if everybody's good with that, all that budgeting stuff that's gonna make your head blow up, I wanna do 2 other really quick things. This will be quick. So I would really like, before Lori leaves, I'd like to congratulate Lori Lori did some really hard work, and she's now a certified.
School business official.
Wow.
My bad.
Thank you, Lori.
So Lori's worked for the district for
Does that mean she's leaving?
18 years? No.
It's probably 16 or so.
So, you know, she's worked really hard. They always said yes. They keep piling stuff on her. So we really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, both as the chair of this board and also as the Wyndham Central chair. And Lori, congratulations. And it was a really nice little gift just before Christmas. I was worried when she was telling me about it because they do this review, and you had to write some letters and stuff, and they didn't even call her and interview her. And I was really nervous about it for her, but she must have done really well because it came out really quick. So really good work, and thank you. Before you leave, though, the second thing I want to ask, I really want us to consider asking the voters this year to move the annual meeting till maybe April sometime, so that we have a little more time to play with these numbers. We will also have more real numbers because we'll know the insurance increase, not estimated. We'll know what the tuition rates are because we are so tuition heavy. You know, it makes up such a big portion of our budget. And, you know, last year we had a pretty big snowstorm at the meeting, and we still had a really good turnout, even of Dover people in Wardsboro. But, you know, the weather, I know we can still have big storms in April, but, you know, you're less likely to. And I think it would give us a little bit more time. Plus, Lori, the West River group will probably continue to do theirs early anyways. So it'll also maybe give the business office a chance to concentrate on the West River one. And when that one's put to bed, then they can concentrate on ours a little bit more. Because we have been asking for more information out of Lori and her staff, you know, and I think the big thing is we just know more. We know more what's happening, and we're closer, you know, to the legislature. You know, we've been through at least halfway, so you kind of have a feel for where they're headed.
House, more
Yeah.
likely.
You think, yeah, because they always try to pass it before town meeting, right,
Well,
in March?
it's gonna pass the House and the Senate, so.
Yeah. So what do people think of that?
What's the downside?
The downside is if you get turned down and you have to come up with another budget, you may not have a budget in time for the May 30th filing deadline, but then you get the previous year's budget until you vote a budget.
Right, 87%.
87%.
87 of the previous year's budget, so.
I'm trying to remember what our reasoning was for putting it in February in the beginning.
Well, because it was, it had something to do with our articles of agreement, and, you know, that was the time, like Leland and Gray, the union had always voted around that time. And I'm just wondering if it's just compacting it too much. Remember too, though, we didn't do the actual vote till town meeting day on the budget, so we've actually moved the budget vote up almost a month.
Yeah, it's early.
The only thing to consider is the second Tuesday in April may possibly fall on Passover. We don't have that problem. I took the liberty of taking a look. We don't have that problem through 2025, but after that, you may. So it's
Plus it
just-
could be
just a thing
there's
to
a holiday
consider.
week in April too with the schools, right?
Do it the first?
We could do it the first.
You can run into the same problem. Passover can be anywhere from the end of March to the end of April.
Is it a
Because it's
certain day of
lunar
the week?
calendar, so.
Is it a certain day of the week?
No, and it's an 8-day holiday, but the first 2 nights are the only ones that really matter. But if it falls
Are
up,
people
if
of a
we
very
do this-
giving spirit, do you give gifts?
There's no gift giving.
Well, there's sort of, I was gonna say, maybe they'll give us a budget.
But if the problem comes up, we can ask a year or two in advance, you know, to ask the people to move it.
The third week of April is usually school
School
vacation.
vacation, the third week? Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're into see, if you do it the beginning of April and you have to rewarn it, it gives you time to do one in the beginning of May. And that was the only reason I was thinking the beginning of April. I mean, I don't even care if we do it the beginning of May, just with the understanding you're probably not gonna get a revote. Well, if you did it the last Tuesday of April, then you could warn something the following week and get your 30 days, and you can probably get a second vote by the end of May. But again, we're voting the budget from the floor,
it's less likely to
so
get turned down.
we're not gonna get turned down completely, we just will get a different budget than what we want. So, I mean, we could do the first week of May.
So in your contract, you guys give contracts to professional staff on April 15th. So that's the only thing that comes to my mind is,
So we'd be locked into those contracts before the
get the
budget was
money.
passed.
Yeah, so there you go.
Or we'd have to issue RIF notices to everybody and wait for the budget, and
Correct.
that's just that's just more work. So,
First week.
I like the idea of moving.
well,
I'm good with whatever.
is the last week of March, then it could be fall in that same period, right?
Yeah, I mean, with Passover, you're dealing with that whole.
Like a 3-week
it's a
period?
month, it's
A month.
like a 6 or 7 week period that it could fall in. Of the first 3 weeks in April, the second is probably gonna be your best. The first, there are already, I already see 2 conflicts in the next 5 years. But there are none for the,
I mean, if you did like
Second.
around April 10th, I mean, that's a month after crossover. You know what I mean? You're gonna know what you're on.
I think the second
You know?
one, April is probably a good time to do it.
Don't we usually try and pass the yield before town meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the House passes it, not
I thought
the,
it went up after town meeting. It was
yeah.
just before the,
Actually, it was one of the last things.
No, it was up earlier than that, because we met and discussed it in Wardsboro before we had the
Oh,
meeting.
no, that's, yeah.
And we send it over.
I think it went down after that.
We gotta send that, and then it
If it was
comes back.
before April 15th, that'd be happy.
Well, let's shoot for the second Tuesday in April, because there's no conflict in 2021, correct?
That's not,
Through 2025, there's no.
that's not vacation.
Okay, let's just start there.
Oh, vacation. It's always third week. no.
We'll
And
let
in 20
people know that could be an issue in the future.
In 2020, which is not an issue, okay, never mind. It would have been the 14th, still would have been the day before the 15th.
Okay. Well, and we can have the contracts all set to go, and if the budget passes, and Bill can send them
They're all
out the
gonna be
next day.
prepped and ready to go, exactly.
Okay, so that's gonna be an article then to move it to the
Second Tuesday.
second Tuesday of April.
so it's the same for this year.
Okay, so Lori, that should help us quite a bit too, shouldn't it, with putting numbers together? Because then can you do me a favor, you and Bill, just for the next meeting in January? Just kind of send us what the flow chart would be, or the kind of the calendar. So we probably wouldn't start discussing budgets till the first meeting in January. Because if we're gonna have it in April, we really don't have to have it out till the 1st of March.
So a flow chart for FY '22 budget building.
Right. And just make sure there's nothing that's gonna slam you guys, make sure.
Okay, yeah, we'll map it out.
But I'm hoping that would really lay a lot, that would save you guys some
Oh.
headaches, because
Tax season, that'll be affects us, doesn't it?
I,
I'm just kidding.
you're not gonna have a night that everybody's gonna make it,
On April 9th, there was nothing
Yeah.
had changed for the yield. last
On
year.
April 9th, okay.
It was after April 9th that they changed.
It changed after April 9th. last
But it went
year.
down, right?
Um,
Or did it go up?
It went up, the tax rate went down. A little bit.
Everybody good with that?
So a flow chart,
Oh,
yes.
you guys.
Okay, so now, Lori, I think if you wanna skedaddle, you're good.
I can do the skedaddle.
Wow.
You guys are
Thank
awesome.
you. Thank you, Lori.
Yes.
Anita, how are you?
I'm good.
Nita?
We miss you at our meetings.
I miss you.
So, we want to now we have a budget, we have some dilemmas, we have some changes. So, we were going to, I think the idea was to, since we prepaid on some stuff, to have you help us with, again, like you did last year, to get the word out to people. So, I think the big words are gonna be when is the meeting? The meeting is
February
February
11th.
February 11th. What's the meeting just before that in Wardsboro? What would be the first Monday in February?
February 3rd.
February 3rd? And what's the meeting in Dover would be the third Wednesday of January, which is January?
3rd.
20th.
January 20th, thank you.
Third
Did you do that in your head?
No, it's on the agenda.
Third Monday.
It's also MLK Day. Which I know.
Oh, yeah. Third
Maybe the
Monday.
27th,
We could move
because then
those.
the meetings would be a week apart in both towns.
Okay.
January 27th.
Yeah. So our deal has been, so since we have a regular meeting in January and in February, we'll use those to, the first part of the meeting will be present the budget to the voters. So we would want to let people know we're going to be presenting the budget at that time. So those would be some important dates, and that you get to vote on it on February 11th. I think it'd be important to have the agenda go out to people.
The annual meeting.
Right, the agenda of the annual meeting, and also the budget. And the with a big caveat that this is a best guess estimate and nothing set in stone until the legislature adjourns for where your taxes are gonna be. And if you have any questions, come to these meetings and come vote.
So essentially, you're gonna have 3 opportunities to have discussion.
Right.
One in each town, and then a live town meeting.
School district meeting.
Right.
By town meeting, it'll be all over but the crown.
Annual meeting.
What about early voting and absentee voting?
It's from the floor.
The only thing that gets voted
You
by
can't
person
absentee
is
the
my
ballot.
my
You can't
election.
absentee ballot from a floor vote.
So it's a floor vote, so there's no.
Right.
Got it. And that was what was amended at the last meeting. Everybody voted.
Right.
Okay. Time of the meetings?
7 o'clock. For
And are they at the
For the
school?
annual meeting, and then 6:30. No, the annual meeting's at the town halls.
Only the annual meetings at the town hall,
Yep, Dover Town Hall this year.
Dover.
And then the other 2 meetings are at the schools. And not the office, the town hall on Holland Road,
Diamond,
across from Dorothy Johnson's house.
up at the library.
Yeah.
Um,
No, not at the library, but next door to the
yeah,
library.
next door. So the February and January meeting are 6:30?
Yes. The February school board meeting starts at 6:30, so that's when we'll do the first hour we'll dedicate to town meeting discussion,
Okay,
or to
and-
school district meeting discussion.
And that's February 3rd and January what?
27th, because Laura doesn't want to meet on Martin Luther King Day.
27th. Okay, and there's no dates or on any of these meetings?
No, we run meetings, we're Vermonters, and we expect it to snow in Vermont.
Okay, so you want press releases, posters at the schools, email blurb to go out. We already missed the Bucketville
Yep.
for the January meeting in Dover, but I can get the 2 February meetings at least.
They're the more important ones and for the Bucketville anyway.
Right, well, that's the only thing people in Wardsboro read, I'm telling you.
Yep.
So the usual suspects, the Reformer, Deerfield Valley News, all that. Front Porch Forum. Are you throwing stuff on a website anywhere? Who's doing that?
Well, yes, where's Bill?
So you're still using the WCSU.WindhamCentral.org?
Yes.
So it'll be on there?
Yeah, budget should be on there, right? Somebody help me?
It has not been uploaded yet, but it will be.
Okay.
So there'll be a link available to you. And the schools, you want it sent to you to post on your
Sure.
sites?
That'd
Okay. And, okay, you're not considering a mailing of any kind?
No, that's,
I think we should do it.
I think we need to do a mailing. Does everybody agree that we should do a mailing? Mailing adds the cost increases the budget, budget increases increased tax rates.
You spent a lot of money on it last year, but as you said, people showed up, so I don't know how you weigh those two things. I mean, it was a lot of money.
Do you remember how much it was?
Don't know the exact
Bill,
figure.
how much did we spend on mailings last year, do you know?
I do not know that.
I wanna say it was somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
Yeah.
Because, well, we had that person print the,
That,
we had that thing printed.
It was nice.
Yeah. You know, there's no town report, so unfortunately, I think,
It's really important to do.
do you think it's, you
I
said
think-
it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I think the $2,000 to $3,000 to at least make the effort to put something,
everybody's-
comprehensive in everybody's hands. We can't make
You're
them read
talking
it.
about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did we mail that last year? or
Yes.
just-
Yes,
Did mail it.
we mailed it, and then we
Wow.
had a few extras after.
We
Right.
mailed it to all the voters, but I spent a lot of time, and I know you spent a lot of
I spent a
time
lot of time.
going through, like, you know, if,
Duplicate.
yeah, you know, like I got 4, gonna be sent to my house, because me, my wife, and the 2 kids are all voters, so.
Try and get rid of.
You mailed
Trying to
two
do it.
2,759 of these last year, and you mailed them on January 24th, and they got there literally in the nick of time. The cost of the postage was $805.63, and the cost of the printing was somewhere in this book. I guess I don't have that. I wanna say it was like about 2,000 something.
I seem to remember a number of 3,300 total, or 3,600.
I was gonna say 32, so, because I think I had to write him a check, and you guys had to reimburse me, because the guy wouldn't release the stuff without a check. Yeah.
It was a lot, that's all I remember.
Okay, so if we want to do this, folks, then what we need to do is, for the next meeting that we have, Mark, is January.
The next meeting is
Yeah.
January 6th.
January 6th. If we have it all ready to go to press and vote on it on January 6th, we should call that guy up, the printer, and then just see if we get it to him January 7th, if he can have it out the following week.
So your deadline to him would be January 7th.
Right.
All right, but you have to,
Well, we meet January 7th, right, Mark, you said?
6th.
6th. So we would get it all to him on the 7th, because on the 6th, if you can make the meeting on the 6th, we can approve it as a board.
no, when would I make it? I need time, like, if you give
Between
me.
now and the 7th, the 6th.
It takes me a couple of days to actually make the thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying we can do it can you do it between now and the 6th?
Yes, if I have everything, do I have everything?
Well, we'll get you the budget, we'll get you the warning,
I got the warning just now.
we can get you the
That's
financials.
just that's not a locked-in one.
What else do I need?
What did we have last time? Did we
And we had a letter from
Richard?
the superintendent, and I
Letter from
think
the
one from the
principals
principals,
and some pics.
and one from Rick and
Now,
I.
they're gonna go on vacation, so I can't hustle them for pics.
Just send them an email, they'll send you some pics.
Yeah.
You can have some for PEX.
Actually, you don't even have to hustle them, because Bill, will you make sure that Anita has some pictures?
You just
I don't
contact,
need too many, only a few.
we'll make it work.
And then I'll get hold of Rick, and Rick and I'll get you a letter. Bill, can you get her a letter?
I have a letter.
Matt, can you and Tammy do a letter? If you want to do separate or joint, however you feel most appropriate, yeah.
I would love it
Okay.
if you could do that.
And then,
Talk about the bills.
you wrote a letter, Rich, last
Yeah,
year?
Rick and I think, didn't we? Wasn't it
No,
the
it
chair?
was you.
Okay, Bill, did you write that for me so it looked like I knew what I was talking about?
I did not actually, you did write it, you wrote it really well. It was fantastic,
That was a nice show, though.
it was a good reading.
Okay, and I'll write you a letter,
Okay, and then last year we had this timeline thing.
Yeah, I don't think we need a timeline.
You don't need a timeline? So is there any way?
I think we just want to announce that, we want to make sure people know that, bring this booklet with you on the 27th in Dover and the 3rd in Wardsboro, on the 11th at the Dover Town Hall. And please come, because this is, very important for you to find out what's going on.
Okay, so, as you know, this is printed in 4-page increments. So last year it ended up being this many pages. So if there's any way you could squish it down, it'd be one less, you could say.
It should be able to.
Gonna go up, we didn't have the budget in it last year.
Right.
We didn't.
We did not have that, we had this
printed the
budget
budget.
summary.
All you had was this.
We printed the budget separately last year, well, we
Right.
didn't, you guys did.
Do we wanna make the whole budget in there?
Yes.
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
So how many pages is that gonna
You
be?
could write a shorter
It's
letter.
5 pages.
It's 5
No,
pages.
Bill, if we could maybe shorten up the letters to half a page.
I think that's gonna buy you
Email.
much.
Did you really want a superintendent's letter?
Yes.
No, I think it's,
Everybody wants to hear from you, Bill.
I don't think it's so much the superintendent, but just Wyndham Central. And I think the reason, Bill, it's important is because last meeting, there was a lot of discussion on the superintendent's budget.
I don't know, I got a letter prepared, I did it the same as I did last year.
Okay.
It's general for every different.
No, that's fine.
Here's a recap of all the steps it was last year to complete it.
So there's 5 pages in the budget. And then do you still want the summary that I had?
No,
done?
because you're giving them the budget, I don't think we need to
So don't do the
summarize.
summary.
5 pages.
So the print bill will come in more and the postage will be more.
Well, but again, there's no other way to get the budget.
All right, and,
I think if you direct it
we'll
to the
have to go
website.
through the lists again and sit,
Well,
I mean, I
Hang on, guys, I'm sorry. Dwight just said something. Say it again out
Well,
loud so
they could,
everybody
it
hears.
could be directed to a website for the budget, not ideal.
What if we
I'm not
did the
crazy on it,
budget
but
summary?
5 pages is a lot of numbers.
And if you want to look at the specific budget, here's where it's available.
I think we should make it easy. I don't think we should
5
make it work
pages.
for it.
That's a lot of budget, but I'm with you, I think it should be in there too, but
Yeah.
that's a lot of print.
What do you
How
think?
confident are you that all your people can get the?
Website, they can get it.
How
If they want it,
confident
they can
are
get
you
it.
that all your people can get the budget
I'm not.
online?
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, we'll certainly be handing it out at the meetings, obviously, the budget, so see if that.
No, but it would be good for maybe if people reviewed the budget ahead of time.
Yeah, no.
Anita, what do you think?
You really can't ask me, because if it was up to me, I'd mail them a postcard and say everything's online. If you can do Facebook, you can go on a blog page
Can we
or
put the
website.
budget on Facebook?
And, no, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean, like, it's just like going on Facebook, go on wyndhamcentral.org, there's a RSV UVD chapter, and just click on the big thing that says, here's our annual whatever, and read your little hearts out.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
you can't ask me a question, because I'm not.
All
That
of
would
our
be one
content
thing, but we
probably.
don't.
We
It
do
would-
have a webpage.
No, we don't.
We got it through Wyndham Central.
The board has a page where
That's
our
next.
documents
That's next.
go.
Right,
But
if
we
it
don't, we
was-
don't have RVUSD no longer has a website.
We don't have that site anymore?
No,
Well,
the
I mean,
domain
it's
name
still,
was
it was
expired.
redirected.
by
no,
now.
the domain,
Still have it.
I renewed the domain name, it's still there,
Yeah.
but it hasn't been updated since the last time.
Well, I
updated it.
archived it, and I made a new homepage that said all the previous material up to X date is
Right.
available as archival material, but there'll be no further updates.
Mm.
So I certainly can freshen all that up and really archive all that's there now and post the whole thing online, but, I mean, I'm just so not attached to paper. It's just sits there with a big notebook. but-
Yeah, even the bucket bill isn't
I
mailed
just
any
think
longer.
it's like people want to get to it fast and quick and look at only the parts they want to look at, and I don't know. I think having copies on paper for people who come to a meeting is useful. You know, not everybody's going to have their tablet. And it was fun to make, and it was pretty, and I think it made a good impression on people for your first year. But for me, I mean, I don't get paper anymore. Even, you know, everything I do is like online, everything.
I still get all my bills in paper.
I don't
kidding.
do anything.
Yeah, I want to see the paper, it's easier for me to.
Wow.
I don't get any paper. Well, I would like to avoid this book being like 20 pages, because this is gonna cost a fortune to print and a fortune to mail.
And if your budget's 5 pages and the summary is a 6th page, and then you got a couple reports and some pictures, you're up to 8 or 12 8 or 10, 12
Right.
pages.
Take the pictures out.
No, if you're gonna be in 4-page increments.
You
so
always
gotta
have to go up by
4,
4 pages.
8, 12.
This was 12.
That was 12.
Front cover, back cover included.
So we can keep it to 12. So it's not gonna cost any more to mail. Did postage go up in the last
A little
year?
bit, yeah.
Yeah, it did.
I'm gonna bring in another issue here. So can we send it electronically or email it to all? We've been talked about this, getting email lists a long time ago.
Yeah, there's no
You
email.
know, we don't have one currently other than the school.
The only people that would get it was the school
Schools.
community.
Right.
And last year, I had the Wardsboro voter list, and I sat in front of the television and worked on it
Oh, Lord. I'm sorry.
to get rid of all the extra names. And Andy started on the Dover list, but then Rich went through it again to try to cut down the number of copies. Yeah, my goal was to get it under 2,000 copies, but we didn't succeed. That's why you got 4 of them.
And even with that, sometimes you gotta be careful because, you know, multiple families may use the same PO box, so we get yelled at by somebody.
Yeah, or an apartment where they have the same street address with different names. I screwed up on some of those because I thought it was just like the husband and wife, they did different names, but it was actually 2 apartments.
I mean, I'm not a fan of paper, but I did enjoy that. I still like getting my annual report in paper, so.
Okay, so everybody, we're in agreement. Everybody wants to see a paper.
I'm happy to make it. I had fun doing it.
Okay, so please, we're
Yeah.
gonna make it. We're gonna include the whole budget. Everybody agreed to that. We'll have to see, pardon? The dates are important, but the dates and the dates and times and locations. I think, you know, we can waste a couple pictures on the front cover. The back cover pretty much has to be the mailing portion, right?
Right, the only reason I put pictures there is because you can't put anything else there. You can only have,
So we really, out of the 12 pages, we lose 2 pages, the front and rear cover, because you don't want to put much on that. So you got, so that leaves you 10. 6 of it's a budget, so that leaves you 4. Locations take up half a page, 3.5.
the
Bills.
articles.
The articles are 2 pages. Well, the articles are actually a page and a half.
Right, and if I could make that smaller font, last year I did all this in 11-point font. I could go down to 10.
Yeah, I
But like
think they're
these pages,
recommending 12 because people are getting older and can't see.
these pages could be like a column for the Wyndham Central letter, a column for the board letter, a column for the Dover letter.
If we're gonna kill a tree, let's make it so that the tree didn't die in vain.
Yeah.
And that somebody can actually read it.
Just saying. This, like, yeah, see, like, I made it extra spaces though, so.
Hey, you guys are the ones that are making this meeting go forever. You just let me do whatever I wanna do at the over.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
Let's leave it up to Anita.
Anita, yeah, so Anita, we're gonna get you something from the principal's bill, the board itself.
Yep,
We'll get you the dates, the agendas, and the budgets.
yep,
And then let's see where we stand, and you give me a call, and the board's gonna give me permission with Rick to approve whatever gets sent out, they don't care.
all right.
But we're gonna look at it
I
at the
feel like
7th.
that might be too strongly worded.
But we're gonna look at it as a group on the meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, I can have a definite, like, if you and I talk about it once beforehand, I can have like a
Yeah,
final-ish
yeah,
thing
and,
at that
and
time.
Bill will write my letter, I'll write my letter tonight, tomorrow night. Can you contact a printer? I noticed that there's another guy doing printing over there on Canal Street he prints banners and stuff. I wonder if he could do it.
I don't know, I'll make a couple phone calls.
There's a graphics guy where the motorcycle, where D&D,
Oh, it's been for a while. Lotus?
Lotus. Do they do
Oh, yeah,
these?
we've used Lotus a lot. I find that Minuteman is a little bit less complicated.
Okay.
You know, you're talking to the owner himself all the time,
We
and you
don't have
get
to do
really
it.
fast answers.
No,
So-
it's under $2,000.
But, yeah, I like Lotus. So you're gonna
You're
work on
okay,
the,
right? Bill?
you're gonna work on the
Thanks.
mailing list again?
I'm not gonna work in the mailing list. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that.
How do we do that then?
I think we're just gonna have to plan on mailing a bunch more.
It'll end up being close to 5,000 pieces.
It's, you know what, it's not my right to take somebody off the mailing list.
Well, we weren't taking them off, really. We were trying not to take them off. We were trying to.
Yeah.
One to an address. One to an address, as opposed to one for you and Regina.
Okay,
But you don't
I'll give
need
you a
to
list and
an
you can
address
cross
of
it
the
out.
vote.
Because it's not just taking them off, it's adding the names. So, you know, if there's,
We can give the list to.
where I got in trouble was I maybe sent it to Laura Sibilia. I didn't include Laura, TJ, and Junior, or.
See, and when I did the Wardsboro list, I tried to like type in every
Right,
name
and
and all.
in Dover, that will take you forever.
Right, it took me forever in Wardsboro because I didn't know enough people
And
to.
it took me forever, and I just don't have the time. If I have to write a
Can
letter.
we do postal patron?
I don't think you can with this kind of document, but I will find out.
I think that's a fuzzy.
Because I think that Bucketville News looked into how to not have to put addresses on it, and it didn't work. So, and then in
And I
that
think
case.
you're actually gonna wind up with a whole bunch more, because there's so many people in West Dover that are, you know, so many, I go in the West Dover post office with 15 keys. So I'll get 15 of them.
I am not going to agree that I should take on the DJ.
Well, I can talk to Andy. I'll give Andy.
Andy's not gonna take it on either.
No, no,
because
no,
Andy-
I'll just ask him if there's some way that he can think of that we can make these lists clean.
Can we send it
and-
to text? We can't send it to the text, we'll see if we can.
Again, and
Registered
it's,
voters, right? Registered voters.
right, but
Yeah.
the problem is if there's, you know, a
Right.
couple kids in the house, I mean, there were some houses that, like, I think there was 8 or 10 of them going to the house.
And I pulled dozens out of the trash in the Wardsboro post office. And I just crossed out the address and put them around where people could pick them up.
Okay.
Right.
It's not an easy task.
Nope.
Okay, so we'll talk on the 7th. You and I will email,
Yes, we will.
okay, and then, and we'll have something for the meeting on the 6th. But you'll at least get somebody lined up and let them know we're looking for 12
Yep, I'll
pages.
talk to a couple people.
And we're looking to get it out ASAP.
Okie dokie.
Okay, cool. We're having a blast. Okay, I know, that's why you guys are just enjoying the meeting.
All right, Matt.
Old business.
Stepping it up.
Equity, calendar for discussion, it's just a placeholder. Website design, placeholder, we're gonna talk about tonight. Residency policy, F-13 action, so,
There are no changes to either the Wardsboro and Dover. It's just been reformatted to be under River Valley, so it's the exact same policy.
thank you, Anita.
Wardsboro and Dover had a line there 3 years ago.
You're gonna hate me.
No, it's okay.
I've gotten lots and lots and lots of comments.
Yeah, me too.
Comment away,
I
man.
did homework.
That's good.
That makes me
Bad
feel
last
good.
meeting.
Rich, can I open up the discussion with a question to
Guilt
Bill?
set in.
Would you like to ask Bill a question?
Go for
I
it.
would, yeah.
Ask Wild Willie a
Good,
question.
I'm glad you did.
It is,
You guys have one of these?
it is clear that F-13 and, I think the affidavit,
Go to the affidavit.
are written for, non-operating districts.
That is the model in which we have used it
Taken from it. So we have some work to do there.
Okay. Right?
I have, do you want small little, like,
No.
editorial
Yeah. What I-
changes
yeah.
in addition to content?
Where are you?
Okay, so hang on then. Are you serious when you say a lot? Like, do you have more than 5 or 6?
Oh, yeah.
How many do you have?
I had about that, 5 or 6.
Do we wanna maybe just, do you wanna type an email? Do you wanna go through and edit that and then get that to me so we get it to Bill?
Sure.
And maybe that would be the better thing to do, just to save time. If
And then I can bring it back on in January.
Right, because if everybody can send me your edits or send them to Bill, send your edits directly to Bill, let him edit it and bring it back to us.
I think mine weren't so much edits, I just had some questions.
Okay, go ahead. So, Mark, any questions you have other than
I'm looking to
edits?
see which, I want, go ahead with.
Okay.
That's great. Oh, first of all, thank you both very much.
Yeah, I mean,
Outstanding.
so for the Dover Wardsboro policy, 2 of the criteria, I guess, for being a resident are 5 and 6, a recent bank statement and a packing slip from like UPS or FedEx. I don't know if, first of all, a packing slip from FedEx, is that something that pretty much anyone residents, if you could get something shipped to you?
Well, usually it's like an electrical bill or it's a.
Yeah.
Like 2 separate.
So I didn't think that was really a
That's
good.
fine.
The DMV does that also.
What's that?
The DMV uses that as one of their criteria.
Really?
Well, it's usually a
Just a
utility
packing
bill.
slip
In
from
addition,
UPS?
in addition to utility bill, they want some other piece of
Yeah, but-
semi-official mail.
Okay, my only question is like a packing slip you could ship, you put your name on any address, I would think you ship it somewhere, so that was my question on that. Bank statement, I don't know if that tells you anything either, because you can set up a bank account with any address, I would think. So that, I don't know if those are good ways of proving.
Indicators, I think, of commitment.
Maybe,
to the
yeah,
bill.
but maybe.
You have a bank in Connecticut, or do
But
you
these
have
are-
a bank
These
you
are,
could possibly visit?
they're, like, what they're saying is that this is the following, use these as proof of residency, but not just an indication of where they're at. So I don't think, my only concern is these don't prove residency, those 2 things. That's
Well,
my only
the-
concern there.
Right, because it's subjective.
Yeah, so I don't,
So it's just how many pieces can you produce?
right. The other ones are great, but those 2 I think are, like, maybe you'd be thrown out, or, I thought maybe a tax return would be better, but anyway.
Well, tax return that shows where you filed, because, part of it is you're claiming residency for your, so that you pay taxes.
Yeah.
You pay your school tax by income versus.
Yeah, I think, was it in the other one, was the declaration, was in the other,
And the affidavit.
affidavit, so I would think the declaration would be much better to be put in that.
You're gonna email me this.
Sure.
Great.
A number of questions. One, the homestead. My house is owned by a trust.
Okay.
I don't fill out a homestead. I couldn't prove residency.
You don't fill out a homestead?
I did not fill out a homestead.
Okay.
A new house, I will, but where I live now, I wouldn't be able to. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, that's
So
just
you're,
one.
you're a tenant, then you, in your house, you really don't own it, because
No,
trust owns it.
Trust owns it.
Right, so you pay rent on it? You don't reimburse the trust or anything? Okay. Because we had that one time, and that's what the person was able to do, was show that they wrote checks to the trust for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also the trustee, so I could write a letter saying that I'm the tenant. But, I mean, that doesn't, again, that doesn't, I'm just raising
Yeah.
possible issues. I know a number of people that live in homes and apartments, happens all the time in New York City, that are owned by trusts.
Yeah, that's
or
just-
other family members.
And that's just one example of, but I think a declaration is stronger than a UPS packing slip, that's my only point, is one option to prove residency.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with
Yeah,
you
okay, all
on that. I personally couldn't present a bank statement for one of the bank because I bank in a
Right,
bank that
that's
doesn't
true
have a
too.
Vermont branch. But that's just me. I have no problem asking for those things because I think that it helps the people making the decisions as to whether or not you are a resident. I don't think they can be exclusionary.
Thank you.
Same thing with utilities. Somebody can live in a house and the utilities can could not be in their name.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think those are things that just, they're good to ask for, I just don't think they can be exclusionary.
Short story, I share a well with my neighbor. He's getting older, so I decided it was in his name. So I thought I'd have to go through hoops. I just called up the electric company and said, can I put it in my name? They said, sure. They didn't ask anything.
And I had to change the meters for Trail's Edge out of the developer's names, and it took me a year.
Really?
It took me like about 100 phone calls and letters and emails.
They could care less. As long as you're going to pay the bill, great. So, anyway.
Yes. Well, let Dwight, are you?
I have some others, but if anyone wants.
No, why don't we let Dwight finish? And then we'll go to.
So I guess other than that, I thought that was great, the actual policy. So then the affidavit, just, some questions I just don't know. So question 7, is this a continuous, regular, and adequate residence? I'm not sure, what that really even means, or what, and I guess I understand the meaning or the reason behind it, what it's trying to get at, but I don't know what it's even, maybe I'm not quite sure. What is a continuous, regular, and adequate?
So I set up my my pickup camper in the backyard, and me and the 5 kids are living in it for the summer because we're kind of camping
Not
out.
adequate.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's necessary. And then the next one is it a primary nighttime residence? I'm not sure what that means either. And how many nights are spent in these? I get the intent, and just the questions seem kind of vague to me, and I'm not quite sure I understand that. And then number 10, what brings the guardian to this area of the town? Is that something we can ask? I guess we can ask it. It's on the,
You can ask anything.
you can ask anything. So you're asking why are they moving here?
Can I ask a question related to that? It was unclear to me whether, in number 9 says, if no, please skip next question. So, and the question is, do you own, rent, existing living arrangement with any properties other than the one listed above? So, if they say no, then are they meant to skip question 10? Or are they
Trying to
just-
get to the point of, I own a home in New Jersey, and I purchase or rent a condo in Wardsboro. Am I staying there, or did I just purchase it?
If it's your only house.
I understand the question, I think we should just say skip question 10.
I pulled stuff out, so that can easily be edited. But please mark that.
Get me wrong, I'm completely in favor of this. I'm just trying to figure
No,
out
that's
if
great.
fair and equitable
Yeah.
questions and necessary questions. So then on page 3, so it says, I certify that students residents within the RSU has not been established solely for the purpose of attending the schools thereof. What would be the harm if it was the primary reason that they came here? They came here because they wanted to go to school.
I think that goes to Mark's
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that move to the school districts because they like the school.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why that question is in there.
Well, the difference is
Yeah,
if.
this is, we like the tuition that you pay to the private
Maybe.
schools.
Maybe, I'm just, that could be a valid reason for someone moving to an area and they.
No, we're not saying it's valid or invalid. We're asking them to attest that is correct or incorrect.
Yeah, so anyway, and this one, I certify that I have intent to maintain a principal dwelling place in the school district indefinitely.
That's directly from the law.
Yeah.
So what does that mean from the law? What do you mean in terms of, so you have to testify that you're staying here indefinitely, right?
That is the quote from the law.
Okay, all right.
If you were to challenge
Well, that's their intent,
residency,
so I guess
you
I-
have to challenge that fact.
Yeah, so that their intention is to stay here and, okay. That's all I really had, I think.
That's really good. It's very
That's my
helpful.
homework, see?
I appreciate it. All right, board.
Alright, so in F13. Dwight pretty much brought up most of my questions.
Did you guys have like a party and stuff?
Yeah, that's right. It was a crazy, it was a rager.
On page, what is page 3? Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
No, but
No.
you're gonna send me the others.
There's a line in regards to if a pupil resides in the Dover Wardsboro area as an emancipated minor. Next sentence is, the natural parent or legal guardian and the emancipated minor must complete an affidavit concerning pupil residence. Why would a natural parent or guardian need to require an affidavit for an emancipated?
Highlight that.
What's that?
Highlight that. You're right.
Okay.
Grammatically. Because if you're emancipated,
You
you're,
are.
you're legally
own
making your own
guardian.
call.
Yeah. Kind of a stupid question, but there's a phone number in here, which I believe is probably the Dover School, 5386.
I brought that one up too. I called it to see if it was River Valley's, and it was answered Dover School.
I'm pretty sure the 464, it gives it away.
I called Lori on staff. She tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bill, we need to decide, when I call 464-5386, I don't care if that's a number, but it shouldn't be answered Dover School, it should be answered River Valley's Unified School District.
If it's in this policy. But in general, it should be answered the Dover School, because this is the Dover School, and that is the number from the Dover School. Until the board decides that this isn't the Dover School, that would be my recommendation, that you would answer the phone, this is the Dover School.
I mean, we can't have two places that are being answered the same.
Why not?
Two separate buildings that are being answered the same?
Well, they don't have to be exactly the same, it
So-
could be River Valley's Unified School District, Dover,
Okay, well, that's not
but
exactly
it's
the
not
same.
Dover School, it's River Valley's Unified School.
Then I think there should be a separate RVU or some phone number. Parents are gonna wanna call the school. They're not, parents aren't calling the district.
On this one, they're calling for the district.
You're right. No, for here, there probably should be a number for the school.
They don't have a number.
I'm fine with it. We have to say Dover or Wardsboro though, because you can't answer it the same for both buildings.
No.
I answer the same, no matter what building I'm in.
Hello?
What do you want? Hello? No, I'll start using hello, that's so much nicer.
No, but that's a good catch, because I would like to have two numbers, yes.
I'm assuming it was just a typo.
Bill's human.
The actual VSA law number was left out with 3016.
Yeah.
I also would like to, see the actual laws included in this packet and not just the one
The
sentence,
citation.
not just the one, number 2 that starts with section 3, which is for the purposes of this title, resident. But it's right, but that's only the first line of the entire law, and I think there are other relevant parts to that law. So I think we should just have a page where the relevant laws are included.
You wouldn't cite it at the bottom.
I would not cite it at the bottom. I don't want them to have to go look it up. They're also not the easiest things to look up.
You all set?
I'm all set, yes.
You all good, Bill?
As long as the two of you.
I'm fine.
No,
You're sending me,
I know,
you're,
trust me, you're gonna get it.
No, I mean, is Bill all set with what Mark? Okay, your turn.
So the citations
Yes.
can change, the law can change every year.
The citation law. Well, the laws
Well, the
have.
section
yeah, they have-
usually, the individual, usually the chapter will stay the same. Residency will always be under that
I mean,
chapter.
sometimes you just change a word,
Right.
sometimes you change a phrase, but the citation will likely remain the same.
Okay.
That's, otherwise you're gonna be,
You'd have to update it.
It'll be
You'd have to update it
stale,
every
yeah.
year. Okay.
it would be nicer to have the whole law there.
it was a great discussion.
Well, it's not that
Maybe
hard
just
to
look-
find
just
if
include
you,
it-
if you
include
go
it
into
in-
Vermont statutes, Title 16, VSA.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a hard time doing it, but.
If I can do it on my flip phone, almost anybody.
You can do it on your
cannot
flip
No,
phone?
he can't, no, he's lying. No, he can't.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Bill, listen.
What's the law?
Matt, can you do me a favor? You call me again? Are you all good, Lord?
Yes.
The only thing I had was a phone number, because I actually called the number figuring I was gonna talk to somebody in River Valley's Unified School District, and
You need to get that.
Hey,
back.
I'm talking.
Something very important.
You need a gavel, Mr. Chair.
I want an oak gavel that I can wrap somebody in the knuckles with. Can I get a ruler? Okay.
Or your last meeting.
Annual meeting, discussion we covered. Mark, you want to bring up transportation? Under old business?
Yeah, we can discuss the warning, because I had a couple of comments on the warning also.
Yeah. But do
But first,
the transportation.
Okay. We got well, Bill and I got an email from Chris on his discussion with Mark at, deal with it, at
Muskies?
DDA. The crux of it is that DDA wants us to pay for a bus.
That they're not gonna help.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, they
I
will
was-
organize it,
they
they
will-
will arrange it, and they will invoice for it.
They will definitely invoice
Gotta
for
pay
it.
for it.
There are, I believe Chris mentioned that there is one district where parents can pay like $800 a year to use the bus. Bill? Am I
Yeah.
right?
They pick the bus up at the Stratton town offices.
Is it our welcome sign?
Yeah. I think it is
So,
$8 or $900.
So, my only question for the board is that something we even want to consider allowing parents, giving parents that option? If not, I'm not even gonna convene another transportation committee meeting because.
Well, I think Wardsboro, we're allowed to opt into that if we want to.
Right.
I don't know about, I don't know why
Guess you
Dover
could.
would be any different.
It just leaves so early
That-
that
that
hardly
bus-
anyone
that-
takes.
that
It
bus
leaves
is
like
full.
6
And
in
it
the
was,
morning.
it is full.
It was at
yeah.
capacity, yeah.
Right.
It was at capacity, right,
Right.
yeah.
Where was this bus coming to?
This particular one was going to Dots.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
and it was $32,000. And that only covers morning.
That's just the morning.
Right.
Yes.
I think if we hear clamor from the public demanding that we do this, then we should move forward. Other than that, we should just leave it.
Well, it's good to know,
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
we now have.
Now we have a
we
number.
now
You have a number,
Now we
you
have
have
a
a,
number.
you have a distance, you have a number, you
And
have.
I think you should share with the committee.
I was gonna share, I just wasn't gonna call a meeting to discuss just the numbers.
Right.
That was all.
Okay. Are you good then, sir?
I am good. yes.
Everybody on board good? Okay, so back to the annual meeting. So, Matt just passed around, the warning, so this is the latest and greatest from Andrew. So, legal voters, town of Dover, everything there was good. Article 14, that was my typo, to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting Dover and from the floor at the town meeting in Wardsboro on March 3rd. The polls will be open for Australian voting. The town meeting starts at blank in Wardsboro.
Here's a color copy coming.
Oh, you brought color copies?
Wow.
Well, Andy colored them, so I figured.
Okay, so
Reds
anyways,
and
what time
yellows
does the
and-
town meeting start in Wardsboro? Anybody?
Town meeting? 10 a.m.?
Is it 10 a.m.? Can you find out, Bill?
Yeah.
Roy, you didn't sound real positive.
Thanks. 10 a.m.?
Are you sure?
You know, I think it does, yeah.
Okay. You want us to go with it? Huh? Okay, so anyways, Article 1, I don't think anybody has any problem with. Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7.
Article 7 looks a lot like Article 6.
Article 7 is Article 6.
I left those in.
Did you do that on
I
purpose?
noticed that.
We both get it, you got it too.
You guys
So
both,
we both did
you
our
both
homework.
let me know. I was impressed.
Was that a test?
That was a test.
It's not a test. I also have a question in regards to that. Who does that apply to?
That applies to anybody that gets mileage reimbursement.
Which is whom?
Well, the board can get mileage reimbursement if you go to training. The school personnel get mileage, like if they go make a deposit somewhere. It's anybody that's allowed to get mileage reimbursement. So Article 6 should be mileage reimbursement. Article 7 shall be, shall the voters authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the capital reserve fund, but not more than, and we're gonna change that to 200. Okay, so Andy's suggestion is swap Article 9 and 10 in case 10 needs to be adjusted if the voters amend 9.
Which was the...
Which was just the opposite of what Rick
Opposite.
wanted.
Yeah.
So I think we can just go back and swap them again.
Yeah, I believe it.
Is that 17,850 and a final number, Bill?
We have not
Best guess.
received our letter. We'll get a letter.
So we're gonna put,
No, that's exactly what,
Very soon.
no,
that's exactly what Rick said.
Right,
Put the
but-
budget first and then do the tuition rate.
right, so we want, which is the opposite we have. We have the tuition rate first and the budget second.
I know, but that's not what he wanted.
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's what we said, we're gonna switch them. So Article 7 is gonna be the old Article 8. And Peter, I will send you this, so don't get too worked up. And then Article 8 will be the actual budget,
So Article 10 there.
and which I can also insert that, what was that number, 5?
5680223. It's already in there.
No, the per pupil.
Oh.
That you gave, Lori
It's
just gave.
19868. That includes the penalty.
Yeah,
That's what you have to.
right. Okay, and then Article 9 will be what he has for Article 9 now.
Ah, yeah. Right.
And we'll leave that 17,850, because again, we can suggest that be amended from the floor.
Oh, it says 19 to 20 in there.
Okay. Don't worry, there'll be some mistakes going forward. Article 10 will be, so the voters establish reserve accounts as set forth by the school directors and fund each account as follows. So it's going to be, we're gonna call the first one, nope, it was, hang on.
The operational one, the general fund?
Okay, yeah, but we don't, because that they vote on from the budget. So, so it's gonna be reserve fund, and we're gonna fund that one at, that one's gonna be funded at, so it wasn't 400, because we moved that.
369, right?
No, 569, because we got the 200 from last year.
Right, but by the time these guys vote on it, that money's gone.
No, it-
Oh, right, because you're gonna do it before you.
569, 143. And then we're gonna have a capital improvement fund,
It's the 200,000.
improvement fund, buildings, and that's gonna be at 200.
Rich, that was 64, wasn't it? Not 69?
Transportation, hang on. Yeah, let's go back to that. Transportation's gonna be at 100. So there is, there is, geez, crap. There's 300 right there. There's 30 in the miscellaneous one, and that's just gonna stay. And then we have, so that's 330. And we have a total of
564, 143.
94, 143. So it's gonna be 143, 2, 4, 6, 564, 143?
Yep.
Okay. 564, 143. And then dedicated,
Bless you.
dedicated, special revenues, I'm sorry. Revenue, and that's roughly 424. And then what we'll do is we'll have a handout to give everybody for that. So they'll be able to see.
One sheeter.
Huh?
A one sheeter kind of
Right.
explains that.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so the voters of the Riverside Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April, which would be actually Article 11. And then Article 12, any other business that may legally become. And then Article 13 to be voted at town meeting in Dover and Wardsboro. Randy said to cross all the rest of that crap out. So we have to change on the front page 14 to 13. And then Article 13, and then Article 14, so the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day. Everybody, yes?
So one issue is if you do this in April, town meeting will have already happened.
Well, that's next year. We have
The
to.
year, okay.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about
Don't
that.
confuse things, right?
Got it.
So wait, the directors of Dover's town meeting is voted at town meeting as well? I thought you guys said.
Right, we do it by ballot, you guys do it from the floor. Right,
But
and
he's
the
the only
ballot's on town meeting.
Exactly, okay.
And he said he just
Didn't
put
matter.
for election of officers.
Okay.
That was Andy, he's our clerk.
That's trusted in.
So you end on Article 14.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for everybody's help on that.
Everybody's name spelled on the last page.
Mark, I took Mark's off, but I couldn't take it off the tax bills. I took his off his letter to me. Figured he knew how to spell his name, because I sure didn't have it spelled like that. I was close. I was really, really close, Mark.
Could have taken off one of Warren's articles.
And then you would have yelled at me if it was wrong, and I would have gone home and cried. Okay. So is everybody good? Do I do that?
Yeah, this is gonna be 3 pages in our.
No, it'll get down to
You get
2, because
two.
remember, I have to cross
Yeah.
something off on the first page.
Okay.
And you have to publish the signature lines.
Signatures. And remember too, that's why we did the signatures on a whole separate page, so that he could start posting that, and then we could get the signatures later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have that all prepared, so plan on signing at the next meeting. Laura, you gonna be here at the next meeting, right? Because you don't go up till
Yes.
Tuesday.
Yeah, well, theoretically, I'll be done with that night.
After the meeting.
Yes.
How do you spell extraordinaire?
Why?
Just write it down on a piece of paper. Okay, so.
Extraordinaire?
Extraordinaire, yes. Okay, because I don't have spell check on my flip phone.
You don't?
No. Any other old business? We're running a little late. So new business, FERPA report from the administration. This was something requested at the last meeting. Supervised union ensures all employees are aware of the details covered by FERPA, Family Education Rights and Privacy Act 1974. Through an annual training procedure that includes a study guide and a quiz required by all employees. FERPA includes 3 major rights to students' records, to inspect records, to challenge content, and to consent to the disclosure of educational records. Principals review the results of the quiz for each employee and reviews whether or not employees require further instruction. Supervising all employees. So that means even like people that don't have contact with students. Custodial staff. Interesting.
All employees.
If FERPA rights are not properly observed, the administration can pursue disciplinary action with an employee. In the event of a violation of your rights, the administration may also seek further education for all employees in an effort to avoid any future lack of clarity relating to the law. So we had to go to a driving class one time, and he said to me, "Why are you here?" And I pointed over to a fellow employee and said, "Because he couldn't keep his car on the road."
And how had to go to training.
So I have to go to training. It was not fair. So, is everybody okay with that?
I just got a quick question.
Go ahead.
If it's all employees, and it includes janitorial staff. Wardsboro outsources that. Do they have to go through this as well?
And if you're
I
not
don't
sure,
know, I'd have to ask.
yeah, just find out for us.
Yeah.
And what about people like that do specials, you know, like, when I was doing Dare in the Building, or you have the winter sports program people, or you have people going to Kuwait as chauffeurs or chaperones. I can't spell that either. You had to go through the training?
No, I went to Kuwait.
So,
You know, when people say, how come you're such a bad with grammar and spelling and stuff, and I just say, I'm a proud graduate of the university.
Yeah, they don't really have access to the records, there's confidentiality issues.
So this is all about just
But
mainly
this
records.
is FERPA. This is about this is a specific act.
Okay, which is specific to student records.
Correct.
Okay, well, a janitor who has keys to the principal's office could have access to student records.
Yes.
Are
Yeah.
student records kept locked up separately, like employee personnel files?
they are kept locked.
Just in the office or in a separate,
In
is there
my
a locked?
Is the cabinet itself locked? No, the door is locked.
So if I have a key to your door, I know I saw Peter, hang on a second.
Yes, if you have a key to my door, you have access to the records.
Okay. Go ahead, boss.
Knowing the names of my passengers on the bus is access to student records, I think.
Names are considered directory information by FERPA, which is handled a little differently.
On the other hand, special needs kids on my bus are a case.
If you were informed of their case.
If you're aware of it.
I was
Yeah.
instructed that that was the case.
Oh, so that was, you did do FERPA training then?
I don't know if I did FERPA training or not. I think I probably did, whatever they called it. But
Yeah,
because we had so many special needs kids on the bus, I was roped into FERPA whenever FERPA came up.
Okay, interesting.
Which was 1974.
At least since
That was when he was in middle school.
Year I was born.
Yeah, rub it in.
Same here.
No, I think I was first married in 1974.
Okay, so that's something we asked Matt. So is there anything else we want Matt to bring back to us, or are we satisfied with Matt's response here? Is everybody okay? Okay. Matt, thank you. I think that covers that. IB Assessment Practices Report, which is the next. Reporting on IB attributes. Each grade includes information about IB learner profile, including a 3-point scale for the following learner attributes. 3 always demonstrates, 2 sometimes, 1 not. And you've got all those things that you've used at the last few graduations. I think, Bill, you used it at your last graduation here too, didn't you?
I never got the opportunity.
Oh. Students are rated on how often they demonstrate these characteristics through their work in and out of school. Always, sometimes, never. Okay, so is this put on a report card?
This is sent home on report cards.
Okay, but again, so this would be covered under the FERPA, so this would only go. Okay. Anybody any questions on that? Is everybody okay with that? Now, do the parents get it? Do the parents get this? Has this been sent home?
Yeah, this goes home twice a year on report cards for all grades.
But, I mean, the summary here.
Yeah, this wording is exactly what parents see on the report card. Well, they get the attribute, they get a brief description of the attribute, and then they get a teacher's rating on a student's progress in that area.
Wow, okay. And the FERPA, does that go out to parents?
Parents each year have receive notice as part of our fall data collection. They receive various notices about FERPA and their protections under it.
So, I thought there was something a few years ago that we had an issue because there was a photograph from a photographer, or somebody like this gentleman back here. This happens to be videotaping, and students walk by, and then you have to blur out the student because unless the parents sign, but that wasn't part of FERPA, that must be a whole different thing.
No, I think it's still part of FERPA, jump in if I'm wrong,
No,
but
no.
it's a little gray on video versus photography. But most schools observe video in the same way that they do photography. Video's not explicitly noted in the law, but it's treated the same way by most schools.
But that has nothing to do, because it's not a record, you're not,
Right.
We do an opt-out. So every guardian or parent gets an opportunity to opt their student out of photographic images. And we do our best to treat video exactly the same.
we all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, moving right along, budget presentation, communication, discussions, all done. We already did that. Contractual, review contractual issue. I think I'm gonna ask that maybe we do that next meeting. If that's okay with everybody?
I got my packet, I keep bringing it.
Yeah. And I think just we can say that the letter from our last executive session has been mailed.
No.
Okay, make sure you mail that.
I just
Because
got,
we only
I
have
just
10
realized you
days
guys
to do
sent
that.
email me back with my answer to my questions, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, definitely get that out if you can. That is somewhat time sensitive. Okay. Unless anybody really wants to stay and hang out with the audience, I would say that our next meeting's January 6th in Wardsboro, the 20th, 27th, again, down, when do you all want to meet, the 20th or the 27th?
27.
Okay. So we'll meet on the 27th, then we have February 3rd, we'll be in Wardsboro again, and February 11th will be the annual meeting. So remember, the important thing is at the 6th, we have to sign the warning, and we also have to approve the packet to get mailed out. So can we make sure, Peter, that's in the minutes? Bill, can you make sure that's on the agenda? The packet to go out and sign the warning.
For the 27th and the 3rd, we're starting those meetings at the same time as normal?
6:30. And we'll, use the at least dedicate at a minimum the first hour. If it goes a little longer, it goes a little longer.
The 11th is at 7.
The annual meeting's at 7.
That's in the school board box.
Agenda for the 6th?
Oh, well, we do have some correspondence really quick. I'm sorry, Peter.
On the agenda for the 6th, sign the warning.
Right.
Thanks.
And also, sign the warning and approve the communications for the budget in the annual meeting.
Got it.
Okay. Well, this has to go in executive session. This is 2 months old. Do we?
I just saw it.
We got a letter from a student saying the student council had their first meeting this year. I don't know when this is from. We thought of an ice cream social would be fun. On October 23rd, we're gonna sell ice cream at lunchtime. We're gonna have a bake sale at Morning Sing on November 14th for adults only. Each of us will bake.
How'd you guys?
Went well.
Here, give them one.
Can't wait to hear it, that sounds like fun.
We just got a copy of the audit, if anybody wants to look at it. Okay.
The one that we've been waiting for?
No, this is 2 years ago.
How do we, so, that seems like a system that might need to change.
Yeah, there is no school board box in either building anymore. You need to send a letter out to all the staff
And the students.
that any correspondence to the River Valley's board needs to be you know, can be put in a sealed envelope if it's personal and confidential and needs to get delivered to either the superintendent or the administrator in the appropriate, or either building.
Or they can mail it to us.
We don't, well, mail it where? There's no River Valley's Unified School District building, there's no PO box, there's no address.
Or a phone number.
They should send it to the principal and to the attention of.
Yeah,
That's the best way to get it.
yeah.
And we just need, it's new, so we just need to communicate.
Yes.
Right. No more than 12, I guarantee it. Okay, is everybody good?
That's it.
Can you imagine when I get old and crotchety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
I love you guys, but I'm out of here, so somebody make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, team. Dwight, you'll send it to me?
Happy
this testimony, we were looking to have some understanding of where our municipal and state systems are most frequently connected. So we have an understanding of just what that is. So, okay, great.
Okay, do you want to go first, or would you like to?
So, well, I can go first. So I put together just a sampling list of where municipal governments interact or interface with state website systems. And,
This table feels very big, I'm sorry.
having, pardon?
This table feels really
Oh,
big today.
that's okay. So, but John did basically the same thing and has a far more complete list.
Okay.
So we might want to go through the details with reference to commissioner's list. I shouldn't call you John, sorry, the commissioner.
Secretary.
Secretary, excuse me.
Yeah, sure. So I brought copies. We pulled this information from our application inventory. These were we may be missing some things that connect, but we tried to look at it from perspective of what systems that we really share and where was their vulnerability, right? So like a tri-state fingerprinting system where if one state got infected, it could potentially bleed over to the other states. That's kind of the approach we took. So just because someone has access to a website, we didn't necessarily list all of those because the list is extremely extensive and goes beyond just municipalities and could touch ordinary, Vermonters or others. We added school districts or the school systems in as well. So, here is the list of the things that we found really intersected the most and potentially added some level of security vulnerability or potential risk.
And that's really, just to be clear about at least my intention of understanding here, it's to understand where we have added or shared risk between state and municipality or outside systems, and understanding maybe the need to prioritize or think about those in a shared way.
I think that Karen's list is valuable to me because it gives me, a different list to work from to look at those sites from Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns perspective on the things maybe that are front and center for them on the things that they interface to make sure that they're as accessible and easy to use as possible. So I think her list is going to be great for me as well, even if we took slightly different approaches. I think her list would be valuable.
Have you had the chance to compare lists?
Well,
do you know that all of yours are on here?
I think, I haven't looked at it in great detail, but I think all of mine are in here. I think the biggest ones for us are Department of Environmental Conservation and the VTAX and the elections issues. Those are the ones that we spend the most time on. Then, which you might want to, you might have some thoughts about, but the VMERS system, but those are individuals, like Vermont Municipal Employees Retirement System. So that's a little bit of a different animal, I think.
Okay.
And then we have things like vital records where the town clerks can access the vital record system here at the state and load information back and forth, which again, from a ransomware type of perspective would potentially add risk if you're able to write to a system. It adds additional risk.
What is IPTMS?
What page are you on, sir?
So the very first under state property tax system. Plan is for the IPTMS to replace that system.
Jill?
And we're going to hear from Jill.
Jill Remick from the tax department. It's Integrated Property Tax Management System. We're open to better suggestions for acronyms.
Is that something that's under development now, or?
Yeah, I'm planning on updating you folks shortly, but it's we have gone out for our request for proposals, and we're currently evaluating vendors.
Thank you.
So as you can see from the list, I mean, it's several pages, but state government and local government intersect them in many different areas. I focused on the main 8 agencies and how they connect.
Okay. And so, to understand how this has been broken down, and it looks pretty comprehensive, at least in a big picture way. It's by agency,
Yes,
and then by individual system.
yes.
So each one of these is an individual system.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, somewhere along the line, and I think this is probably one of the conferences that Representative Sevilla and I attended during the course of the summer, there was mention made that systems that are .gov are somewhat more secure than systems that many municipalities use that are not .gov. Does that make sense to you?
It does. We made the transition a few years ago over to .gov. Before that, we were in the bt.us space, and they opened up the US space to a much broader audience, or to a much broader clientele, so to speak. And so, we looked at it from the standpoint of being able to mask the addresses were a little bit easier for potential threats. So when you look at John.Quinn at the old address at state.bt.us, someone could have easily bought this space at states.bt.us or something similar to that, or btt.us, and the .gov space was only for government. So, we made that switch at that time. There was new legislation in the past couple of weeks, and I haven't read the NASIO article, but about a bigger push to move all government entities to the .gov space.
Local as well?
Local as well, because that's one of the issues, is
I
our
haven't
local governments are all over the board.
the NASIO update yet, too. But I'll send it to you after
Okay.
this.
And I believe that we did hear that in reference to municipal governments, that
exactly.
there was more ability to protect.
Yeah, and we have some towns cities and towns that are on .gov, but we have quite a few that are not.
Do you have, are there best practices somewhere for municipalities regarding online presence and cybersecurity, Karen?
We have a page on our website that has a lot of resources for local governments around those issues. We've done a number of trainings now, and we'll continue to do trainings around that. As I mentioned, I think at our last meeting, the keynote speaker at our annual meeting this year was a cybersecurity expert, and that actually generated a lot of new interest in, yes, we need to do something at the local level and up our game considerably. Also, we've had some, it's not ransomware, but the Norwich situation where there was a email sent presumably from the town manager and funds transferred, that also raised people's awareness considerably, unfortunately, so. And we have covered that, that loss, what the town was not able to recover in that instance.
Okay.
Is the perpetrator identified in that?
Some of the bank accounts, my understanding is, were in the United States, and so they were able to track those, but not, I don't believe an actual individual, but I may not be up on the latest information about that.
Okay. Okay. With regard to these systems, do you have a sense of which ones are most often used, like the volume of use?
I wasn't
volume of
able to pull
access?
that together in a short period of time.
Okay. But is that something that you would know? You'd be able to.
We would be able to track this to that information, yeah.
And similarly, are these ranked in any kind of order in terms of?
No.
Okay. So other questions I have are, is there any, I'm sure that there are some that potentially have a much bigger, like, a hack into those systems would be a much bigger impact. A breach of those systems would be a much bigger impact than others.
Potentially, yep.
Okay, and so is that something that you would be able to share with us in executive session?
Yes.
Okay, and would you be prepared to do that today, or would that be something
No.
you'd need to compile?
Yeah, we would need to
Okay.
compile that. I mean, there's a lot that goes into, you know, the risk assessment, or,
Yeah.
you know, to look at not only how many people access it, but age of system and, you know, potential vulnerabilities and
Yeah.
overall network. There's a lot to go through there.
Okay.
Well, I guess the issue is one of how, when you have an inventory this large, how do you prioritize what you do?
Right.
And almost to the extent of adding another column and on the basis of your assessment to summarize it in terms of red, green, and yellow.
Right.
So that you know those things that pose a significant risk, to at least point it out to us at this level without necessarily going into each and every painful detail.
Yep. Yep, we can certainly do something like that. For us, you know, right now, having close to 1,400 different applications out there, you know, we're focused on in order to close, you know, what we would talk about as the 5-year gap, the trajectory of expenses to revenue coming into the state. One of the biggest ways ADS can help is to be able to reduce the number of overall systems, which reduces the manpower that we need. It builds capacity to do projects better. And so we've picked certain platforms, whether it be in the human resources and financial space, and being able to look across the enterprise and look at, you know, the 10 or 12 grants management systems, and, you know, the 3 different or 5 different or 7 different financial systems that we have out there, and focus on a platform that they can all go into. So bucket-like systems. One of those areas is case management. As you can imagine, the state does a lot of case management type of stuff, constituent management type of stuff. I think we've identified like 175 just at Human Services, different processes and applications that do case management. So we're focused on building those into buckets, building those into certain platforms like a Salesforce platform, where, you know, we can turn applications around and modernize them in 8 to 12 weeks for a lot of the applications, rather than doing an RFP that takes 12 to 18 months, building a one-off system that may not fit everyone's needs. We're working on the platform that everyone can still have a unique type of system, but we can share the data on the back end and reduce the number of people we need. At the same time, keep the systems updated. And when I say that, the systems, those platforms are updated by the companies. So we're out of the business of having to go through these cycles of every 3 to 5 years of an expensive upgrade. So that's kind of the way we're trying to tackle the consolidation and get a handle on the number of applications that we have.
Didn't the federal government, and I can't remember the acronym for it, create a system, both for federal agencies but also available to the states, that modularized a lot of common processes run by the GSA, has a number, so they're RH. Does that ring a bell with you?
It's not ringing a bell.
I'll find it for you.
That's a lot of the, you know, frustration on the parts of the states.
Yeah.
We talk about it a lot through the National Association of State CIOs. Is, you know, if the federal government could get themselves on the same page and not throwing rocks, staying in a glass house, but you know, being able to use the same system across multiple areas of government.
Well, that's what
in
this
an
is. That's
easier
what
way.
this program was designed to do, and I know it's up and running, but I don't know whether or not it's interacting, for example, with Vermont at all.
Right.
And evidently, from your perspective, it's not.
I think it depends on the agency. So
Yeah.
someone like CMS has their own rules compared to someone like Department of Labor, is completely off on a different page, doing their own thing. They're not following the GSA rules, right?
Secretary Quinn, do you have another one of these?
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
So, I would like to be really clear. I understand that you, the municipalities, our other branches of government are all really scrambling to, make sure that we are doing as much as we can, as fast as we can. So I don't wanna burden with a lot of unnecessary but I do think that it's important for us to have, for the legislature, to have a sense of which systems should be prioritized in terms of thinking about our municipalities who, it seems like they may be, we don't really have a good assessment, but it seems like they may be pretty vulnerable, a lot of them. Which state systems are being accessed the most by our municipalities, and of those systems, where's the greatest risk for the biggest impact?
Right. And those could be different things. The most used systems or the most access systems may have all the security in place that it needs, right? We have to follow federal
Yes.
regulations and compliance with a lot of these systems, whether it's IRS 1075 compliance or some kind of HIPAA compliance or Social Security compliance. So when we talk about, the access of the system, the risk may be different for a system that isn't used as much, right? That may be a higher risk than, our most used system.
Okay.
I do think that there are definitely, from the municipal point of view, definitely systems that we use more frequently than others. And for instance, listers are exchanging information on the my V2 tax system weekly. The Department of Environmental Conservation, the permits, notices of violation, complaints from folks, those get pretty high use. The Community Development Grant Program has an interactive site, and so if you've got those kinds of grants, you're on that site quite frequently. So there are some, and then of course elections, which is kind of seasonal, but when you're using it a fair amount.
So I think Secretary Quinn, what I am trying to understand is if we have a number of potentially not optimally secured points accessing into, just if there's additional risk.
Sure.
Do you know that? I mean, is that something that you can?
I think so. I think we can, formulate a assessment of some of these, of all of these things, and say, whether or not it may just be on the amount of access that a town or municipality has into the system that adds additional risk. Not that the system's necessarily not secure from a outside perspective, but when we give someone full access to a system to be able to do something, if they're infected or if they get hit with ransomware, it could potentially bleed over into our system if they access the system and the ransomware client gets put on our side of the wall.
Is there equity of access to all of these systems for municipalities, or are there like levels?
Levels.
There are levels?
Yes.
Okay, and is it by like position, or, you've got to register, or
I couldn't tell you.
Size?
I think it all depends on the system.
Okay.
The GSA thing that I was mentioning earlier it seems very similar to your description of what you're doing now. It's called 18F, and it's a digital service delivery strategy. Modular contracting is an acquisition strategy that we use with many of our partners and internal programs. With modular contracting, we break up large, complex systems into multiple, tightly scoped procurements to impact technology systems in successive interoperable increments. And they have, at this stage, a service, some descriptions, and
we use them
standards. So that is something that
we're using them on the integrated eligibility project, and they've helped considerably in the procurement space.
Okay.
That's where they've been really a positive force for state government, helping us reduce the amount of time it takes to go to contract and building smaller modular deliverables for different projects. So it has been valuable in that space. Where we differ, and I think this always happens with technologists, they like us to build things from the ground up, and I hate that. I like to buy something and implement it. I do not like our staff to build things, because I think historically we've put ourselves in a position of someone leaves and then we don't have a good way of supporting it, or it's written in a way that is really hard to support. So that's where we differ, but in the procurement space, 18F has been valuable to us.
Okay. This is more, actually, than I thought.
We need a little bit of time to digest and understand.
Yeah, and we
what
can
we have here.
we can continue to build off from this and add some more clarity to the list.
What do you think that we should be concerned about with this list?
What do I think we should be concerned about with this list?
What do you think we should worry about or know or care about with regard to this list? The legislature.
I would say, given where we are, we're having a challenge doing, keeping track of the 1,400 applications, to be completely transparent. There's so many. We have 10 security staff in total. And when you look across the enterprise, when you look at, how we secure these things, how we do assessments of these things on a regular basis, we just can't keep up. And the number of outside systems that we share, while it's valuable from a standpoint of data and reducing the overall number of systems that we would need, maybe we share a system that each municipality would have to buy if we didn't share, it adds a lot to our plate, right? And it adds vulnerability because we don't have enough people. Just to be quite frank, things have been built off from and just added to for so long in a decentralized way that it's going to take quite a few years to really put us in a better position.
Well, one of the things about risk assessment is you take a look at the risks that you face and the resources that you need to address those risks, and it becomes a balancing act of can you afford to add the resources versus the risk that you're facing in terms of the potential loss if you don't. And have you done any kind of an analysis like that?
We have, and that's why I think each year we add to that analysis, or we look at that analysis, and that's why each year that ADS has been in existence, the main area, if we have an increase in our budget, has been in the cyberspace. First, we started with visibility to the overall network, looking at our main intrusion detection points and getting some visibility through Norwich University. Last year, we expanded on that contract and added additional money to upgrade pieces of our network that were failing and added vulnerability. This year, there's 3 more things that I'm proposing in the governor's budget that will further reduce the amount of risk that we have based on, internal analysis on where we see the most vulnerability based on assessments that we've done, that we've talked about in executive session. But when it comes to a system by system standpoint, we're doing that at the time of modernization or upgrade, just because of the sheer number. And we do a lot of that based on prioritization of how old and what risk it involves.
Yeah, that's why, as I say, with this inventory, which admittedly is a summary of the 1,400 systems that you're displaying here, of giving us some sort of an indication of what the priority and risk is, so that we can, again, from a legislative standpoint, try to prioritize what we do on our end to support you.
So one of the items that we're going to talk about at the end of the day is this memo that we'll be sending to committees of jurisdiction. It includes a recommendation to consider funding a third-party assessment of cybersecurity risks. I don't know if you've seen this memo.
I think I've seen a draft.
Okay. by local governments to the state systems and develop parameters for that assessment with the LCT, the Secretary of State. So this information here, I think, really is relevant to that point. Both in making sure that our municipalities can safely access state systems and that we're protected when they do. So, do we have other questions on this topic? Okay, so at our next meeting, it would be, I would like it, if you would come back with as much specificity in terms of prioritization. I don't need a comprehensive, I don't know what the committee would like. I am not looking for a comprehensive of each one of these, rank each one of these. I'd like to know what is really in terms of volume and risk and potential impact, like what is rising to the top.
Okay, so let me repeat what I
Yes.
just heard.
Okay.
So a ranking of the systems based on volume and risk as we see it to both state and local. Summarized down into a smaller list potentially of the most.
Yeah. I mean, that is what.
One page.
Yeah.
Type of document.
What's about to fall on its face, if it does, cause us huge losses of data, huge risk in terms of public safety, or the grinding to a halt of all government operations as we know them. Those are the ones I'd like to see at the top.
Or when we're considering whether or not to do this assessment, why we should or should not. Right? Did you have a question?
You're asking for specific systems as opposed to policies and strategies, right?
Yes. Yes, and so if that is something that, I would like as much specificity as possible, and so if possible, so if that needs to be an executive session, then if not, would be better. But did you have a question, Senator Pearson? No, okay. Good. Great. And then I would note, we've been working on, and we'll be talking about later today, a cybersecurity class with Norwich that is coming in, hosted by FEMA and Texas A&M. I don't know if that information has made its way around yet, but we have, in addition to inviting the legislature and the judiciary, BLCT will be invited to attend that. And if there are open spaces, the administration may take advantage of that as well, so. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Jill, are you ready? Yes. I'm gonna have a big break, maybe. And do you want to be up on the screen, Jill?
I don't think so. If anyone needs a copy, I've got plenty of copies. I don't have one yet. Thank you. Sure.
This is not you. No. This is
So good morning, my name is Jill Remick. I'm the Director of Property Valuation and Review at the Tax Department. Thank you. My handout has Vermont Department of Taxes at the top here, and normally I'm all about projecting and avoiding paper, but I thought this would be helpful for me, especially to make sure I get my points to you folks, and to keep current use in business, because printing paper. So the Division of Property Valuation and Review oversees any of the work that we do with the statewide education property tax. So we have a team of district advisors who are field-based, who are responsible for oversight and assistance to several towns. Most of them have 30 to 40 towns apiece assigned to them. We also implement the current use program, the tax increment financing portion. We work closely with VEPSI, but we oversee, we work with the towns and oversee the implementation of that and tracking the increments. We also do railroad, corporate tax, utility valuations, and work pretty closely with the income tax folks for homestead declarations and property tax adjustments. So basically, we're the entity that maintains the statewide education grand list in partnership with the towns, and then we work with the towns. We establish the tax rates with the Agency of Education and push those out. So the reason I'm here, I really appreciate you folks giving me a little bit of time. I've started following your group with interest last month when Karen Horn let me know that you folks were interested in municipal IT specifically, because we just this summer did a survey with VLCT of towns, and it's a very informal, you know, it was estimated it took about 9 minutes to take, but there were some good nuggets of information, so I thought that would be helpful to you folks. And part of the context of why we wanted to ask some of these questions is we are working in earnest to replace our current Grand List software program. That's the IPTMS. So we are at the very final stages of selecting a vendor for that. That has currently been carried out by New England Municipal Resource Center. Since Act 60 and Act 68 passed, that's the system that we've had in place, and it's pretty outdated. It's pretty cumbersome to implement. You know, as Secretary Quinn has on his list, you know, there's manual file transfers that have to happen on a daily basis to get that information back and forth. And it's really time that we make it a little bit more user-friendly for the towns, that we take advantage of some of the more, you know, modern ways that we can use GIS integration. And also last year there was some negative press that NIMRIC, New England Municipal Resource Center, got regarding their software or what municipalities use for things like payroll and human resources. So while it wasn't the component that we were contracted with them to do, obviously it's the same entity, and that caused a great deal of concern, and that just sort of helped reinforce what we were already working on, which is working to really move us off of this very old platform that's very manual and very vulnerable into something much more modern, so it's a little bit easier for towns to use. So that's why I thought this would just be helpful information for you folks to know. So I'll just quickly read through my testimony and then...
Before you do, can I ask you, so with regard to replacement of that system, is that something that has already been budgeted for and approved?
Yes.
Okay, and when did that happen?
So I think it was in the last session we got the approval. We're going to be using the Computer Modernization Fund that we have access to. So I think it was in either the Budget Adjustment Act or somewhere it gave us the spending authority to do this. We've come in well under that budget.
What is the budget?
I think we were allowed up to 10 million over 5 years, and we're looking at, you know, half that. So we currently, right now, we pay for NIMRIC out of our operating budget, the tax department. You know, it is very inexpensive, and it's very inexpensive for towns. And I think that's part of the reason why we've all sort of continued to sort of limp along and use this system, because it does get the job done, and we're all used to using it because we've been using it for 25 years, and it's very inexpensive. So that is part of why it's been able to just be part of our operating budget. The contract was like $120,000 a year for the grant list software. So now we'll be looking at spending more than that per year, but over time, I think the gains in time and safety are well worth it.
Could I just add, I'm sorry,
Sure.
well, maybe I'll let you get through it and then maybe you'll answer my question anyway.
I normally try not to read off my paper, but I wanted to make sure I made these points to you folks. I wanted to make it worth your time. So just thank you for the opportunity to update you on this recent survey we did in partnership with the leading cities and towns. Like I said, this was really to collect data on the current state. We really hadn't done any sort of comprehensive survey, and we really just wanted to get a handle on, you know, especially from our, you know, perspective, we want to make sure that whatever system we use, towns are going to be able to open up and use it on their end. Towns do get an annual appropriation for the grand list maintenance, reappraisals, and participating in equalization studies, so there is a per parcel payment that all the towns get to carry out this work. It hasn't changed. That figure is in statute. It's like $1 per parcel for one of them, and I think $8.50 per parcel for the others. So I think there's, you know, that's a possible place where we can maybe try to bring that up to today's dollars and try to get towns a little bit more funding. But that is not the position of the Department of the Administration. But that's my, you know, that's one of the things I've been trying to tout that we'll be talking about, because those figures have not changed. So I think, you know, what they were asked to do 30 years ago and what the money paid for versus what towns are asked to do now is pretty significantly different. So We did learn a lot about access to internet speed and IT security, and obviously what software and hardware that towns use varies a great deal. Like I said, we're embarking on this much needed upgrade for our grand list software system, which is used by the state and each municipality to carry out the statewide education property tax system. So it was really important that we assess where our towns are at with regards to IT, but also just as important that we select a system that can meet the towns where they are and is able to support the towns and provide the training and access that they need with some of the very limited resources and bandwidth that towns have. VLCT has definitely been a proponent of this and agreed and helped work with our staff to design a 16-question survey. It's very informal. Like I said, I've got the original questions attached to the back of this testimony. It was estimated it would take about 9 minutes, and it was distributed this summer. It had basically 4 key components that it covered: internet service, internet speed, financial systems, and the grand list maintenance. It's pretty impressive to note that the survey had an 83% response rate, which by surveys is excellent, and surveys of these folks. That shows the respect that I think the towns have for VLCT and interest in making sure that we knew where they were all at. So this means that we heard from a great cross-section of Vermont towns, big and small. We heard from listers, assessors, town clerks, treasurers, financial officers, and others. The way that VLCT designed the survey, it made sure that only 1 response per town could come in. So, and a lot of these folks wear multiple hats, but I think that was also good because it didn't skew it by having 5 people in one town take the survey, and then it gives us different results. So it really is a pretty good representation of what the towns have. And I just want to be really clear that we are not survey experts. The way you design survey questions to get at the right answer is a skill, but VLCT had some of that expertise for sure. But it is just an informal, not mandatory survey, and I'll walk you through the answers to some of the questions that we got. It would be helpful to do sort of a more in-depth polling, either by role or by maybe system that they use. This was a pretty wide net that we cast, and obviously our interest was really only in the grand list maintenance and what they used NEMRIC for. So there is definitely the potential for a lot more data out there to be collected. And also what was really interesting is VLCT was able to tell a lot about who took the survey. You could tell where they took it, what kind of device they used, so that was all over the map. Some people took it on their phones, some people took it on a PC, some people took it, maybe they were on vacation in other states, and what browser that they used. And all these things are actually really helpful because, again, our number 1 priority with replacing the grand list software is that Vermont towns, no matter where they are, can use it. It's really not helpful to just grab something off the shelf if it's not going to work for the towns that have really slow or limited internet access, who may need to have things stored on a local server versus on the cloud. So this has been really helpful. It's kind of fun to read some of the answers to some of the questions. In some cases they have a very professional IT system. They have a contracted provider with best practices. Some of them said, well, my husband comes in when I get stuck. That's their IT, that's their IT support. So there's definitely a pretty huge variety in resources and expertise about IT security and infrastructure. I'm certainly learning a lot. VLCT had their annual town fair. They focused purely on cybersecurity, and there was some really fascinating speakers and presenters that gave some pretty hard facts about how vulnerable they are, and that really human beings continue to be the weak link, regardless of the best system you have. If I stick my password on my monitor and I share the computer with 3 other people, or I mix my work and personal email addresses when I'm filling out forms. There's all kinds of ways that just the human element is really still the biggest concern. So there's really a need for a lot of training and best practices to be more proactive, and I think that's going to be part of our role when we roll out this grand list software. It's not just teaching them how to use the software, but here are some just really good basic best practices that you should try to use, just for what you can, because it's the clicking on the links, it's the sharing of things on insecure sites. It's that sort of stuff that makes people really vulnerable. I'm happy to say that because what we're responsible for is the grand list. That's all public information. The grand list is public data. So I feel a little bit more that we can breathe a little easier about this interface with the towns. It's not income tax or anything like that, but the practices should be the same. It would be helpful to do additional surveying, like I said, of either by role or, maybe sort of focusing in on where there are places where there are poor internet access or towns with a much smaller population to really get a handle on what they want. I mean, Burlington, for example, has a bigger IT team than our building does, so there's quite a variety there. And that there's just some really good best practices that individuals need to do about what the passwords are that they use, how they share computers and logins, how important it is to have really professional managed IT services and sort of proactive steps that can be taken versus, I call my husband or I take a stab at it or my son comes in and helps us out. And why and how municipal government is particularly vulnerable. So the information we got from the survey was helpful. We also did a listening tour this spring where we actually went around to, we had folks from all 14 counties. We did 11 meetings where we asked clerks, treasurers, listers, everyone to come in and just tell us, what's working with the grand list software, what's not working, what they're afraid we're going to mess up. Tell it to us now, and also what they've seen or what they think could be better and what their hopes were for that. And so combining with actually getting out there in the field and talking with them about some of the problems that they face with the current system, and then finding out more and more about the need for these sort of better practices in IT services at the local level, it's helped us really focus in on the fact that the vendor that we choose really is going to have to be in Vermont and supporting towns and helping us get them educated. We're not going to get more staff in the tax department to do this. Our district advisors, there's 8 of them that cover the state, but on top of everything else that they do, they'll be out there being sort of the front lines, but we really need support to help towns get off on the right foot. This is going to be a pretty major change.
This is fascinating and sort of heartening in a sense. I'm curious, how does the municipal property tax side of the equation, which is, I'm assuming, a little more still based in municipal computer systems, and I guess I would like to understand how that works and if it relates to the new system, and then sort of part of that question also is income sensitivity, which starts to get at some more vulnerable personal data. So I don't know if I'm articulating this well, but could you just discuss that a little bit?
Yeah, and I've learned quite a bit about there's a lot of ins and outs, and like I said, because this system has been in place since Act 60 and Act 68 passed, it's all very sort of conglomerated and tied together. But the short answer is that yes, the system we provide now and the system we will provide has a municipal tax rate basically calculator that the towns have their own system, whether they use whatever they use for their their grand list ledger or their general ledger or their administrative revenues, so on and so forth. But at some point they get to the point that they actually use the calculator that's in the system to come up with the municipal rates, and then they can also enter, like if it's part of a village district or if there's a veterans exemption or other kinds of exemptions, they have that, and we will provide that still. And then basically,
does that mean that that's all housed or going to be all housed on the state system, or is it duplicated, for your system and also the municipal system?
they could technically choose to use their own if they wanted to, but this seems pretty handy for them because then it's all in one place. And at certain points, we have to collect all that data anyway because we use the municipal tax rate information for all kinds of calculations on our end, including like the hold harmless payment for current use. And so and for estimating property tax adjustments for the next year, like there's lots of reasons why we at GFO need that data anyway. The homestead declaration and property tax adjustment is a little different because that comes in through the VTax, the large scale, much more sophisticated income tax system that we use at the tax department. So when people file their homestead declaration, that goes in, that's processed in the income tax division, but then it creates a file that right now is uploaded and then downloaded by the town for their particular
So they're merging those two data points?
Yes.
So
yes,
I guess under, I don't feel like I have the language in some level, but I guess the simple way I think of it is the state system, we have a better shot at a secure system in our central system, given the staff, resources, and expertise, which is not to say it's flawless, I understand that, compared to, you know, some of our particularly tiny towns where, you know, spouses coming in for IT expertise, and, you know, that's sort of nerve-wracking, right? And so I'm trying to understand in the new system how much of the vulnerable, the personal sort of stuff that we'd be really afraid was leaked out or held ransom, how much of that sensitive data will be centralized in the new system versus all left behind at the municipality? And maybe, you know, to the extent you know that, that's what I'm trying to understand.
So, I think the good news is that all of the sensitive pieces are housed in VTAX on the state system already. That's part of the income tax vault that we don't ever see, the towns don't necessarily see either. They get a number, a state payment for that individual.
Right.
So there is the argument that if I was a nefarious town treasurer, I could look at your income tax return, or I could look at your state adjustment and see, well, then you must make less than $47,000, and therefore you're getting a circuit breaker payment. But as far as where that data that actually lives about the individual, Social Security, income, anything like that, that's in that vault. That is not part of what gets sent to the town. So literally, the way that I finally have been able to wrap my brain around it is when you actually look at the property tax bill, those data points are filled in by us from this download. The town doesn't see the calculations behind where that state payment came from. Last year, there was language passed that requires that the state payments for municipal adjustments and education adjustments are separated side by side. It used to be just you get a state payment and it could be for all or both of those, in which case it was a little bit more protective of that sort of confidential nature of low-income adjustments. So now we've adjusted it so that there is a municipal state payment and an education state payment. So there was some concern at the local level that that really does say who those folks are that are getting that very specific municipal property tax adjustment must be low income. That's the level of that data, though. There's not more sensitive data than that in ours. What actually the municipalities were vulnerable about before last year, the ones that were using the system, was their employees' payroll and things like that.
Okay.
So if you're sticking that out on a server, and that's where that lives, that was where there was a vulnerability.
You're saying that in the past tense?
In the past tense, correct, yes.
So that's been.
There was they were fined by this, I think it was the Secretary of State's office for that. Yeah, that's, yeah. But it helped sort of reinforce, we were already pretty well underway on the grand list, but it just sort of helped reinforce that this was a really good opportunity to provide towns with a better opportunity. And since this hasn't changed since the late 90s, I'm not sure how long it's gonna be until we're gonna change this again. A lot of folks are saying, please don't change it. I know it's not perfect, but we know how to use it. Leave it. But just as many are saying, please
get me out of here.
Get me out of here. Right. So, so yeah, it's tangential to what we're using it for, but not really, because it was the same system. And I think part of the reason why towns used it is because it was the same entity as what we were using it for grand list. So we do have a responsibility to respond to that. So what I attached to this is just a few of the charts that just sort of show some of the big picture data points. And then at the very end is the actual questions. You know, some of the questions we ask are not things that really chart well, like how satisfied are you, or how long does it take you to do certain things. But you know, it talks about internet service providers, and we can provide the sort of full list of data. I really was trying to keep it high level for you folks.
So we have time, Jill.
Okay.
We have some time here.
Okay.
So if you want to go through, just.
Oh yeah, one more
the
point.
Committee, yeah.
One more point I meant to make is that I think the combination of the impact that this software that we will select has on every municipality, it's actually not just going to be used by the 17 of us in the property valuation review, it's being used by every town, and the fact that there has been this attention on cybersecurity, and there was the concern last year with the current vendor. ADS has been very involved with us helping select the vendor, establish really strong requirements for all of those components. And also, frankly, in our new current contract with the current vendor, NIMRIC, that has been significantly increased with ADS's input to make sure that, so we're gonna continue to use them until that's replaced, and so we really needed to make sure that if we're gonna continue to have them in place, that we still have to require these higher standards for security. So that is in place now and is going to be in place for whoever we go.
Do you, given that actually you guys are buying a system that most users will not be in your department, as you said, how have the frontline users, have they been part of, or are they part of, or is the lead part of the selection process? I mean, I cringe to think that we'll get a system that you guys think is fantastic, and then municipalities know our number. They will, you know, and any of those changes is tricky, but
yeah. So we've been doing
dynamic.
a pretty heavy roadshow. We've gone to every conference that will have us. You know, we did the listening tour. We also, you know, we have a monthly letter that goes out to towns, and we had a, you know, if you can't come to the listening tour, here's what we're asking. We want your feedback.
But in terms of like trying software options or
so we have
getting
them,
a snapshot of it?
When we were rolling out the municipal users for VTAX, we had them come in as for user testing. We've had clerks, treasurers, listers. They've come in at every step of the way. We actually did have representatives from VALA, which is the Vermont Assessors and Listers Association, and VLCT sit in on the demonstrations for the vendors. So they've had a pretty, you know, and that was definitely with the goal of having their input in mind. I go to every VALA meeting and talk about it. Like I said, we did the listening tour. There's 8 pages of sort of our summary of what we heard out there. I think the very broad summary is that they are very anxious for something to get better. They know that it can be better, and they want it to be better. They are very concerned about the viability of the current vendor in providing the other services they use it for if they don't get our grand list software contract. And if that, by sort of, you know, hitting that domino, is that going to really cause a bigger problem? So whether or not we, the tax department, are responsible for what towns use for payroll and finances and things like that, the fact is we're paying attention and want to make sure that who we go with will be able to meet NIMRIC where it is for all the other pieces, because that is one of the big concerns. They know it can be better, they want it to be better, but they're worried about the ripple effect if we make that change. I don't know,
Does that
Karen can
mean
speak even more than I could, I'm sure, but.
that NIMRIC will continue to exist and continue to serve towns for services other than the property valuation piece?
Absolutely, they do reappraisal services for towns. They're kind of, that's a huge piece, and I have to be really clear, we haven't actually selected our vendor, so it could theoretically still be NIMRIC that is selected as our vendor. And then they also provide, like you said, and I think that's part of what we asked in the survey, they provide accounting, billing and administration, so towns have the choice of who they use for those pieces. But one of the questions was about who they use for their financial services, and 90% use NIMRIC. So that's why we have to make really sure, and we've actually had really great assistance from ADS. They have some really phenomenal business analysts who are actually literally breaking apart each piece and listing what the functional requirements are, not just for our piece, but to make sure that all the pieces that towns literally need these systems to use, so that there's no gray area. Because that was the big concern, is where does the state responsibility in their system end, and where does the towns begin? And we don't want to create a gap. So as much as we don't want to get into the business of trying to provide that service to town, the reality is they're all so interconnected. And even to the point about the property tax bill, you know, the majority of pieces that end up in the property tax bill have at some point come through us and gone back out to the towns, but they're the ones that are responsible for billing, collecting, tracking, and then making the payment. So it's all connected, so we've had to make that a pretty big priority. But yes, sorry, long answer, but yes.
Jill, you said that 90% of the municipalities are using NIMRIC. Is there any commonality to the 10% that are not?
So, I'm sorry I didn't number this. It's one of the pieces in here.
Okay. Do you want to walk us through the the results of the survey?
So, we did collect the name and the contact information of everyone. I didn't put it in here, but, if you are interested in knowing if your town's participated, but like I said, 83% response rate, pretty good cross-section. So we asked who their internet service provider was, and you know, a large number are Comcast, a lot were EC Fiber, and then there's a whole other long list of other providers. We asked if they have a managed IT service provider for their organization. This is the we call the guy whatever, or yes we do, or we don't know. But 44% said they do have a managed IT service provider, which is a good thing. And then what services do they provide? So, you know, management, antivirus, upgrades, security audits, help desk, the 24-hour monitoring. You know, some of these numbers, like the 24-hour monitoring and resolution at 28%, is apparently pretty low by industry standards. We want that to be a lot higher. The antivirus installation, and again, I'm not an IT expert as far as cybersecurity goes, but my understanding is that you really need to have somebody who's sort of doing some sort of regular testing on that. You can't just take what comes on your computer at Staples and assume that you're protected. Cloud services has actually been, I've had to learn a lot about cloud services because a lot of the towns, you know, that's where everything's sort of going, right? Like you log on to Amazon, you log on to your bank account, you log on to VTEX, you're not actually logging on to a local server. But a lot of towns are concerned about their, either are they gonna have to buy servers to host it if they don't have the internet speed available. So there may be a few cases, and these would be towns that are doing this now, that their internet speed is low enough or small enough that they have to work offline and save things on their server, and then when they're done working, they upload it. So, again, they're asking, you know, I was just at the Vermont Assessors and Listers Association meeting earlier this week, and they, again, were asking about, is the legislature going to continue to pay attention to getting broadband access? Because that is still like, you know, that's
well,
still...
that's very apparent on this chart. Of course, the issue is the 66% who don't know,
right.
But of those who do know, those that have internet speed of 25 or more is a very small number.
Right.
67, 13, 9.
You're ahead of us. You're on.
It's only about 20%.
Okay.
Right. Right.
And I could foresee people actually doing it locally and then taking it home to upload potentially. And it has a whole nother security dynamic.
I've heard at least one where they take their laptop to the local gas station.
Yeah.
So, so item number 9, what's the contract rate of internet speed? The way we got at that is there's a really simple, in the note that we sent out, there's a link you can click on that runs it, basically. I think it's Xfinity or something like that. But you can run it and it gives you a number that gives you that. So we had them tell us, we had them run it and we said, you know, what date and time were you using it? I didn't feel that was necessarily helpful for you folks, but you know, the time of day and the day that they did it and what their numbers were. That can also vary apparently depending on if you're doing it at a high traffic time, your bandwidth might be lower.
You're on 9.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I don't know is really, do you, right?
Which is funny because we sent the link that said, you know, just click on this, and I've done it, you know, I've done it at home to see if it's better in my upstairs versus downstairs. It's pretty straightforward. But a point that I think is that I've had to sort of relearn is we don't all have to know all these things. We don't all have to become internet experts. We don't all have to be IT security experts. The key is making sure that they have that resource available to help them do that, not that they all become experts. But yeah, if they don't know, then how can we design a system that they'll log into to do their grand list if we don't even know if it can meet them there? Yeah.
So, with 66% saying they don't know, that seems like a problem.
Right.
How are you going to deal with that?
Well, and maybe it's because it's fine, so they don't, you know. because obviously more than 66% have decent internet access, but.
And is this a download or upload or?
Yeah, we
I think
asked
that would
both.
matter for your-
I think for this one, I only did the upload speed.
Okay. That's good.
But we did ask both. We do have that data.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, 6, what type of service provider do you use for these? And this is, getting back to, we have an IT department. Some folks use the state of Vermont. Plenty have a contractor or a professional managed service provider. So those are good, but it would be good to sort of, that don't know, not available, internal support. Like I said, maybe some of the bigger towns and cities have very robust support, and that's sufficient. But for a lot of places, it seems like they're kind of relying on learning on the job or trying to manage it themselves.
I think it'd be kind of interesting to ask Secretary Quinn about these folks who the state of Vermont provides their computer security and IT,
Yeah.
whether he knows that or not.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that.
Kind of skeptical, frankly.
Oh, right, and then the contract rate of speed, again, maybe that's because they're not familiar with the contract. It also depends on who filled this out. It could be that there was a financial manager in the town office, they know that. So here, back to the earlier question about, number 10, what financial software systems do you use? So the vast majority do use NIMRIC because right now that's the grand list software. We also host NIMRIC's CAMA software, which is how the town lister actually enters the data from the field and comes up with values for the property. So that's actually sort of the appraisal side of things. And then the tax billing, where they can actually print the tax bills out of it. But you can see a lot of them use QuickBooks, use Peachtree, Excel, Google, other things, but the vast majority do use NIMRIC, so we want to make sure that.
Well, they're using multiple systems, though. Isn't additive.
Right, and I think Peachtree might be human resources specific or something like that, or payroll. So like I said, there's room for more in-depth questions if we want to.
What's the timeline for your selection, and do you have a timeline?
Yeah, we hope we can
should-
announce in January. I'm very excited about where we're at, but it's at the point where now it's in an independent review and it's getting, there's assessments that are being done by IT and finance and auditors that I'm not involved in, but we hope to
You
make the
mentioned, though,
announcement.
that you thought it essential that a Vermont-based company provide the service so as to provide the interaction with municipalities. Is that?
I wouldn't say
did I hear
Vermont-based,
that?
but that can locate here, that can actually.
Can have a physical presence here regardless of
Yes.
where they're headquartered. Okay.
Yeah, obviously that's not always feasible long-term, but at the very least for the implementation and rollout of this, we, we're not getting more tax staff who can be like the training team that goes out. We will do our best, but someone who can sort of understand meeting these folks at these different abilities and resources. We've got quite the gamut of folks who are acting as listers and assessors in their towns who can help us do that successfully, because there is a lot of concern, frankly, about change. And there's also a lot of turnover. A lot of towns are having a hard time even finding folks. So I think being Vermont-based alone is pretty narrow a requirement, but definitely, can be here physically for a period of time would be really helpful.
And just along those lines, I'm sure you've thought of this, but I every time I'm in Winooski, I see the empty storefront of Optum, and they are Vermont-based. By virtue of that office, I've literally never seen a single person in that office. So make sure you're talking about people on the ground as opposed to some office that is rented as you're exploring that. Because I agree with you that basically the customer support in the office is what we really need, right? Trucking around to help towns sort out this new system.
Right.
Is it time for more in-depth polling to impact the project? Or what would you see the use of more in-depth polling?
I think for the purposes of selection, I don't think so. I think we've set those parameters and we know what they are and we have requirements that will be in the contract. I definitely think sort of overall, not just from our small perspective, but from all these state systems and looking ahead rather than just trying to scramble with what we've got now, I think it would be very valuable for the state to really know that. We pull up these maps of the state that show, internet speed, and we pull up these maps that show, connectivity, but that doesn't really tell the whole picture. And what we're asking, I'm so focused on the grand list, but to look at the list that Secretary Quinn and Karen Horn have of all the other things that the state works with the towns on. No wonder they get mad at us that we have them log into 2 different systems. They've also got 10 others. So I think it would be really valuable to actually have a literal assessment of that. Knowing too that folks can work from their home office, they can work remotely. So the key is those sort of steps of what the system is and the password and login sort of things that people need to work smarter on. It doesn't have to be just that the town office alone has high speed, but that the user can take that work where they go and have it still be secure. And I'm sorry, I'm not like
No, that's fine. That's
an expert on
fine.
statewide infrastructure.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask Karen, that same question, if you don't mind. Do you, like right off the top of your head, or do you see a use for more in-depth polling?
We definitely do. We think it'd be really helpful and, sort of across the board to have more information and more accurate information. One of the limitations that we talked about with this particular survey is who answered it. And so some folks have a lot more understanding of the whole systems than others at the local level. So the speed question is a sort of good indicator there of the different capabilities maybe of the people who are responding to the survey. So, and we think also in order to sort of point out where our most significant vulnerabilities are, that we're going to need to have a more robust assessment. That's going to take money to your list of recommendations. I think we cannot do that in-house at BLCT. There would have to be a outside consultant that did that kind of survey.
Thank you.
So I think I can kind of skip some of these that are more interesting to me than anyone else. Like number 13, if you're using that software, select the capabilities being used. So this is a great sort of representation of the different things that towns are using that interact in some capacity with the grand list. And then part of the reason why 91% use it for grand list and tax billing is because that's the state provides that. That's they have to enter it into that. So it should be 100%, but
it actually is 100%.
It actually is 100%. At some point, it has to come in there. Here's a great example of maybe we could ask the information differently on number 4, and I apologize, you're out of order. Actually, how is the grand list data initially recorded? So the grand list is that every town has their property card. There's different components, acreage, grade, number of so on and so forth. The lister comes up with a value for the property, and how is it initially recorded manually? So manually, and then there's a bunch of other. Manually could be handwriting it, but it also could be I typed it on the computer. So the way that question was worded, I think, didn't give us as much, because I think we were trying to get at is, like, I'm happy that 13% said they used a laptop or tablet. That's helpful. But how about the rest of them? Are they writing it on a piece of paper and then bringing it in and someone's data entering it? Do they have a way to, collect that data in the field so that and save them some time? Who maintains your grand list data? Obviously, the vast majority are the listers or assessors. But you can see a lot of folks actually, wear a lot of these hats, especially in the smaller towns. The smaller the town, the more hats that individual wears. Which is another reason why we sort of tried to time our rollout of the software not to coincide with fall of 2020. Because the very first thing we heard from town clerks is that's going to be a crazy election year, and if you ask us to start using a different grand list software system and a different way to print property tax bills at the same time that we're managing an election, then we would appreciate it if you didn't. So we will be spending this year building the new system, testing the new system. We have several towns who have volunteered to be pilot towns for us, so they're actually going to be like beta testers that will use the system months ahead of everyone else, so we can work out some of those kinks, and they volunteered to do that. We said, hey, if you want to, and we continue to get towns that say they would like to be a pilot, so that we would have that, but then the actual sort of flipping the switch from one system to the other wouldn't happen until 2021.
Are those pilot towns varying in size and geography?
Yeah, I would
Great.
say so. It's like I said, it's voluntary, but yeah, there's a good mix.
Great.
And also not just, the central part of the state either, they're all over the place, but
Good.
yeah. So I think that's a good way to do it instead of mandating or saying, hey, all the towns that start with A, you get to be our
Test
guinea
case.
pigs.
Right.
The last chart, when was your last reappraisal? I realize is a little tangential to this conversation, but I'm glad we asked it because it also shows how old the grand list is getting, and I think our systems in some ways are keeping us from getting some of this stuff done. It's a lot of work. We all know what happened in 2008 with housing, and the fact that only, less than 100 towns, I'd say, since that time have actually done a reappraisal where they do the reappraisal. And part of the problem, honestly, is that some of the towns are having a hard time finding assessors to do the work, finding appraisal companies who can do townwide appraisals. And it's especially hard for a smaller town because if you're getting paid by parcel, why would you want to bother coming into a town? So towns are having a hard time finding professional appraisers to come in and do their appraisals, even when they're ordered by us because their CLA has gotten so low. So if we could have more robust software where we could do some sort of statistical appraisal, or we could be much more clear with the town about what's happening with their values, and we could actually audit what's happening with their values a little bit better. So we could, and maybe some of those companies would be willing to come here if we had a system that they knew and could use and knew that it was a little more up to date.
So, totally not really connected to anything except for my interest in the education property tax. That significant amount of reappraisals that haven't been done since 2008, the effect of that would most likely be CLAs over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
And in this past session, you folks passed a slightly different window. It used to be if it was 80% or below, we would require a reappraisal. Now it's if it's between 85 or below 85 or above 115. So now for those ones that are on either end of that sort of extreme, where their property values have changed one way or the other, we can require a reappraisal. So we will have more towns that are getting sort of flagged for being under required reappraisal. They can do their own at any time, but we still have to make sure that there are folks out there to help towns do that work. And I think having a newer system will make it a little more appealing for folks from New Hampshire or New York or Massachusetts even to come up here and do appraisals for small Vermont towns. Yeah.
I'm curious on this mark number 13. This asks about the financial software capabilities. Are all these capabilities going to be an option in the new package? I'm trying to get a sense of the landscape. I mean,
We are really trying to not take ownership over things that we are not responsible for, because towns have absolute freedom to use whomever they want for all of this stuff, except for the grand list. This was helpful for us to know because we do have to make sure, especially for the tax admin and tax billing, that what we go with can talk to all those different systems. We don't need to know about accounts payable, accounts receivable, their HR benefits, their purchasing, and things like that. But our system has to talk to their system that does this, and so that's why that was helpful for us to ask.
Great.
And then the last few pages are just the actual text of the survey completely, so, I thought you folks might be curious to know. And I think there were some questions, obviously, we actually did collect a lot more data in some of those questions, like we actually got the names of all the different providers. We have by town, the internet speed, as people reported it. We asked them how much they paid for what they used, which was helpful in some ways. It ranged quite a bit, from like $400 a year to $5,000 a year, I think is what it was, but that's all broken out. And then we asked things like, how long does it take to enter things in the system? Which is also one of those, like, I don't know how to get at what we're trying to get at, but they were like, what are you talking about? It takes forever. It depends on the property.
Forever.
Yeah, it takes a really long time. So, qualitative versus quantitative data.
Right.
But I hope that was helpful, and I'm gonna continue to come and listen in on what you folks are up to, because I do think there's a pretty strong connection between what, our work and working with the towns, and it's definitely felt a lot more sort of successful and positive when we're approaching it as a partnership and we're all in this together, rather than just saying, well, we know, because we could grab all kinds of systems for our end of the grand list software. We could just, it's a database, is basically what it is. But that's not going to cut it. We need to provide that to the towns too. So,
Jill, how is the project funded? The site? Is it capital funds?
It's
general funds?
computer modernization fund.
Oh, that's right. You said that.
And I think it is a administrative holdback from the property transfer tax return. Maybe it's a fund that the state has for infrastructure investments in IT. I know that there's something related to current use that I think might also feed into the computer modernization fund.
I'm sorry, we're talking about your agenda. Computer modernization fund. I was asking
Yes,
where
that's
this
a
project.
tax department.
Okay, so that's not capital.
So no, that's their own thing, and they've actually, anyway, they're adjusting the percentage that they keep down also. So
say that again.
They collect some money and they keep a percentage of it, and they're actually changing that percentage. It's part of the budget discussion and part of the joint fiscal discussion that's been coming up there.
Okay. And which committee, if any, looked at this project?
A little bit the GovOps committee.
GovOps.
I mean, generally we're in Ways and Means a lot, but I think GovOps was where they were interested in this. And it's almost more sort of just to provide you guys some color and context. I'm not sure, the action, but people will be contacting you regardless of who we select.
Right.
There. We really want it to be successful and live with that.
Okay. Great. Do we have any other questions
Well,
on this? Yes.
I guess I'm just still trying to understand the NEMRIC, that's what people use for payroll, is that what you said?
They can. They have the choice. They can use them or something else.
But they are using,
A lot of them.
90% are using it, and that's part of the current package. And so is a payroll feature going to be part of the new, I'm trying to, this is the theme for me, is that I continue to believe we have a better shot at our security, and that we should try to make it as easy as possible for town. So I'm trying to understand. It's been very thoughtful, the process you're going for, but as you've said, you have a narrow slice of the universe that you're considering. So I'm trying to understand, are we inadvertently punting them off of a system that a lot of them are using because the new package is going to be more narrow?
Right. So the short answer is no. We only contract with NEMRIC for the grand list software and the CAMA, the computer assisted mass appraisal software. The thing is that they have a menu of services that the towns use, and so a lot of them go, yep, NEMRIC, we're going to use that for payroll,
They
HR.
add that on if you
Right.
like. Okay.
So I don't know if, because of the virtue of the fact that we have the contract already, if they get some sort of a discounted rate. I don't know that answer, but we don't currently contract for those. We don't want to, but the concern is there that the towns that use them for their whole suite of services,
Right.
is it gonna make it harder? Is now when we go to print property tax bills so that we can start to, charge interest and penalties on folks that haven't made it, if it's not all in one system, is that gonna be a problem? So that's why we're trying to get at that piece of where ours needs to talk and hand it over to whatever system they use, whether it's Nimerick or Excel or QuickBooks or anything
Right.
else. But that is one of the very real risks and realities of this change. I don't think it's necessarily for the worse. I think the benefits outweigh that impact, but it's going to require us to sort of reach on where we meet them, and it's going to require the whoever they use for their payroll to make sure that they're, but payroll, for example, in HR, we don't want anything to do with that data. We don't need that data. That's not part of our bailiwick. But when it comes to printing property tax bills, that's where we need to make sure that we built the bridge to the right place. That makes any sense.
Could we ask Karen the same, to
Sure.
comment on the same
Yeah.
sort of dynamic? Like, are we worried that the upgrade now forces everybody to have two systems, or?
We think there'll definitely be some, dissatisfaction with the new system, but Jill and PBR's worked really closely with towns on it. They've done one of the more thorough processes that any state agency has done recently in working out this kind of system. So I think that it may be the case that over the next few years, if a different vendor is selected for the grand list software, that you might see towns migrating their other financial databases over to that system to be consistent. And because there are these security issues that are going to continue coming up, and whoever you've got handling those payrolls and things has to be up to date, and a new vendor might have much more to offer in that respect.
Well, maybe that's the question then. Does the new vendor also, to your understanding, or are you watching to see if they have a commensurate suite of options that are not something you'll take advantage of, but
We went into that hoping we would find that sort of panacea. That has not really been the case.
Okay.
Property tax administration is so specific. I think part of, frankly, why Nimerick has it is because they saw the need in Vermont and it wasn't there, and they knew that somebody needed it. But we were hoping that there would be a vendor that we could say, oh, and we'll also negotiate a state contracted rate for these other services. That's the folks who do this work. It's pretty tailored to this because TIF and utilities. There's so many complexities to property valuation and administration that they don't seem to have the other.
Okay. Thank you.
That was wishful thinking.
We tried.
Well, I'm satisfied I at least figured out my question, but.
So
yes.
I would like to ask Jill and Karen the same question. What was the most surprising finding for you in this survey?
Well, that's a good question. I was thrilled so many responded, which is not exactly what you're asking, but I was very happy because I think it shows that there is that need. I think it definitely demonstrated the variety of abilities and expertise in this. I was surprised by I knew that the breadth of what they used Nimerick for was significant, but the breadth of that is really something we can't ignore.
I don't know that we were particularly surprised by anything, because we know that it's all over the map in terms of what towns use and how they handle their computers, and also the speeds that are available. Just on the contract rate of speed for internet, if you have very slow internet, you might not be able to run that test at all because it won't load. So that might be part of the 66%. That's certainly the case where I am at home when I've tried to run that thing. But anyway, I think we were gratified that so many people answered, and I think it also showed where we need a lot more specific information about what's going on out there. The one comment I remember of the IT support services, somebody said me. I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound great.
Right.
Did they say you,
No,
Karen, or they said
their
themselves?
answer was me. And,
I call Karen Horn.
In general, I would support kind of expanding this sort of thing as far as economies of scale, saving towns money, giving kind of a state level suite of security and IT systems. You know, not by any means mandating, but making it available. As far as security goes, you know, security vulnerabilities identified per day is in the 6 digits. So hundreds of thousands of security vulnerabilities per day.
In our state?
No, worldwide. And you know, top tier security stuff is updated every 5 minutes. So if we're dealing with sensitive information, having somebody run in something from Best Buy is, you know, maybe 5-10 years old is not the most secure.
We've been getting lucky.
So I've added that as a discussion item for our memo.
And I don't know what, you know, there's a statewide procurement arrangement that BGS offers that towns and school districts can take advantage of. So they may have some of those sort of negotiated rates, like for payroll and general ledger and things like that, that towns could take advantage of. One of the other things that we've learned after going through this process is we want to host an annual sort of showing all the different CAMA vendors, the computer assisted mass appraisal vendors, instead of leaving towns sort of on their own. We had been contracting with NIMRIC to offer that, and so a lot of the towns use that for their actual assessment. And so there's definitely, but towns can use whomever they want for that, and a lot of them do use other software to come up with their actual values. So we could host some sort of, we could negotiate a state rate that towns could take advantage of if they wanted to, and then host some sort of a way for them to sort of see their options.
Why would that be, why would the towns, help me understand, be on their own on that piece? Why is it advantageous to you?
Well, right now they can use whomever they want. And so it just seemed like if we can, rather than letting them sort of negotiate with these vendors on their own, if we could get some sort of a state rate that they could take advantage of, maybe modeling it after that BGS procurement system, maybe that would be, because maybe part of the concern is if you're just a small town that knows you need an assessment software, where do you start? How do you find out how much it costs? Do you really want to get into negotiating a contract? Maybe the state could offer some sort of a pooled rate.
Yeah, it seems like those things would go together.
Well, that's, yeah.
Right? Yeah, okay.
There is an argument to be made that we could require them to use the same system, and that's pretty much what other states do, but not all of them.
I've heard the municipalities like it when we require them to do things.
Oh, yeah.
Karen's forever demanding.
Okay. Karen, do you have any thoughts actually on that, on why it's advantageous for the municipalities to have their choice in assessment systems?
I'm sure I could bring you back some reasons. I don't have them off the top of my head.
Okay. Great. Do we have other questions on this topic?
I do not.
This was really helpful.
I'm so glad.
Very
Thank you for having me.
nice to know that this was done. So thank you for
Thank you.
bringing that in. And I would love to hear more about the project as it starts going in. So we look forward to.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
And you're ahead of schedule, and your next
Yes.
witnesses are here and ready to go whenever you'd like.
Okay, so why don't we take, why don't we come back at 10:30 instead of 10:45? Then? Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're off the record.
You all set?
We're all set.
Okay, so,
Ready?
Yeah.
ready to go on the record. Is everybody here? Secretary
Yeah, let me
Quinn?
get your presentation up. Present.
Okay.
It's very easy to do. You have this mouse, and everything you do here goes up on the TV.
Okay.
So there's your presentation, we'll put it full screen,
Nice.
and we'll get it up there. And your, yep, just like that. You're on the record.
Okay, good
Great.
morning. Good morning. So, you are new to me. If we need your names for the record, and then maybe we will introduce ourselves as well, so.
Okay, good morning, Lori Collins. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for DIVA, Executive Sponsor for MMIS and the IE&E program.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Clark. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Agency of Human Services.
Okay. Great. And you are here today to talk to us,
Chris Pearson,
well, I guess
Senator
we-
from Chittenden County.
Seth Chase, Colchester.
Randy Brock, Franklin, and part of Grand Isle.
and Laura Sibilli from Dover. So, you are here, we've been meeting, I'm sure you probably know this, we've been meeting regularly to hear about this project. And so, at our last, or at previous meetings, we've really wanted to get a sense of what is the overall picture here with regard to costs and framing, and then how things are going to be going forward. And so it looks like you've prepared some testimony.
Yes, I have.
So why don't we let you go through that,
Okay.
and then we will ask questions. We have 45 minutes, well, we have 45 minutes scheduled. I don't know if, do you have time limitations?
I do not.
Secretary Quinn, does your office have time limitations?
You're all set.
Okay, so we, after this, we are with Becky and doing some committee discussions, so we'll have plenty of time for questions, so we'll just let you go right
Okay.
ahead.
Great. So again, good morning, everybody. I wanted to just start out this morning by giving you a little bit of a background on my history as a state employee and at the Department of Vermont Health Access, and before that, social welfare. This transition with Cass Madison leaving as of giving her notice as of October. So I have worked in state government for 41 years. All of my time in state government has been with the Agency of Human Services in different roles. I spent 11 years as Deputy Commissioner. During that time, as Deputy Commissioner, I was responsible for the MMIS program and project work in the Medicaid Management Information Systems program. I have also launched a number of different programs across operations. I'll mention a couple of them. I worked at the time with Mike Costa from the governor's office to lead the technical implementation of the ACO model, bringing in zero pay claims and encounters into the MMIS solution and paying providers differently, so the relationship with OneCare. So I led that in 2017. We've done a number of different projects in the MMIS program, a number of different modules that we've implemented, and I'll go into those in my slides. I bring a team approach. My approach is focusing on teamwork, being inclusive, collaboration, communication, and support. As a result, today you'll hear from a number of our team members. I work really, really closely and have been throughout the whole MMIS program and launching these projects with Secretary Quinn and his staff, Sarah and her staff at the Agency of Financial's office, and across all programs in the Agency of Human Services. Over the last 3 weeks, we've, the MMIS program and myself as executive sponsor over the last 3 weeks have worked really, really hard at understanding timelines for the IE&E program, dependencies, CMS commitments. We've held a number of meetings with Secretary Quinn and his team, with Mike Smith, the new agency secretary. We're meeting with him weekly. We're providing him updates. We have one-on-one meetings with Secretary Quinn and Deputy Secretary Naylor And we're really trying to understand this program and what we need to do to move it forward. Our team is confident and with our abilities and commitment to work together to succeed for the good of Vermonters. And we really feel like our experience doing project work, I mean, I've been doing project work for probably 30 years. We'll be able to move this forward in the way that has been laid out, and we'll be able to meet the deadlines. So I'm going to turn it over, or I'm going to start going through the slides now to give you a little more detail than about myself. So again, I have 35 years of experience and knowledge across all three of these programs: enrollment and eligibility, the Medicaid Management Information System, or the MMIS, and health information technology. My experience has shown that teamwork, collaboration, communication, strong partnerships, and trust are all essential elements for successful completion of projects. I'm going to employ an approach that empowers the team to make progress with clearly defined roles and responsibilities that will ensure all of our success. We're going to rely on AHS Finance and DIVA Finance for finance, ADS for technology, and the project resources, so that the folks, the humans that actually work on the projects. We're going to rely the program and policy staff across the Agency of Human Services will represent the business, and lastly, we'll rely on guidance from AOA, AHS, and DIVA for legal support. So now I'll introduce our the interagency team, ADS, AHS, and DIVA. Our collective success is based on the team-based approach. The transition following Deputy Madison's resignation provided an opportunity from hearing from a handful of key team stakeholders, including myself representing the Department of Vermont Health Access, and I'll be speaking to the business. I'm going to work alongside John Zeneker, who's here in the audience, as the Deputy IE&E program sponsor, and Joe Lazinski and I have been working for 20 years together, and he is the Deputy Program Lead for MMIS. He has incredibly strong relationships with the staff working on the projects, and he works very closely with our federal partner, CMS. Sarah Clark and Marie Hayward will represent AHS Finance, and Secretary John Quinn, Darren Prail, and I don't think Marcia's here today, but they'll be representing ADS and speaking to technology.
And Lori, going forward in the future, who will we direct our concerns about this project to?
Me.
Okay.
I am executive sponsor.
Okay.
So you will direct your concerns to me.
Okay, thank you.
So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to talk about the financial picture here.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you for the opportunity to come in and provide some additional details surrounding the financials of the IE&E project. Unfortunately, I was not at your last joint meeting, but I did hear coming out of that meeting that there was a request for greater financial detail. So what you've seen in the slide right here is some high-level information. I am prepared today, if you would like, or at a later point, to go through some more detailed project-level budget and financial information. So let me orient you first to the chart up here. Okay. This represents gross spending on IE&E over 3 fiscal years. Fiscal year 19 are the columns shaded in green. So those reflect the budget in 19 as established in October of 2018. The second column over from that reflects what we actually spent as of June 30th of 2019, when the state fiscal year closed, as well as any encumbrances. An encumbrance would be a contractual obligation for services that were delivered in state fiscal year 19 that we couldn't pay because of timing of how the year-end close process works, and so the obligation rolls from one year to the next.
I'm gonna stop, and I apologize if this has already been done, but I'm not sure that we let folks know. We have Dan Smith from the Joint Fiscal Office who is on the phone with us, so I wanted to make sure that folks were aware of that. I apologize for not letting you know that at the beginning. Thank you.
So the green columns reflect state fiscal year 19, and I believe the November 1st report that was delivered to you will have some of that information in there. Then the next two columns reflect the state fiscal year 20, state fiscal year 21 projections. These are kind of our best estimate of what we anticipate spending as of October of 2019. That date is kind of critical because that's when we are doing our work to prepare for the capital budget adjustment process. And so I want you to know the kind of timing of the numbers that are included in this presentation today. So at a high level, state fiscal year 19, we closed under our budget as established in October of 2018 by $4.5 million gross. When I say gross, that means it's a mix of state and federal dollars. So the budget for state fiscal year 19 was $17.8 million. That was comprised $14.1 million of federal funding, $3.6 million of state funding. In this scenario, when I say state funding, I'm talking about the capital appropriations that have been established and are remaining to support the IE&E project. We spent in state fiscal year 19, from a total perspective, $13.3 million, which is comprised of $11 million of federal funding and $2.2 million of state funding. The balance in our capital appropriation at the close of state fiscal year 19, so as of June 30th, 2019, was $103,000. We are planning to, and it's assumed in these numbers, request an additional capital appropriation of $600,000 in the capital budget adjustment process that will be delivered to the legislature this winter. Which is in line with our capital budget request from last year. If you recall, the original request from the governor included $4.5 million for state fiscal year 20, $4.5 million for state fiscal year 21. The appropriation that eventually was made by the legislature was $4.75 million in state fiscal year 20. However, of that original appropriation, $250,000 was a set aside for the IT consultant, Dan Smith, who's on the phone. So it left $4.5 million for integrated eligibility in state fiscal year 20. State fiscal year 21, the appropriation in the as-passed capital bill was $3.9 million, which was a $600 reduction from the governor's recommended capital bill. At the time with the legislature, the conversation was, if you need the funds and you demonstrate progress on your deliverables and a clear financial picture, we would like to have the conversation with you in the budget adjustment process. And so AHS is requesting the $600,000 that would bring us back to the original request from the capital bill.
Can I ask a question just regarding totals? One of the questions that keeps recurring is how much is integrated eligibility going to cost? Is fiscal 21 the last year in which you anticipate that costs will be incurred? And so if it is, then is it fair to say that the sum total cost for integrated eligibility is the sum of $13.3 million from 19, 19.2 from 20, and 16.8 for 21?
So let me start with the first part of your question, and I may need others from the team to weigh in, but state fiscal year 21 will not be the end of the integrated eligibility enrollment project. That it is anticipated to continue beyond that. I should let IT experts speak, but my kind of understanding of technology now is that it is an ongoing process of improvement. That the days where we would build a system that would last for 20 or 30 years is not kind of the realm of technology anymore. I defer to experts.
Yeah.
I can talk for a second. Darren Prale, Director of Digital Services for the Agency of Digital Services. CMS has directed us to build these giant systems that support the eligibility programs in a modular way, and that means buying the best pieces you can to build the whole system. They're very complicated systems that have a lot of different parts, and sometimes when you buy different parts from different vendors, you get the best of breed, essentially. So in fact, we have continued to modify and develop the existing old system concurrently because you can never let these systems get out of compliance or out of security patching or any of that. So not only do we have to build the new system and continually maintain it pretty much for the life of the system, we have to swap out the parts, which we hope will be smaller parts and less costly parts over time.
So, just to follow up on that, I mean, I understand we'll need to continue to maintain, improve, upgrade, but in terms of the original projected project, is 21 the end? Will the original projected project be completed?
I do not believe that that would be the end of the project.
Okay.
I mean, the one question that we continually ask is, how much is this going to cost?
So,
it's a pretty simple question.
And you could ask the same question about the existing legacy access system that we still use today on the mainframe, and it's been in production use for over 35 years.
Sure, there are maintenance costs,
Right,
there
sure.
are adjustment costs, there are improvement costs, but in terms of getting the system, integrated eligibility as defined based on what the feds have asked, do we know what it's going to cost?
I think until the roadmap that Lori is going to talk about is complete, we won't have that total picture.
I mean, it comes back, to me, it comes back to things like Vermont Health Connect. How much did Vermont Health Connect cost? It's a question I've been asking for 5 years, and I can't seem to get an answer.
Senator John Quinn for the record. What I would say is, Kaz Madison, when she was here, she showed us a roadmap a couple of times of the modules that we would be doing each year. And I'm not remembering exactly how many. I think there were 4 projects going on this year and the next year and the next year. Integrating with the MMIS program and having Lori oversee both has given us better visibility into where we can save money across the agency potentially. And so we're going through a re-road mapping exercise to make sure that everything aligns correctly as far as the projects. A lot of work has been done on this over the past 3 or 4 weeks, and it's been a really, really good exercise, not only for AHS but for ADS, and giving us a better vision of what that looks like in the years out. So we'll be able to give you better estimates of those pieces of work in future meetings. Right now, we want to make sure that we're utilizing our federal money appropriately to the best of our ability, and as technology changes and we build those modules in years out, that we're using the newest technologies and doing things in a way that's more sustainable than maybe they were 3 or 4 years ago when we started planning.
I'm curious, the line about being under budget by $4.5 million, is that all eligible to be carried forward, or does any of the federal money come with a timeline baked in?
So we, roughly on a 6 months, from a federal funding perspective, roughly on a 6-month basis, we submit something that's called Implementation Advanced Planning Documents, IAPDs, which is essentially a grant agreement with the federal government. And so we lay out for them roughly every 6 months, this is our kind of planned spending over the next 2 years. These are things that change as you move through projects, and I think one of the things that we'll want to talk about today is our kind of module approach to integrated eligibility, and how, because of these smaller bites of projects, it allows us to be more nimble and to adjust as we encounter changes along the way. And so the funds, So the federal funding doesn't go away, I guess is the kind of the short answer to your question, but it is something that we, kind of renew and refresh with the federal government every 6 months on a formal basis, but that there are weekly conversations with the federal government in terms of like the status of the projects and, how things are progressing.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll let you keep, I have more questions, but kind of along the same lines as Senator Brock, but let's keep going.
Sure. Do you want to go through, this is a spreadsheet that essentially reflects for 19, 20, and 21 by project in the IE&E program, what our kind of spending or planned spending is. It's not in the slide packet because it's a little easier to read on a larger sheet of paper, but we can go through that at a high level. And I'm certainly, willing to sit down to dig in a little bit more on the whole spending on Vermont Health Connect.
So are you aware of the testimony that's been provided to this committee this summer? Have you had a chance to review that in terms of timelines that's been?
Yes, yes,
okay.
I have, yes.
Great, okay.
Yes. Okay, so giant spreadsheet, there's some extra copies if anybody would like. Let me orient you to the spreadsheet. So the in the red column, that is the projects underneath the IE&E program. If you look at the 3 columns that are in green, that reflects the budget for state fiscal year 19 as of October 2018. The middle green column reflects the total actual expenditures plus the encumbrances in state fiscal year 19. And the third green column reflects the delta between budgets to actuals. When it's a negative number, it means there was underspending versus the budget that was established. The purple column is projected spending for state fiscal year 20 as of October 2019. This is our kind of roadmap, our plan for spending. The orange column is the projection for state fiscal year 21. So at a high level, if you want to kind of maybe first talk about state fiscal year 19, we can go through each of the projects. I don't know all the details, but I can maybe just call out for you some of the key areas of either underspending or where we overspent, which I think would be in line with the report that was submitted.
Before you do that,
yeah,
maybe it would be helpful if we do kind of go back to Senator Brock's question.
Sure.
So I think we had wanted, my understanding was we had really wanted to understand there was a project that was proposed,
yeah,
agreed to, and we've been building it in modules, and we started building it and funding it, and then at some point we will largely be done with building the project. And so what in that frame is not on the sheet? Are there a lot of things that are not on this?
So what is on here is everything that we either engaged in during state fiscal year 19 or plan to over 20 and 21.
Okay.
So if there's something beyond 21, for example, that hasn't yet been identified, or perhaps it has and it's further out in the future, it's not included on this sheet. And if it's something that was completed prior to state fiscal year 19, it's not on this sheet either. And so I acknowledge that I was trying to address the questions that I heard came out of the last committee, which I think I've not captured here exactly, because I'm understanding you want a bigger accounting to include, going back to Vermont Health Connect.
Well, I use Vermont Health Connect as an example, and of course, one of the questions I have is the question as to what extent, if any, does any of the work here, in fact, replace pieces in Vermont Health Connect that were broken to begin with and have never worked? Right. Which goes back to the question that I asked. The corollary question is, what did Vermont Health Connect cost? And is some of those costs, in fact, here? We hear anecdotally that Vermont Health Connect cost about $200 million. But then I see an army of temps and contractors still today doing things that system was supposed to do that didn't do. That is an ongoing cost. And if we have in this project something that doesn't work, and we've got to do manual interventions, we've got to add contractors, we've got to add temporary staff, where are those costs? Are those considered project costs, or do those become operational costs? And so there's just a lack of clarity that I have about how much is all this costing, and what buckets is it in?
And I will add on to that, that I have found the testimony that we've gotten this summer to be helpful in terms of where we are in time with specific modules.
Okay.
So that's been helpful. I feel like we're fairly comfortable in that space.
Okay.
It's really the
big picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is very murky to me at this
So
point.
my apologies, because I definitely, I understood that you wanted a little bit more project level detail for kind of where we are now and where we're planning to go. I very clearly understand your question is Vermont Health Connect, what did we pay for the development of it? But also, what are we continuing to pay for the operations of Vermont Health Connect that would include perhaps some of the more manual aspects that we are continuing to engage in while we remediate?
Well, that's the issue, is that in terms of looking at project costs, and I apply the same thing here, and I understand there's a different development philosophy and certainly more control here today than there was when Vermont Health Connect was done, and I acknowledge that and congratulate people to that. But at the same time, if we have continuing costs because we built something that doesn't work, the functionality isn't there, which is still the legacy of Vermont Health Connect, how are those costs being accounted for? Are they part of the project? Are they operational costs? Are they in the new project? And it's very, very murky.
So, I mean, I can speak to one of the projects that will help us to get out of the costs that we are now experiencing with Vermont Health Connect. And Secretary Quinn is going to talk about the BI project and where we are with that. So the business intelligence project is moving out of the Siebel database and over to the state of Vermont data warehouse that the ADS staff is building right now. So he's going to go into that project in more detail. They're also building and all of the operational reports that we now rely on a vendor to produce for us over at Vermont Health Connect. And those operational reports will be built and maintained by State of Vermont staff moving forward when the business intelligence project is launched. So that will help us to start moving away from the Vermont Health Connect and to help us start saving costs. Another project that we have launched is electronic content management. So same kind of situation happened. We were relying on Siebel to store all of our documents in their solution. We've now moved them all over to a State of Vermont hosted on-base ECM solution. So we're making strides at replacing Vermont Health Connect and the very expensive solution that we're supporting right now. So we're making strides at doing that.
And I think you should hear us say, we would like to appreciate those strides with a little better understanding. So we're just trying to grapple with that.
Understood.
Is there some place that, from an accounting perspective, you've accounted for Vermont Health Connect to know how much we've spent overall as of this point? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Okay.
I don't have that for you
But
with
yeah,
me
if you
today,
could
but
provide
yes,
that
there
to
is.
us, and I'd
Yes.
like to know, in particular, these ongoing costs that we are continuing to incur.
Yes.
Are they being accounted for as part of that project, as operational costs, or as part of this project?
Operational costs, and we'll provide the kind of full scope of costs for Vermont Health Connect, how it relates to integrated eligibility, and the operating costs associated with Vermont Health Connect.
Yeah, and I'd certainly like to know, as far as integrated eligibility is concerned, how much money are we spending for integrated eligibility that actually is simply to replace the non-functionality that we are continuing to live with from Vermont Health Connect.
Why don't you walk us through what you thought
Sure.
we wanted? Okay, and
Okay.
we'll keep.
Great. So, let's see. I think I oriented you to the top. Then this is the list of it's not up on the screen. It's the this detailed sheet. So, it is a listing of projects underneath the IE&E program. If you wanted to focus on the third green column, that tells you off of the budget that was established in state fiscal year 19, what were the key areas of kind of underspending and overspending. But remember, this is on a state fiscal year basis, so it's not going to reflect what's the total budget for each one of these projects. This is a state fiscal year comparison. And so at a high level, you could see that the IE program support underspent off of the budget by $4 million. It's a pretty large bucket, the program support. It reflects state staff, staff aug, security costs. When we have to do independent reviews on a project, which is, I believe, a legislatively required process, there's a lot of different costs in that bucket. We spent less than we budgeted for a whole variety of reasons, including some projects just didn't move as quickly as were originally anticipated for a variety of reasons. But because of that, our spending on staff aug was less than originally anticipated in the budget.
Does that mean that those are expenses that are not saved, but are simply deferred and will appear later?
I think that yes, some of those costs will be pushed into the future and are accounted for in the 20 and 21 estimates that you see on this page. So if it was something that originally maybe we intended to have done in 19, but it didn't, it's reflected in the 20 and 21.
So as we go back and look at what is the total cost of this project, based on how it was originally envisioned, how is that going to impact the actual cost to that budget? Because if it's being deferred, there aren't any savings there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that in terms of where we are in terms of our forecast versus original budget, original plan, that we're on target, that we're over, that we're under? Are we able to tell?
So I think, and I'm going to let IT and project folks fill in a little bit more, but so my understanding of, why we're doing, one of the reasons that we're doing this module approach is so that when we take a smaller bite, from both a budget perspective and a performance perspective, that we are able to, as we move forward, if we come up with challenges, that we're able to adjust course. So that would mean both from a financial perspective as well as do we need to do something different to make sure that we're achieving our intended deliverable. And so in that manner, though when a project is delayed, it does push costs potentially into the future. We're also able to put ourselves on the right course so that we don't, and I'll say kind of maybe similar to Vermont Health Connect, so that we don't commit to a solution that ultimately is not going to work for us and is going to cost us more money in the long term. Anybody would like to chime in beyond that?
So I think Cass, or I'm positive Cass in some of her testimony talked about these, smaller projects like the consolidated paper application. So that was the first project that launched, and that was an idea of getting all of the healthcare programs into one paper application. That really had nothing to do with technology. That was more foundational work to get prepared for one of the phases of the portals. And when we come back in and talk to you more about how we planned or looked at this roadmap, as we've been, again, 3.5 weeks into this project. So we're still working these things out. All of this work that's been done in this smaller chunks that has allowed us to kind of contain the project, have less risks. You know, how are we gonna move it, all of these smaller projects, figure out what we actually need in the end, and then we have to tie it all together. And that's just a simplified kind of view of it. And that's what we're trying to get on a roadmap, because we have commitments to our federal partner. We have commitments to you, and we have to make sure that we're meeting all of these deadlines, and we end up with a solution that is gonna tie things all together. Remember, they're tiny little, there's phases of the customer portal, there's an ECM solution, there's a business intelligence solution, there's a premium processing solution, all of these little modules, and we have to tie it all together in what we have been calling, and I'm sure Cass has referred to, a case management solution and a worker dashboard. That comes in the out years. And we haven't yet figured out on our timeline when that will actually fit in. But we will figure it out.
Do you have any sense?
We do have a
as to
sense.
when you will figure that out and could tell us about it?
Yeah, I think if you give us 6 weeks or so, we should have a really firm idea about that and how that will work.
Are there new systems that are being used for the first time now that we're in open enrollment? Can you give us a snapshot of how that's going? If there are? Or are we still in the legacy?
Well, the document uploader is being used. So that was launched and that's being used. So what that means is Vermonters can actually upload any of their verification documents that they need, even in open enrollment. And that gets created, it creates a PDF to the worker, and the worker will act on the change that way. As we move through this modernization in the different phases of the customer portal, a lot of that will no longer be a manual process, it will be an automated process.
Okay.
And so that's working okay?
That's working fine.
Great. Okay. Do you want to keep going through? Do we have more? Go ahead.
I mean, we can go through each of the projects, the areas of over and underspending, if you want, or there's more slides, I think.
So I am, so I'm looking at.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm seeing that we have different projects listed here. I was trying to go through my notes and see, okay, wait, were these projects listed elsewhere? So I'd love to orient myself on this sheet.
Yep.
To the projects that we've been following.
Sure. So there are more projects on the spreadsheet than there are here.
Right.
Because I think the intention behind these was I don't know, maybe the more pertinent updates to provide to the committee, and that's why these were selected for this executive summary level tab. But to crosswalk you quickly, if I may, so the healthcare paper application is project C.
Yep.
And I think an important and I wasn't at the testimony, but when Cass was, I think, saying like things were over budget, she was reflecting on the total budget for that project. So not just from a state fiscal year perspective. So she was reflecting that things are over budget for the entirety, over however many years, the time frame it takes to complete. But then when she said we finished fiscal year 19 with a $100,000 balance, I think there was some confusion perhaps about how, if we're over budget in so many areas, how did we end with a surplus? And I think it's because she was speaking to over budget in the context of the entire life of the project, as opposed to just one state fiscal year.
Yes.
Which is what I kind of managed to very tightly, and we managed to each state fiscal year's appropriation, as opposed to the life of the. And so I think that's what I'm attempting to clear up here with the spreadsheet. So the crosswalk healthcare paper app is C, Enterprise content management is D
Yep.
on the spreadsheet. Business intelligence is H. Document uploader is E. CMS mitigation items is not actually on the spreadsheet that I've handed out because I believe those items are factored into the DEVA operating budget. And so it's not, what I'm presenting to you here has to do with the design, development, implementation of IE&E as opposed to the operating costs. So that's not reflected on my spreadsheet.
So this spreadsheet are for the design elements, not operational, okay?
The online application is F on my spreadsheet. And premium processing is K on my spreadsheet. And I can, if it's helpful, maybe we can just resubmit this table with the kind of crosswalk to the, if that's helpful.
Sure. So there's a lot that is on your spreadsheet that have we seen this? Have we seen reporting on these other columns? I'm feeling
You wanna
like
ask Dan about
Dan,
that?
have we seen? I don't know if you're. He doesn't have the spreadsheet, so. Dan, we are looking at line items for IE program support, AHS independent verification and validation. There's no funding for the customer portal phase 3.
So I should say,
Yes.
I should clarify. So with some
Okay.
of them on this spreadsheet are actually projects that wouldn't be here because they haven't started yet, right? They're state fiscal year 20 or state fiscal year 21. And
They're part of
so,
the package, right?
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Great.
So
This is
it's,
from last.
yeah, so it's a timing thing. And then some of the other items that are highlighted have to do more with, I'll point you to M on the spreadsheet, government procurement. That has to do, it's the contract with 18F, which is basically, it's a part of the General Services Administration of the federal government that we have a contract with that has been working with the state to kind of design our overall procurement strategy for IE&E. And so,
It's the modular.
yes,
Yeah.
and so, and so that's, it does,
If Dan, you can't hear, I think he has seen, I don't think he would be surprised by any of this.
Okay.
But we can send it to him and we can confirm that.
Okay.
I'm gonna skip it, post it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Great.
So,
Yes, sir.
just one of the things that stands out from the old exchange days is the change of circumstance. So I think to Senator Brock's question, I mean, since very day one of launching the exchange, we have been challenged by the change of circumstance. It's never worked. It's had a lot of attempts to have a workaround. And so is that the same one? Is that the same change of circumstance that we've talked about for the last 5 years?
Well, so it's the same requirement, so,
But the senator had asked sort of, are there pieces on this that are sort of with a cost interplay with the exchange, and I think it is, right?
So, yeah, if I can just speak to it this way. So the change of circumstance, any system that we have has to be ready to accept change of circumstance. In our future planning, the change of circumstance functionality that will replace the Vermont Health Connect, change of circumstance process, manual process that we have today, is going to be in customer service portal phase 3. So right now, we do have an online change review form that Vermonters can go to a website and fill in a PDF file. They can use the document uploader, so they're going to save it, use the document uploader, and it will go into a workers queue through the new ECM, electronic content management process, in the state-run on-base solution. That's already there and working. We don't have the portal functionality where Vermonters can just go to the portal and make a change in the portal right now. That's coming in customer service phase 3.
Okay.
So that basically is another $3 million that should be added to the cost of building Vermont Health Connect, because that was functionality that was supposed to be in Vermont Health Connect to begin with.
Yes.
And we now are
But
obviously.
they've always
Yeah.
been meshed, right? I mean, their Health Connect was supposed to have all of this at some level, right?
Well, I don't know about all of it. I mean, there's
Well,
some-
integrated eligibility absolutely was.
The whole
part
issue of
the
change of
initial
circumstance
promise.
was clearly the function to begin with. And a lot of the customer service costs associated with this. I mean, I get calls from consumers with some regularity about I've been on hold with Vermont Health Connect for 3 hours trying to tell them that I just had a baby or whatever the case may be, and I can't get anybody to do anything about it. I get different answers from everybody I talk to. You know, I'm sure you've heard all of this as well.
Or you will.
I've heard it.
But that's one of the things that are generating my questions, is it seems very, very difficult to pin a cost on what it is that we're doing, and also to get a clear understanding of how much are we spending on all of this stuff. You know, how much are we spent on Vermont Health, how much are we spending on integrated eligibility? And to what extent is the spending on integrated eligibility really a part of the Vermont Health Connect to begin with?
And I have heard Sarah say that she will come
Yes.
to the next report here and talk to us about the Health Connect overall costs as it relates to IE&E, as well as the operational costs.
Yep.
Big picture.
It'll
So
be
you're
a bigger
hearing
team
us.
than me because it's,
Okay, good.
Okay, but you're hearing us loud and clear.
yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Great, okay. Thank you.
Quick question. When you're saying this is, was supposed to be part of Health Connect, does that mean that the charges for that module should be assigned to that project instead of this, or?
It's probably a different question for, okay. Why don't we let you finish your testimony?
So do you want to walk through each of, I'm trying to, do you want that level of detail now, or I don't, I think I would maybe just move on to the other folks unless you wanted to go through it.
So Sarah, you know what I think would be
Yeah.
helpful?
Yeah.
For the line items that we have not been hearing reports on, I
Sure.
think you had started to
Yep.
tell us about those.
Yep.
Why don't you finish telling us about those? And
Sure.
then,
So that is going to be, let's see,
A, B,
so A is the IE program support, which I talked a little bit about, right? It's just the kind of overall infrastructure support for the IE&E program. And so we can provide you more details about what's underneath this, because it is the largest number on the page, so.
and those are not costs associated, right, no, they're not costs associated with any of that.
Yeah, so it's when it's not directly attributable to a project,
Yeah.
it's in this bucket. B, I'm sure Cass talked to you about the requirement from CMS to do the independent verification and validation, IV&V. It's a CMS required review for compliance and ensuring that the state is achieving its, deliverables and work plan.
Is this, in effect, using a third-party independent reviewer such as a Gartner?
That is correct.
And then there are
Yeah.
reports that are generated by them on an ongoing basis,
That's correct.
by project?
That's correct. And as a matter of fact, we share those reports with Dan Smith.
Okay.
You're aware of the healthcare paper application?
Yes.
Enterprise content management, let's see. The F, customer portal phase 2 online application, that's a project that has started, but that's budgeted in state fiscal year 20 and 21. Change of circumstance is scheduled to start in state fiscal year 21. 21. You are aware of business intelligence, business rules management, and I probably am not great at describing what this is. But it is something that has to do with expanding integrated eligibility beyond healthcare programs to the economic services programs. And so it's the kind of foundational work to be able to make that happen.
Sarah?
Yes.
With regard to H?
Yep.
So that's the business intelligence.
Mhm.
Have we made a decision on that project?
I'm ready to talk about that one. It's
During your
slides ahead.
testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, why don't you finish that?
J, federal report development. Again, though it's not called out individually here, I believe you're aware of it. This has to do with the federal enrollment and tax reporting requirements that the state is required to do related to Vermont Health Connect. The next one, K, premium processing, that's slated to begin state fiscal year 20. The worker dashboard, state fiscal year 21. Government procurement, and we talked a little bit about what that is, the contract with 18F for kind of our procurement strategy. And the last one, Master Person Index, Master Data Management, is a project that I believe was started and then is paused right now.
It is paused, and it's part of our future roadmap discussions with Secretary Quinn and his staff.
Could you tell me just briefly a little bit about 18F and government procurement, as to how, what that consists of?
Is anybody more familiar with that than me here?
Yeah, I can go into it further. As we discussed in the first hour, 18F was hired to help us with agile procurement, help us look at our procurement practices in the state to try to streamline and get vendors on site in a faster way and still be competitive within the market. So one of the things that they suggested and worked with us on was building retainer buckets of vendors. Inviting vendors in to competitively bid on areas of work, whether it was, by the hour, $185 an hour for website work or security work. They would sign the terms and conditions with the state and be on standby to respond to statements of work by the state for work that's $500,000 or less. So part of the approach with IE was to build deliverables that were $500,000 or less, and to be able to go out to these retainer contracts, put out a statement of work, and get a response back in a couple of weeks, rather than doing a full-blown RFP that could take 9 months, 12 months, 18 months in some cases, and get to work immediately and start working in smaller buckets, trying to get a deliverable that directly affects Vermonters and adds functionality in a smaller way. And overall, I would say in that bucket, in the procurement bucket, we were very successful with working with them.
Okay.
So that's kind of project by project list.
Okay. Dan, have you been able to look at this spreadsheet? Is it uploaded?
Yes, I have.
He has, yeah.
So just with a quick, it's not, okay. So do you have any questions on this spreadsheet? We're gonna move on from it at this point.
No, it pretty much matches with the data that was presented to the Corrections and Institutions Committees back with the original capital request.
Great, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, how long have you been working on this project?
I've been the CFO of AHS for about 4.5 years. I've been in state government for 15, which is a long time, but nowhere near my esteemed colleague, so I'm in awe of her. So.
And so has your role changed at all with the departure of Cass?
Well, I'm here today, so I don't think I've met with you guys before, but I've been testifying in the institutions committees on the capital requests as it relates to IE&E for as long as I've been in my role, so that hasn't changed, and I was there supporting Cass last year. And so you know, as the CFO of the Agency of Human Services, we have a $2.5 billion operating budget, six different departments, from corrections, children and families, disabilities, aging, independent living. So that's kind of all under my purview. And so the IT projects, with really the onset of Vermont Health Connect and the kind of major efforts that we undertook probably now 6, 7, 8 years ago, the kind of financial impact of these large-scale IT projects has definitely changed the CFO's job, right? In terms of the responsibility for overseeing a large infusion of federal dollars and state dollars for the build-out of these projects.
So that happened prior to
It happened,
Cass's departure?
yeah, prior,
Okay.
yes, but just in terms of the changing nature of this job.
Okay.
But you know, as you guys know, we still have 20, 30-year-old legacy systems that we rely on intensely, and so we're at the end of the life of those, and so,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Take my seat. Good morning again. So I'm going to cover this portion of the event, or the testimony. The Business Intelligence Project. No event. The Business Intelligence Project has been one that we've struggled with in the past a little bit. I think it's been read for quite a while. As you may recall, we've had a number of issues that at first, we called networking issues, the state network. It looked like there was a fairly big problem with the state network that was causing replication issues.
Right.
In the end, we found it was a bug with the software that was running on the Vermont Health Connect side, and that stack of products specific to a certain version that really only affected the replication. So it was an extremely technical thing that it took us a long time to figure out. We had vendors in. Anyways, we're past that.
That was the transfer of
That
data
was the
between
transfer of
warehouses,
data.
yeah.
Since then, we've been working on, over the past month, 3 weeks, the transition, what it looks like with new leadership coming in at Human Services, what the work is, looking at the dates that we have set out for completing the BI project, and ADS and AHS have committed to being able to finish this project in February. At the same time, to cover ourselves, we have executed a contingency plan to make sure that we're able to get out the delivery of 1095s and federal reports if something was to go wrong. But our boots on the ground, our project management, our senior leadership teams in these agencies are all feeling confident that we can get this done in February. We're done with most of the highly technical work, and right now it's looking at the data, comparing the data, building the reports, testing the reports, and based on the timelines that we've put together and the people that we've brought in who have been really instrumental on agile process and agile development and being able to plan out these things, people that have the most experience are showing that we can do these in time to meet the February deadline. So for the first time in quite a while, I feel pretty strongly that we can make this deadline and that we're on the right track. I would say, and I mentioned this to Lori's deputy before Lori took this role, and before we knew that Cass was leaving, that I don't give Lori's side of the shop, or which I call the MMIS side, a lot of attention, because they do projects really well, and they've been successful, and they continue to be successful. So usually when you see a lot of involvement from me, it's because something's gone wrong in the past. And so I'm feeling very confident in both the ADS and the AHS side that we have the proper leadership in place to do this.
Okay.
I thought 1095s were due by the end of January, so am I just misremembering that?
They're due by the tax year, so the contingency that we have in place right now, it's really not a contingency. It was like business as usual. So we have the vendor archetype who is going to create these 1095s. What we're going to do is while they're creating the 1095s, we're gonna replicate it on the state side to use the data that is migrated over to the data warehouse on the state side to replicate the 1095 process. And so that would be what we'll use to actually test the process to be able to create them in the next tax year.
But the forms that Vermonters are getting are out of the legacy, the
Yes.
last year's system. And then, if I recall, there was questions, or is it an Oracle that's doing this is the component that we were worried about having to re-up with, right? Because it's tricky, that we didn't really want to update to the new Oracle. We couldn't really keep the old one, right? So if we hit your deadline here, February, does that save us money? Like, are we able to get out of that contract in a way that's going to save us money? Or forgive me, I'm sort of half remembering what we were talking about, but I just remember there's a lot of interplay there in terms of both system abilities and budgeting. That was sort of a shocking number if we had to keep going very long for it.
Right. I do know that the business intelligence project, once stood up, saves the state gross, and please kick me if I'm wrong, about $600,000 a month in these other contracts that we have going on. So, you know, we'll be avoiding that cost once the system is stood up, and that's why we're so committed to this date. As far as the contract date with Oracle, I'm not remembering the exact date on that.
Well, so then, thank you. So that is my memory. It was a shocking monthly figure. So if we stand this up in February, do we get to take that off, the Oracle off in March, or is there a lag? Like, just help me understand that relationship.
Darren, do you have a better understanding of the Oracle timeline?
Yeah, after February, we're upgrading all of we're actually upgrading the products right now, but it won't go live until February. At that point in time, we will be able, once we get this done, be able to turn off what's called the OBIEE, which is the business intelligence software, the Oracle software that runs.
So it could be immediate, as soon as we're satisfied with this. Okay, great.
And then also discontinue the use of the contract.
Okay, thank you.
You can, so we're not locked into a contract past February?
I guess that was perfect.
No, the contract actually ends in February, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That's correct.
And that's, I mean, we're
That's why you were.
Yeah, we're moving
wanted to be
resources.
really sure.
We're moving resources around. We're pulling resources from other departments. We're trying to put the absolute best and brightest on this that will make sure that we have success in the end. I'm meeting with the ADS technicians, between my deputy and I and Darren. You know, it feels like daily. We're paying a lot of attention to this, make sure we hit this date.
Okay. Okay. More questions on this?
Well, I guess if part of the contingency, do we have an option of a month-to-month sort of arrangement if we find we're a few weeks over? Or what would we anticipate if we don't hit February? You know, do we sign up for another year, another 2 months, what? Do you have a sense of that? What we'd be looking at?
Darren, do you have a sense of that?
I think you're right. We would end up going to a month-to-month sort of arrangement. We'd have to extend the existing archetype contract and push out the Oracle upgrading project. And that's where those large costs come in, because we have, for those additional months that we would be hiring the vendor and having Optum host duplicative environments, because during the cutover they're doing twice as many, and each environment has, just to give you an idea of scale, around 220 servers in it. You know, it's a lot of a lot of extra hosting that we wouldn't need each month thereafter.
Thank you.
Okay. Dan, do you have any questions on business intelligence?
No, the only comments I would have would be on the financial side at this point.
Would you like to share those questions?
Okay. I didn't want to jump in earlier, and again, first I'd like to apologize for not being there in person, and also say that if I was in person, hopefully this wouldn't come across possibly as harsh, but Going back to the original question of how much is IE really going to cost, the approach that AHS and ADS is taking now is an approach that unfortunately means you can't answer that question. You can't look forward and say, this is the final cost of IE. Back in 2015, when AHS was looking at a contract to say, to some vendor, go out and build IE for us, that brings the comfort of saying, yes, IE will cost X amount of dollars. But unfortunately for that comfort, it's based on invalid assumptions, and the net cost would have been far greater. And again, we can go back and look at Vermont Health Connect as an example of that. We thought we knew what Vermont Health Connect was going to cost. It ended up costing far more and did less than was expected. The advantage of the approach that's being taken now is that it's being done in a piecemeal fashion. Every year, AHS and ADS and the legislature is going to have to look at the list of what must be done, and CMS mitigation items is an example of that, and the list of things that we'd like to have done, and the change of circumstance improvements is an example of that. Look at the costs involved and say, is it worth going forward? The plus side of that is the overall program risks are much less. The negative side is you're never really going to be able to put a handle on how much the thing is going to cost. It's going to be a year-to-year exercise in saying, what must we do, what do we want to do, can we afford it, and do we want to afford it? So without beating that to death, I'd say that is one of the downsides. It's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be a year-to-year challenge to figure out what the next year's projects are going to be. The only other thing I'd say is the question of Vermont Health Connect versus IE, of how much is in each bucket, is almost impossible to answer because there is no clear line between those programs. The IE and Vermont Health Connect from the beginning have been very tightly coupled, very closely intertwined. And being able to put your finger on how much have we spent on IE and how much have we spent on Vermont Health Connect, you'll drive Sarah crazy with that kind of question. But all we can try to do going forward is say, for each system, as closely as we can define them, what are the benefits to each? So, in the next year or so, the customer portal phase 3, yes, it's a change to Vermont Health Connect. Yes, we could probably do without it and continue along with the way things are done now, but it's probably worth the state's and CMS's money to make the process better for everybody involved. And I will stop rambling there. That's my take on the financial. It's just going to be a long process. We won't know what IE is going to cost until we've said we're spending enough money, we're done.
Well, I understand that the modular approach has its certain advantages, and the pluses I'm fully on board with. At the same time, I think we have an obligation to accountability. And when we establish what essentially is a never-ending chain of costs, we never will know how much we're spending, and it's very difficult then to look back over a 3, 4, 5-year period to be able to evaluate, did we do the right things? Have we spent the correct amount of money? What have we spent and for what? I just can't buy the fact that we can't quantify this. We may quantify it differently.
I'm sorry, and I agree with you. As we look back to 2013 through, say, 2016, it's unfortunate we can't look back and have a better handle on what was spent, for what did we get out of it. But I think that's the reality of it. I think in the current process, from about, say, 2017 on, we will have a much clearer picture. And again, the project breakdowns and the costs and estimates going forward, we will have a much better handle on what we are spending on what and what are we getting for it. But yeah, looking back to the beginning, it's rough. It's going to be an impossible question to answer.
For me, some of these things are about smarter spending, right? So whether, and I don't have the cost in front of me, so I'm just going to use some general numbers. If we're talking about business intelligence and it costs us, $3 million, right? How long does it take to get the ROI on that from what we're paying Optum? What's the value behind that to the citizen of Vermont, right? with the document uploader, what was the cost of that and what's the value to the citizen of Vermont? So if we look at this from a different perspective, if you look at it like, I think we may be trying to look at it like what is the entire cost of integrated eligibility? It's a really large number, but if you break it down by the modules that we're delivering at the time and say, what's the value to the citizen of that we're actually getting right now and long term, whether we complete all of the integrated eligibility things or not, what's the value of implementing that piece to the citizen and to us? I think if we look at it that way, you can break it down by cost and say, is $3 million worth it to us to add that amount of value to the Vermonter? Is document uploading making it easier for us, making it easier for the Vermonter to be able to upload documents so we can turn around and process that faster on the back end with less resources worth the price compared to trying to come up with a $200 million number saying it's going to do all of these things and trying to wrangle it all in one big number. I think that's really difficult. But I think if we look at it in smaller chunks, kind of like how we're building it out, and look at the value story behind each one, you can kind of break it down a little simpler. Or at least that's the way I'm looking at it in my mind.
You can measure each little cut, but what you really want to know is how much blood did you spill? And I can't accept the fact that we don't know and can't figure it out. From a basic fundamental system of government accountability, I simply cannot accept that. I've said enough.
Okay. Are we done with the business intelligence piece for right now?
I think we are done with the business intelligence piece for right now, yes.
Okay, so a little more about how we plan for the transition of Cass leaving on October 18th. So when Cass gave her notice about leaving the beginning of October, we immediately went to a structure that would align with the way CMS had actually been structuring. Just this past summer, they released a new organizational structure where our state representative was going to be responsible for all three programs, so MMIS, IE&E, and HIT. And we looked at that and said, is there an opportunity to bring the executive sponsorship and the leadership team that we had in MMIS and share that leadership team with the IE&E programs to help move these programs forward? And we quickly decided that would be a really good structure. We have foundational teams in the MMIS program already built. We have teams that are responsible for CMS certification, and if I'll explain a little bit about certification. Certification is when you're allowed to get enhanced funding for your maintenance and operations costs. So in MMIS, that's certification is something that we're really used to. In the last 3 years, we have certified pharmacy benefit management solution, and we also have certified a care management solution, which is the first solution across the country that CMS has ever certified. We've also, next Thursday, we're hosting CMS to certify our provider management module. So just in the last 2 or 3 years, we've certified 3 modules in our MMIS program. So long story short, bringing IE&E into the MMIS, we're going to be able to share a really strong leadership team. We're going to also be able to share all of these foundational teams that we've already built, and we'll be able to streamline the processes. We have leads in every one of these teams. A recent example is the reports that John and his team are building. We have already shifted over to our QA and testing team, and they're starting to test them. If we hadn't combined these teams, we would have had staff in the IE&E program that would have had to leave their day jobs to do the testing on these reports. So it's gonna be more efficient, we're using experienced resources, and I think it will make a big difference. The projects will continue to align with the CMS guidance, and will proceed in a blend of waterfall, modular, et cetera processes.
So I am hearing you say this will be more efficient.
Mhm.
Will it be equally or more effective?
I say yes.
Okay, and are we are you now doing your old job and Cass's job at the same time? Like, is that like?
So Cass's job was, she was deputy commissioner, and she had responsibility for the IE&E program, and she also managed that, she oversaw the health access eligibility unit and 140 employees there. And she also had different other responsibilities in DEVA. She was responsible for performance improvement and other things. My main responsibilities, to answer your question, I'm going to be doing the job I did before, and I'm also going to be the executive sponsor over IE&E. But the reason why I can do that is that I'm an executive sponsor. I have an incredible team, and I have incredible relationships built, you know, and I have the relationships built across the agency.
So that's helpful. And do you know, is that position, is Cass's, the remaining aspects of Cass's position expected to be filled? Do you have any insight into that?
I don't really at this point.
Okay.
I haven't heard that we're not filling it.
Okay, but the piece that we are interested in, which is integrated eligibility, you are taking over.
I am doing that.
In addition to what you were doing.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you have the capacity within your existing teams
Yes.
to do that, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes.
Are there staff that transfer over to you? I mean, I'm not.
There is.
How many?
I can get back to you with that number. We're still trying to figure this out.
Okay.
What, you know, we have lots of project management staff that we've been meeting with regularly. We have product owners that we meet with regularly, but a count of how many of them that will be transferring over from IE&E into this, you know, broader team, I don't have a count, a specific count.
It's a gray area because our teams are so meshed together in their roles and working together. It's, you know.
Was there overlap previously between the two projects? I can hear Dan wants to put a comment. But what were there people that overlapped between the two?
There are some projects that overlap. MMIS has been launching TMSIS, and I won't bore you with details because it is a lot of detail in that, but we had to rely on.
Would like to make a call. Please hang up and try again.
We had to rely on staff, the Health Access Eligibility Unit Director, Thani Boscalio. She would be working on that TMSIS project with us, so we had overlap between projects, but we didn't really have integration, I think is probably the way to describe it.
And do you anticipate, I've heard you say more efficient. I've heard you say you believe that this will be equally effective. Do you anticipate adding staff, reducing staff?
Well, I can tell you in the last 3 weeks, we've been able to use a project manager that had some bandwidth that was working on an MMIS project, and we've moved them over to an ECM project. So I think overall it's going to be more efficient. It should be less costly, you know, because we're working across both programs, and we can use the ebb and flows in project work and move them over to other projects that need resources.
So where is that cost savings going to come from if it's less costly? Do you anticipate?
So I think you'll see it most in the program, the IE program support. You'll see you should see less cost there and less cost in the MMIS program support if we can leverage it either way, right?
Okay. Is that contracted services or those like state employees?
It's a blend.
Blend. Okay.
Yeah, we use contracts for staff aug and we also use state employees.
You're well over your time, but this has been helpful. I appreciate you working so hard to provide us an update in such a short amount of time that you've been grasping this. Do you want to walk us through the rest of the presentation?
And very quickly. So I think I touched upon our certification successes. So again, care management, we certified this, and we actually got the letter in October of 2019. We were able to go back and collect enhanced funding at 75% back to 1117 with this certification. So that's a big win financially. Again, we're hosting CMS next week, Thursday. We're going to certify this provider management module, and hot off the press this morning, we learned that Puerto Rico is actually coming to us on December 5th, staff working on an MMIS launch of the provider management. They're coming December 5th to talk to us about how we were able to launch this provider management module in less than a year. And they want to talk to us about how they can replicate some of that.
If they need us to go there.
I said it'll be a rude awakening being here in December. So there's just the success of the project there. You know, this was a legislative mandate because it was taking us so long, over 120 days to enroll a provider. We launched this project and now we're enrolling providers in 18 to 23 days. So we're going to continue to employ this modular approach for IE&E projects in 2020. We've launched the premium processing project. That's also legislatively mandated, and that sends the premium billing back to the issuers. And that is currently on time, on budget, and on scope. We have customer portal phase 2, which has just launched in the last week and a half, I think. And that's the online application project. So that's where they'll be able to enter this portal, Vermonters will, and they'll be able to electronically apply for health care coverage. And we're on time, on budget, and on scope.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in. I'm sure you've been working hard to. So I'm not sure that we're going to meet in December. We may meet in December, but it sounds like you all, I heard, about 6 weeks. So you might appreciate not coming back to talk to us until January.
That would probably be very appreciated.
Okay. And so at that time, I want to be clear that we send these folks off with very clear idea of what we want them to testify on, based on Dan's comments, your concerns. As I said, right now I've got this question here: Vermont Health Connect costs and how they relate to IE&E, and I'm hearing Dan say that that's going to be really challenging. So, do we want to? Do you have recommendations, Sarah, on based on our questions on what might be more helpful?
So I think, and I'm just trying to go back in history a little bit, because we had, probably it was 3 years ago maybe now, we did kind of testify, this committee didn't exist then, right? So to different legislators. So right now, I think my approach would be similar to what we did the last time. And there's actually, if you look in the November 1st report, there is on page 19, there is some financial information surrounding kind of what we've spent on Vermont Health Connect and IE&E from the kind of dawn of these projects. And so there is the accounting for it at a very high level, what we've spent. But Dan, his comments were very on point in that it's hard to determine where Vermont Health Connect ends and integrated eligibility and enrollment begins. But I think in my mind, I understand your question, and I will, do my best to answer it with the information that I have.
Well, to me, the issue is the functionality. And the functionality that was allegedly built into Vermont Health Connect from the time that it was initiated up until now, how much have we spent to deliver that particular functionality? Not to maintain it, but to deliver it. So we have the original development cost in Vermont Health Connect, which presumably we'd be able to quantify. We have the amount of money that we have spent over and above normal operational needs to hire contractors, temporary employees, and other workarounds to do things that Vermont Health Connect was alleged to have been done. It was part of the original specification that wasn't done, and still to this date has not been done. We should be able to quantify that. We know that there's certain aspects of what we're doing here in integrated eligibility that was specifically part of that original Vermont Health Connect deliverable. And we should be able to quantify at least what we've spent to date and what we have budgeted, such as the phase 3 change of circumstance, which was part of the original Vermont Health Connect. We should be able to quantify that. So those are specifics that we should be able to come up with both an actual to date and a budget to get the total amount for that.
So I'm agreeing with you. I'm not.
Okay.
I think it's the whole conversation around the deliverable and what Vermont Health Connect was that I can't speak to. The accounting, I can talk to you about the accounting for it.
Okay. So do you feel comfortable with what you're hearing Senator Brock say he'd like to understand? Do you feel
Yes,
like
but I will tell you, I will be reaching out to probably both of you and the joint fiscal
Great.
staff and Dan Smith leading up to the meeting.
Great.
Yep, because it's a combination, right? There's the accounting for it, but it's the other stuff that's hard to pull apart.
Okay.
And it's
Well, I mean, I think originally what we're saying here is with this modular approach, in many cases you are taking what historically has been a capital expenditure and you're really operationalizing it because it becomes an ongoing decision point on a year versus year basis as to what you're going to do versus, it may be just in terms of thinking ahead that the way we account for things may need to be different, may need to be changed because of that. But it's hard for me to think, for example, that if you're a private company, if your IT chief comes to you and says, I don't know what we're going to spend to do this function, and I never will know, and there's no way that I can tell you, that would not be an acceptable answer. No private company would operate that way, and I don't think government should.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So we have 2 items, 3 items actually. One is committee discussion and markup with Becky. We are, how are you for time? Because we are over time.
I do have another meeting. I can.
What time?
I guess relate to it.
What, okay.
Maybe.
What time is your other meeting? Is it?
It's okay.
So we should go through the memo first then. Yes. So we want to go through this memo. I also would like to talk about if we don't meet in December, how we could move. Would you like to walk through this? What would make this easiest for you?
Yeah, I can generally walk through the structure and then I think go over the bullet points.
Okay.
Okay, so Becky Wasserman, Legislative Counsel. So the memo is now separated out into 3 parts. The first is the introduction, and this is just saying how often the committee met and what witnesses testified at committee meetings during that time. It's pretty general, so I didn't know if you wanted to specifically list all of the witness names here, so that's a question for you all.
The one note that I have is mentioned here, the chief auditor, and I think we actually met with the state auditor. We did not meet with, did we ever meet with?
With Tanya?
Yeah, Tanya Morehouse. Did she come in?
She was on the on the list, on the website. But
Well, I know we
maybe-
did
maybe-
meet with Doug Hoffer.
maybe it was just a written testimony.
She wasn't documented as a witness in our database.
I'll check that.
Okay, I'm sure.
I think we wanted to at one point, but we didn't.
Okay. Okay. So in the second section, it's recommendations that the committee would be sharing with other committees of jurisdiction. And then the third section is the status of IT projects, and I think that's the section that probably needs the most detail. So in terms of recommendations, we've been compiling over the last couple of meetings a number of bullet points, so I can just start to go through them all. The first is to recommend to the committees of jurisdiction that they address workforce development initiatives in the IT profession. And so what was discussed was including reviewing state employment needs, the promotion of the profession, secondary and post-secondary training, and deficiencies in pay.
This, are we talking about state workforce development needs when you're trying, in this outline, or in this bullet?
State employees. It's including reviewing state employment
So
needs. So I think it's
because I think we should, it's sort of mixed together here, but, I mean, we've heard from employers that this is a challenge, we've heard from municipalities that this is a challenge, and we've heard from our own people that this is a challenge,
So generally, and
you know,
including state employees.
yeah, right, I mean, when we're talking about deficiencies of pay, I assume that's our own, you know, state government challenge. I don't know, you know what am I making sense here? I'm not quite.
So would it make sense to just cross out state in front of employment needs, because it's really both, are you saying it's both the public and private sector?
Well, I'm asking that.
It is,
To me,
and I know,
it is.
as we've done in the Economic Development Committee, which deals with these workforce issues in the Senate, this is a recognition that it is a statewide issue, not solely a state government issue. So I think it's appropriate that we do it more generally.
But the deficiencies in pay is specific to state. So
That's
state,
right.
Yes,
That's what I'm trying to say.
that's true, you're right.
And so it's just a bit jumbled here, and I think it is, we want it to, for my needs, we want to encourage the committees to look at the whole suite of it. Clearly, when they look at state government's IT needs, the pay issue is a big one.
Yeah, good point.
So.
Okay, great.
And I guess I would also like to suggest that secondary and post-secondary training, to me, I want to be sure, maybe this is already happening, that, for instance, Vermont Technical College is aware of this, that our you know, that our voc ed programs are engaged in this, and so I don't, you know, maybe they probably are, but it seems like we would want committees to check in that specifically, but I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe that's too specific. but-
Awareness and training.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just, yeah, I mean, here, the training, I think of those as sort of state programs, but it's kind of a curriculum, it could be a curriculum, you know, I think it's just more broad.
So would that be another bullet, perhaps just on education, sort of a review of what offerings there are in the state in terms of program, like training and programs?
So maybe mapping out the, it's not the pipeline.
Well, it is the pipeline.
It's
No,
the
I
pathway,
think
the
that's
pathway.
right. Well, maybe it is a different bullet because it's more
Education
likely to
pathways,
go to
education and
different
certification
committees.
pathways.
You know, it's all interwoven, but you would want, it seems to me, we would want our education committees to have this kind of discussion, like, there's this huge need, there are good jobs available, we want to know if our programs are kind of aimed at that. I mean, is that too silly?
No, it's not. I mean, and we've certainly done it with other professions, and we have a suite of things that we say. We know that we have critical needs in construction, in
Nursing.
Nursing, and some of the allied healthcare professions, and so on. And just to make sure that information technology and information security are among the critical needs that we have in Vermont, and that we have workforce development programs that recognize those needs and focuses on the pathway to fulfilling them.
Do you have it?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, let's go to the next.
So the next one is a review of both federal and state statutory provisions on cyber crimes to determine any deficiencies. And last time there was also discussion of requesting an opinion from the AG's office about whether any statutes need to be modernized.
I'm okay with that. I think what I've heard from other testimony in the meantime is that those things are generally addressed already. I'm not sure if we necessarily need to call it out or just kind of an ongoing thing.
I'm happy to pull the bullet if you want to pull the bullet.
Anybody else have any feelings on it?
I really want to read the statutes regarding cybercrimes. It's been a long time since I've read them, just to have an understanding as to whether or not we see the issue based on what we've heard here over this past year.
To me, it's an excellent question, but we've kind of heard that it's not a big gap.
Okay.
So I would take
So
that.
let's pull it. Okay, great.
The next bullet has to deals with a risk assessment process, so developing an IT risk assessment process within state government to ensure that the state prioritizes the IT risks that it faces, responds effectively to those risks, and has a process in place to raise inadequate risk response to the legislature for that action. And there would be a couple entities involved in that process, including ADS, other executive branch agencies, the legislative committees of jurisdiction, and the state auditor. And this came from Senator Brock, and I had paraphrased it to fit into the structure of the memo. And there was a note in there about the state auditor's ability to perform this mission, whether or not they have enough resources. So I put that footnote in there, but I didn't know if you wanted to include that in the memo.
No, I think that I would want to include that in the memo.
I think we should check with Hopper.
Well, if we don't include it in the memo, then I think we need to include that we want, I think we need the word auditing in here. Yeah.
No, for the independent auditor, the state auditor is for independent auditors. I think that's correct. The only question is whether or not this resource issue ought to be included, and I think I just think we ought to consult with Hoffer before we put it in there. Make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I do think.
I think you could ask the same question of what we're asking the Agency of Digital Service. To me, the question is baked into anything we're asking. So I don't know that it needs to be called out, especially here. But my experience with Auditor Hoffer is he's more than capable of raising that concern when he's given new tasks. But
so then maybe we want to, rather than be concerned, we want to work with the auditor to have this function happen.
So the bullet point is saying that this process should include all of those entities, so it would be including the auditor in there.
Great.
So take out the footnote. The next bullet deals with proposing legislation. So this would be creating an annual reporting requirement to the legislature on level 3, 4, and 5 cybersecurity incidents by system, and require state agencies and entities accessing state collected or generated data to develop data backup protocols. And there was some discussion last time about whether this would be needed, and also how this legislation would be proposed? Because
Well, I
this
think what
committee can't do that. So.
What we were really talking about, I think, and you had raised the issue, was that if some horrible incident occurs, should the legislature or some subset of it be notified about it, and if so, at what frequency? And I think one of the goals was not to provide a reporting mechanism that was overly onerous, but that knowing that we've had some kind of problem is something that we ought to be aware of.
And I am aware that, in speaking with Representative Briglin from House Energy and Technology, that he intends to put forward a cybersecurity bill, so I guess we would put it, yes. So we should start.
So should this be rephrased to recommend to that committee
Yes.
to include this in a cybersecurity bill?
Yes.
But
I would.
do you mean to say an annual reporting requirement or at time of incident or?
Periodic and leave it more general.
Yeah.
So somewhere in between is where I would actually be comfortable.
Me too.
So
maybe just say a reporting requirement and leave it that
at
way.
least annually or biannually. So what we've heard is that at the time of the incident could be challenging because sometimes they're taking some time. They really can't report to us.
Right. Well, I don't need it that hour.
Yeah,
but
and the other thing is the specificity of level 3, 4, 5 cybersecurity incidents makes the question: is that a footnote? Because most people won't have a clue of what we're talking about.
But I think because what we've talked about is, that there are these issues that happen all the time, we could be overloaded. And I think Secretary Quinn has actually 3, 4, and 5 are more serious, right? Right. What's a 2? Tell me what's a 2.
Something that may affect a small group of maybe state employees.
How
or,
small?
Left to be determined by me.
Okay.
I don't want to put a 10 people. I don't want to put a 15 people. I think it depends. There's a lot that goes into it. Depends on the type of data. Is it just PII? Like what is involved?
Okay.
If it was something that was going to make the news, even if it was just 8 people, I would raise that to a higher level.
So essentially, really, it's a periodic reporting requirement
I mean,
of significant or
that's trying to
serious
define
security incidents.
based on risk and
So should we ask the news guy? What's a level 3?
Depends on whether it's a slow news day.
exactly.
Okay. So, well, I think this will get some discussion in committee.
Yeah.
So, are you good with that, Becky?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so the next bullet is another recommendation to the committees of jurisdiction about understanding the administration's prioritization of risk in the system, and that would include which IT systems are at greatest risk for theft of Vermonters' data, and which systems disruption would pose the greatest threat to public safety.
I would add to that the greatest threat to public safety or to the operations of government. And systems, I think, should have an apostrophe
Yes,
after it.
I just noticed that as well.
Okay, are you good?
Yep. So the next would be to fund a third-party assessment of cybersecurity risks posed by local governments to the state system, and develop parameters with VLCT in conjunction with the Secretary of State's office and ADS.
I'd like to, I think that's smart, but I wonder if we also just need to understand the cybersecurity risk posed by local governments, not only, this sort of hinges it to our own systems. When the town of Bradford gets hit with a $2 million ransom request, we're gonna need to deal, we're gonna be engaged. So it's not only the intersection to the state systems that I think is a state interest. that makes sense.
I'm not quite there with you.
You don't agree, or you
No,
don't
I don't
understand?
understand.
Well, this says the cybersecurity risk posed by local governments to the state systems. And I think that it's clear that municipal systems have their own risks just to their own systems.
So you like an assessment overall of
Yeah.
the municipal systems. Is Karen in here? And so what would we do with that assessment?
Well, I think that we ought to be looking for ways where the state centralizes some municipal IT functions and makes it easier for them and makes it more secure for our communities overall. But, you know,
Tend to tie into that sweet thing from.
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty far out of my knowledge base here, but
That could be a pretty big chunk, and I just wonder whether or not that the state should do what the federal government does so for its agencies in a lot of cases, and that is define a set of best practices, as well as the ability for them to decide whether they're going to do it or whether they're not. But in some cases where it affects the state systems, that's where I think we may make certain things mandatory in order to interact with state systems. But beyond that, I think the municipalities, I'm not sure that the notion of doing a risk assessment for all the municipalities in the state, that's a big chunk and potentially a big number.
so I don't, okay, somewhere in between there is, I'm not sure we need to do an across-the-board risk assessment. I think it could be just an analysis of, you know, what is the landscape that we could be faced with. I mean, we've all heard the news reports of significant cities, right, that have found themselves in deep hot water, and so I agree with you that we don't need a town-by-town risk assessment, but I don't want to tie this just to the intersection of state systems, because I think that these are community systems that, I don't know, what do you think, Seth?
Well, the bigger towns like Burlington have the budget to do this sort of an assessment themselves. The smaller towns, which would be the hardest to assess, also have the smallest budget, so and likely to pose the largest potential risk of that particular system per capita, you know.
So
the issue of
I have
when
a
you get
question,
to-
actually. Secretary Quinn, when Jill Rumick was testifying earlier, we noted that there was a small percentage of municipalities that said they get their IT services from the state of Vermont. Is that true? Do you know?
I don't have enough information to answer that.
Okay.
I think it's an IT service.
Okay, so, but do you provide any municipal services through ADS? No, it's just internal. Do we, across state government?
VCGI, our Center for Geographic Information, they provide some services to regional planning.
Yep, okay.
Agencies may provide some help desk type support on systems that directly interact. You know, they may have forgot their password, those types of things, but.
Okay.
So what if we just leave it as is, but then sort of say, also explore sort of these issues at the, our need to understand the potential impact of municipal cybersecurity issues
So
on the state, something like that.
I've moved under the IT, I have a new bullet from our previous discussion around the possibility of state services that could be
Okay.
offered to municipalities, so maybe we'll stick that under
Okay.
there. I do think, the notion of doing some sort of polling, could be interesting. I don't know if I think this is fine. I think this is fine as it is. It's fine as it is, because we can add, more, these can get fleshed out a bit more.
Yeah, in the subcommittee. I was going to say maybe we could kind of shorten it a little bit. Fund a third-party assessment of the cybersecurity risk landscape for city, local, and state governments. Period.
So it's more broad, and then you depend on the
And then
committee
to
Yeah.
take more
better
testimony
define
and
Yeah.
narrow it down.
Great.
Is that all right, Randy?
Yeah, I guess.
I somehow doubt
I don't
we're
want
gonna,
to appear as if
risk
we give them a
assess the
blank
whole
check
universe.
for a $2 million risk assessment.
I don't think they cash our checks.
Okay. Good? Becky, you good on that?
It'll be like the rest of IT, you can't measure it anyway.
Okay.
Be good.
Okay.
Yes.
So the next bullet is require new IT project funding proposals to report on the compatibility between existing and proposed technologies.
So, Secretary Quinn, is this required now?
If there's a funding proposal for a new IT project, there has to be a report on whether there's compatibility between existing and proposed technologies.
So in statute now, the Agency of Digital Services is responsible for choosing the technology solution.
Yeah.
Which puts it all in my agency, right? So the compatibility is looked at by our enterprise architecture. I don't think it necessarily needs to go into law. I mean, there's only one IT group, so the compatibility is looked at as part of the process. And we wouldn't let someone go forward with something if it didn't make sense for the state as far as compatibility to other systems, unless if the business case was there where we had to do something because of a mandate or some other reason.
But we're
So-
looking to build best practices here, not rely on what a good job you do, which is absolutely the case.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is it's in law already by giving ADS the.
It is in law already.
ADS
The
is
ADS
responsible
has
for the
to-
technology solutions.
So you have to report on that to the legislature. So this, I'm
Yeah,
thinking
we report.
specifically, you're coming with a funding proposal that you, yeah, I guess, okay.
Yeah.
Does
Okay.
seem-
All right, then let's take that out. Take it out? Okay.
Okay. The next would be the creation of a joint cybersecurity council to plan and oversee cooperation and communication on cybersecurity issues between the three branches of government.
So I would like to leave that in. I know that the three branches are working, and I would love for them to, maybe just explain, just to continue forward into the session with that. Yep, go ahead, Senator Pearson.
Well, I think this makes sense, but I wonder if we could come a little short of sort of urging the creation, but rather like just sort of. I think this is a good conversation for the committees to have. I'm not comfortable saying that we should create a joint commission, and I don't know.
So consider creation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Formalize.
Yeah, explore ways to
method
formalize.
for the three branches to cooperate on these things.
I like
To
that.
collaborate,
Yeah, thank you.
share information.
And that- I was going to add on to that, if it is the creation of something, it might make sense to put it into the bullet point relating to the cybersecurity bill, because it would have to be created in legislation, although it sounds like now you don't want legislation on it.
Well, where's the cybersecurity? I mean, I think we need a plan to do all of these things. I'm a little uncomfortable saying we've met and discussed it, and we think there needs to be a joint cybersecurity council.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I like keeping it a little bit more loose, like formalize it. I'd be okay with like a joint memo from all the heads of the IT teams of all three branches saying, hey, here's what our best practices are and here's what we're gonna do.
I think they're working on MOUs.
Yeah.
Or at least some of them are.
So what? So does you were suggesting we include it somewhere else?
If you were going to keep it as is, it looks to create a council would be something you would have to do in law. So I thought it might fit into the bullet point on recommending to, it sounds like the House Energy and Technology is thinking about doing a cybersecurity bill, so it might be something that would fit into that bill if it is something you would like in law.
Yes. And that's probably where we would figure that out, whether that's necessary or not.
But for now, I'll just keep it more informal.
I think that's fine, and we wanted to make it consider as opposed to create, is that right?
Yeah, we just spent about half of yesterday in the Sunset Advisory Commission getting rid of IT councils.
Yeah.
We don't want to create more.
Okay, are you good?
Yep.
Okay.
Next is assessing and reporting on vulnerabilities that legislators pose to the state systems, and recommending some sort of periodic training for legislators on cybersecurity.
So I would like that to be an end goal, that there is a recommendation on periodic training for legislators on cybersecurity.
So is that really a direction to the, actually don't know what they're called now, that they're in the new legislative IT department to do this?
I would think more the speaker and the pro tem.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense.
I'm not sure who we would be asking to assess and report on the vulnerabilities.
Right, so Kevin would assess and then.
But he's already done that,
Right.
and it's a risk. So I think we should just say that we recommend periodic legislative training on cybersecurity.
Required.
Yeah,
We
required,
require.
yes. Recommend required legislative, yeah, and the periodic is sort of baked in, I would have thought. But I'm not sure we need, they are already assessing and reporting on all of
And,
this.
yeah, okay.
So,
Let's take that off.
those were the-
But one of the things Kevin said was that he, for privacy reasons, couldn't really share any of the info. So do we need to come up with something that says, if you're posing a risk to a system, you are no longer expecting a right of privacy? So that can be specifically addressed.
So
Because-
training to include procedures that legislative IT takes to contain you?
Ensure system security.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a question that I think Kevin has policies already on that. So maybe that's just a question of if he has that in his policies already, and then if he does, to let legislators know that in the training.
Yes.
But for instance, he talked about, does he have the right to say, Senator Pearson, you've been a repeatedly bad actor, your access is now truncated and limited in some way. That's what he was asking us, and he didn't feel that he had the authority now, if I remember. And so is that sort of what you're getting at? Like, we would need to set that up for ourselves.
Yeah.
And basically, who does have that authority to pull the plug on a sitting legislator? Does the pro tem and the speaker, does the ethics committee have that responsibility? Does anybody have that right now?
It could be in the rule, I could look in the rules to see if there's something that would be applicable.
Yeah,
So
I
could we
think that would be
just
helpful to know
note that and
that.
say explore,
Yeah.
I don't know, explore policies to figure out how to slap ourselves on the wrist.
Here's your speaking spot.
You can have an etch-a-sketch. Let me get it like that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, what is the penalty that you're taking off of this
So
system?
access or no access, yeah.
Like you have no I mean, I don't know, so it's a question that you wouldn't be able to have like a legislative email address anymore?
That wasn't what I heard. It was more about what
Is
networks
there
you're
another
allowed
meeting
on.
coming in here?
Well, I don't think we need to answer this. The point is to have that conversation. They need to figure out, we need to have a training and we need to have a protocol for, handling our internal risk behaviors or something like that.
And I guess there's the question that Becky has raised is there anything in the rules right now? I don't know that there is.
That's something I can look into.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next is evaluating the need and cost for a legislative expert, and this is similar to what Dan Smith does, and this could either be an individual or a firm that would provide some cybersecurity technical assistance to the legislature.
Yeah, because it's us. You know, saying John's doing a good job or not. You know, and Jeff. You know, I feel like it would be we need some technical assistance.
Get more people like me.
Okay.
And the last bullet is consider funding an innovation fund within ADS for the purpose of addressing one-time cybersecurity upgrades or fixes.
So I've put this in here because I believe that most of ADS, I think all of your funding is
that's
billed back, right? It's all like,
Yeah, like 0.001% is general fund.
right.
Directly.
Right. And
People
so
comfortable
that's
with
hard
that?
for you to be proactive, is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, so it's hard to, so we can see 200 case management systems out there, but it's hard for us to build something in advance and say, hey, come here. We have to wait till there's a project started and then try to build it into an enterprise solution as, you know, things are trying to
So
happen.
have we described this right here with this?
No.
Yeah.
We have not described it well. Is that what you said?
No, I mean, an innovation fund and one-time security money is, one-time money overall honestly really doesn't help me all that much because of the models that IT has moved to. They're all subscription-based, so whether we're buying an endpoint protection that's gonna help desktop stay secure, those are yearly costs. Those aren't, there are very few one-time costs. We did that with the hardware that we bought last year. There was BAA money, one-time BAA money that worked. But again, we're gonna come back into that 5 or 6 years from now.
So what would we change this to create an annually?
Do you want it
annual
focused on
appropriation?
cybersecurity or innovation?
I see. Okay.
I was going to say, consider funding an innovation fund within the Agency of Digital Services for the purpose of systems upgrades and so forth.
Modernization.
Yeah. So it's not tied to a specific
Systems upgrade and
Would it be that,
modernization.
or would it be, would the focus be on standards, modernization standards established by the Agency of Digital Services that should be applied throughout state government, with particular emphasis on cybersecurity, and just simply provide a fund for that purpose?
That
But
seems like
somewhere
a separate thing, but.
Yeah, but somewhere, I mean, it's, I would think it would be standards driven, what you're doing. You're trying to do something that would apply a standard, and here we talk about cybersecurity across state government. And the problem that you have in implementing it right now is you typically can't do anything unless a particular agency or organization is going to upgrade that particular system. So it makes it very, very difficult to apply something across the board. Is that,
Yeah.
I think, what you're saying?
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, we have standards that are that we're going to be talking about with judiciary and the legislature in the next couple of weeks. We have a meeting set, but in that are some goals. Really, there's standards, but we know that there's some of them that we don't make, and there's money that's needed in order to get to that standard. So, with that line of thinking, yeah, we would use money to fund us getting to that standard. Right? You know, the different technologies that are needed, but it's they're not one-time things. That's the struggle.
There's nothing in your creation in statute that prohibits you from getting a budget line item, right?
Yep. Just put it in Vermont Health Connect, nobody even noticed.
Tell us how you really.
Does that bother you?
I mean, I'm sympathetic to this, and you know,
Let's go.
Secretary works for the governor, and the governor presents a budget, so that's an interesting tension that I have here.
Where would this go? Like, which committee would look at this? Talk about
Appropriations,
this?
I mean,
Yeah.
the budget, we're just talking about money.
Yep.
That's where it's,
So we want to look at also an annual, I'm sure, yeah, general fund appropriation. That would be
Yeah,
well
and then of
received.
course, where's the revenue coming from to fund it,
Right.
so I mean, it's basically in both line committees.
Well, right. Yeah.
well, we can
I
ask
think
people to
let's leave it
consider
here and
funding. I mean,
let this conversation, I think it'll percolate out. Yeah.
But with the changes that I think Seth had, or somebody had.
So, one of the questions I have is, that we started with, is who is this going to?
Yes.
So, there's a lot of talk of the committees of jurisdiction, but at this point, it almost seems like it's a lot of the committees, so it's, you know, appropriations, energy and technology, GovOps potentially,
Yes.
economic development,
Yes.
should I say institutions?
No, but probably.
Yeah, education. So, is it? Yeah. Do you want to specify the committees
Yes.
still?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so, and I think I'd like to try and maybe break it up by committee.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, because
So write a
otherwise-
separate one to different.
Or just,
to
no,
the-
I think just within the memo.
Okay.
So, you know, people.
Oh,
can-
separate out to within the memo
Yeah.
which committees this would be going to.
Yeah, because people will then be able to see the other things and go, wait a minute, that should have been with us, or not, or thank God it's not.
Well, one thing is, doing that will make this longer, won't it? I mean, one of the things I would love to do is to keep this no more than two pages.
Yeah.
To get to the point, rather than produce a long report that nobody's gonna read.
I think we've pulled a couple of things off of here. We've pulled 2.5 items off of here.
And we've had, I think, in the introduction, I guess we haven't specifically talked about what systems we've examined, but my question is whether or not item 3 is even necessary. Because we don't,
Item 3? Oh.
yeah, we don't really say anything in item 3.
Well, that's because, well, and I think Becky had said that we may need to.
I think that was just a placeholder for right
Yeah.
now, and so if
Right.
the committee wants to add something, I can add in more detail.
So, I think that I would like to work with maybe JFO on the integrated eligibility here, on recommendations for integrated eligibility going into the session. Like, here are the items that we are watching going into the session. I would like to note that we have a tri-branch working group doing some cybersecurity work. Do we need to note that?
So is that the same as the bullet above about formalizing a method for the 3 branches to work together?
No, it's not. I think we want to check in with the tri-branch working group on, we recommend periodically checking in with them on any outstanding or new cyber issues. Neither of them are looking at me. Kevin's not here. Does that seem reasonable?
We
that
can
language?
certainly report periodically.
Okay, great. Okay, and then here in this is where, Becky, I'm thinking, putting in, looking at, and I don't know if this is the place, but this is where I'd put it, state level suite of secure services for municipalities. We need to understand, I think, to what level, maybe this is above and not the status of information IT projects. To what extent BGS is offering this already? Municipal
BGS?
service.
BGS?
Isn't that, yeah, that was.
Buildings and General Services Procurement.
Oh, procurement, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe we shouldn't limit ourselves because it might come from other places too.
Okay.
Agency of Ed or whatever, I don't know.
So we have the list of interactions. So who's providing municipal, is this under IT projects? I don't think it is under IT projects.
No, I don't think it is. But
Okay, I think this is gonna go up to a bullet. So, consider, do you wanna take a stab at it?
Well, I'll take a non-specific wording status, but to me, we want to understand what there is and explore if there are opportunities, or we should think about opportunities for the so-called suite. So
Of municipal IT services that would provide greater security to Vermonters' data.
and cost saving, potential savings.
Yep.
So it's an explore. It's understand the universe and explore if there's wisdom.
Who is that? Is that GovOps?
That's GovOps, I think. I think. What do you think? Right? Seem reasonable? I'm looking at Karen actually.
Sure.
I'm glad you agree.
I think so, yes.
Are there other IT project recommendations that we have looked at here that we should be making? We should be talking about. I think the integrated eligibility is going to be significant. So,
What's the timeline? I mean, we all have bill drafting requests and stuff. So, what is your expectation of when we send this out?
so we talked about committee bills can be
Those are
drafted
later.
till like
Oh,
March,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
So I think if we
I'd have to check the deadline, but it's
Yeah.
not in December.
What I would like to do is not meet in December, but I would like to send this to committee chairs
Okay.
before the session and then probably again once the session starts. So I'd like us to finalize it. If we need to do that virtually,
Yeah, I think that's
is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Becky, and we need that, we'll need to work with JFO on that. And if there are any folks in the audience who have specific thoughts they'd like to share now, or, so now would be easiest. Yes.
Well, I do have one question about the bullet point on us, which is why in particular is the Secretary of State included? It seems the Agency of Digital Services is the
Probably
entity
because of the
that's most
elections,
relevant for this issue, but
I think
you've
it
got,
was because of elections.
you've got taxes, you've got, as we discussed earlier, you've got environmental conservation, you've got all these other.
So your recommendation would be ADS and,
Well, my recommendation would be
LCT.
led by ADS and whoever they feel they need to talk to amongst the other agencies.
so this is looking at that paying to have an assessment done. So
Right.
funding an assessment and the parameters of that assessment being set
Yeah.
by you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, you and ADS jointly,
Yeah. I mean, that
and
seems
not the
like-
Secretary of State, is what you're saying.
Well, it seems the Secretary of State's just pulling out one particular element
I see.
of where we interface with the state.
So, So I am not sure if there are other aspects on here that have, so Secretary of State has their own cyber security.
They're responsible for the security of their systems.
That's
so
right.
We work pretty closely with them, sharing back and forth because they traverse our network with a lot of their systems.
Okay. So do you feel like this is,
Yeah.
that was.
Adding ADS would be fine. I mean, because there's the Treasurer's Office, there's Secretary of State's office, there's multiple other.
So is that all gonna
stakeholders.
be included if we have ADS and VLCT?
We can, yeah, we'll make the recommendation and work with those other people to add them in.
Yes.
If they decide to opt out, I don't have a lot of say.
Okay.
So I think my last question is that this bullet point on the third-party assessment is, I think, the only other one that looks like it is like a direct action that you're asking, and it's on cybersecurity. So, I mean, it would take legislation to fund it. So should this go with the other bullet point on legislation?
Yes.
Okay.
John, do you have any ballpark sense of what that type of an assessment, does anybody have any ballpark sense of what that type of an assessment would be?
No.
Okay. Karen, do you?
I don't.
We're doing a network assessment right now, or we're going up for bids on a network assessment right now. So depending on when those come back, I may be able to give you an estimate on what that would be to give you a number. That would be the closest thing.
Okay.
But it depends on how in depth, if you're talking about particular systems, or if you're talking about each application, or having assessments done. That's way different than having a perimeter assessment done.
Okay.
By probably millions of dollars based on the number of applications we have.
This would be pretty costly.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, depending on how it's designed, which is why I lean towards the notion of best practices and means for self-assessment of how the systems that a particular municipality might have fits with good practices for cybersecurity. The part of DHS that did some work for the state, is that an organization that might be of help in this issue in terms of an assessment?
We can ask. We were moved up on the prioritization list because of a few different reasons for that, but I think they have quite a bit of work right now, so I'm not sure, but we can certainly ask them.
Price is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that was free. It saved us about
That's what I mean.
$86,000 for that perimeter assessment.
Okay. Does anybody else here today want to offer any specific thoughts on the memo? Okay, so Becky, what I would like to do is see when you think you can do a fresh draft of this by. Then I'd like to set a time, a day, for when any suggested edits are to you.
Okay.
And then, which will come through myself and Senator Brock as well. And then have a final day that the committee will be able to look at this.
Okay.
So if we are looking at, do we have a calendar in here? I'll look at, I'm gonna look on my phone. Are you able to do that, Becky?
Yeah, I can.
That scheduling here now, or is that something that you need to send out?
Send this out by, I'm just thinking if I get it edited, probably by Tuesday.
Great. Okay, so if you send that out by Tuesday, and let's make sure that it goes to JFO, VLCT, judiciary, legislative, and administrative, ADS. And, yeah, no, I think that's fine. And then, so it's coming out of the 19th. You'll send it to us and to those folks. And if we have all edits to you by the 22nd, would you be able to have it finalized before Thanksgiving? So that next week is Thanksgiving.
I'm not in the office.
You're not in the office? Okay. So, December 3rd? Anybody want to flag any issues there before December 3rd? Okay. So December 3rd, we'll have a final, and then we will get that out to the speaker of the pro tem and the committees, all of the chairs.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yes, okay, great.
What exactly are we gonna do on December 3rd, is just simply have the memo?
Becky will have the last draft done.
Okay.
So,
Email it to us and we can
All right,
sign off that.
yes, yes. Great, thank you, Becky. That's good. We have two other items. One really quickly is committee scheduling during the session. So I feel like we have to meet during the session. Okay, I will. My preference would be to send out a doodle poll of date and time, and I'm guessing that mornings are gonna get really competitive. What, yeah?
I mean, you're gonna run into what we ran into last year.
Yeah.
I don't know how we can do it any better than the two of you trying to figure it out.
Okay,
I mean, if
great, fine. And then.
And there will be
Sam
some
Brock's
days
in
where.
the same
Yeah.
misery that I'm in, and
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Kitchell, you guys have all your.
And then the last item, I just wanna make sure you all are aware, we have arranged for, you have this. Norwich actually brought this forward. Cybersecurity awareness training for officials and senior management. This class is specifically intended for elected officials and others who have to provide oversight for cybersecurity. It's a 4-hour class being presented by FEMA, Texas A&M, a number of others. It's gonna be offered to legislators and judiciary first. There are 2 classes. This is taking place on the 16th. Yep, so there'll be a morning class and an afternoon class. Mike is gonna receive and coordinate all of the RSVPs for this. Judiciary, I think, may have up to 10 that go, or, you know, I've spoken to the speaker, Senator Brock will speak to the pro tem. We're hoping to see a decent turnout from legislators, and then we will be offering this to VLCT, for town administrators or folks that are, that have to make decisions. The plan right now is to have Mike send this out to all members on Monday. With the map, this is at Norwich that this is taking place. And open it to judiciary on Monday. And then on Wednesday, have VLCT come in. So we'll work on the specific, I will give you the specific words for the email.
So we'll have 2 days, and our colleagues will have a couple of days to hold the
Head
seat.
start, yeah.
Yeah, and let's make sure that we
It
do not
may be a
send this
tricky day
out,
for me,
though, Mike, on Monday until, we've had an acknowledgement back from the pro tem, because although the speaker has it and is aware of it, the pro tem is not. I think we
And
want
so
to stay on
you'll
the same
make
page.
him aware of that
I'll do that
today?
today,
Okay, great.
assuming I can get a hold of him.
Yeah.
I had both of them in here yesterday afternoon. Should've done that.
Any questions on this from anybody?
Are
Good,
you
Karen?
both planning to be there?
Yes.
Yes.
The day, it might be tricky for me, but.
I think
Great
it's a pretty
opportunity, yeah.
good opportunity, especially for our colleagues. go. I think it's, I personally have been fairly alarmed at what we don't know. So. Okay.
Strategy.
Yeah.
The costs involved.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much. So we started late and we're ending late. That's all right.
You're off the record.
Okay.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is Listening Beyond the Soundbites. Tonight I'm going to turn the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau, who's the chair of the Vermont GOP. Deb's got a couple of guests with her. I know you will enjoy this show. They're going to be talking about rural Vermont. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm very glad to welcome Deb and her guests. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction. We appreciate your allowing us to use your facilities for these panel discussions that we've been having. This is our third or fourth panel discussion that we've had so far. They've been very interesting, and tonight we have with us Chet Greenwood, Vicki Strong, and Rob LeClaire. And the overarching theme of tonight's discussion will be rural Vermont and topics and issues that affect rural Vermont. So thank you very much. Let's take a moment and go around and each of you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about who you are. Chet.
I'm Chet Greenwood. I'm the chair of the Orleans County Republican Committee. I've been the chair for 12 years, and I'm the chair of chairs of Vermont GOP of all the counties.
And we thank you for that, Chet.
Thank you.
Yes. Vicki.
I'm Representative Vicki Strong, and I've been in the legislature for 5 terms. I'll be starting my 10th year. I live in the Northeast Kingdom in the town of Albany and represent 7 towns, rural towns, and I'm on the Ag Committee right now in the legislature, and it's been my privilege to serve there. I have several other hats as a pastor's wife and a Gold Star mother, and I'm also a Weight Watcher leader.
Ooh.
So quite a diverse background, and I appreciate being here and sharing with you today.
Well, thank you, Vicki. Thank you for all that you do for us. Rob LeClaire.
Well, I have several hats, most of them pale in comparison to my 2 folks to my right here, but I'm a state rep from Barrytown. I'm actually in my 3rd term. Another one of the hats that I have is I am the recently elected Washington County Republican Committee chair, and I'm also the assistant minority leader in Montpelier. So we have a lot of different things that we're all doing.
Thank you. We have a lot of quality in the room here tonight. Thank you all for your service to Vermont. So let's start off here. So Chittenden County. A lot of people outside of Chittenden County admire Chittenden County very much because it is Chittenden County. Kidding. So we know that Chittenden County has around 164, this is according to 2018 numbers, it has around 164,000 people in it. So that means approximately 1 out of 4 people in the state of Vermont live in Chittenden County. Interesting. The next largest county is Rutland, and Rutland is less than half the size of Chittenden in terms of population. In terms of density, second to Chittenden County is Washington County, Rob, where you live. Washington's very dense as a county as well. So for years, there's been a debate about Chittenden County versus the rest of Vermont. Political and financial powers reside in cities. What should we do, if anything, can we do to correct this imbalance? And Rob, why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks, Deb. That's a great question, and there is certainly a lot of imbalance there. That said, you know, Chittenden County is an economic success for Vermont, but it has created some challenges, especially for rural Vermont. You know, we talk about things like the minimum wage. It may not be a huge issue for Chittenden County necessarily, but for rural Vermont, it is. Or if you're in a rural community that borders, say, New Hampshire, that can be a challenge. We've had discussions, there's been a lot of discussions about, say, the carbon tax. That is a major issue for rural Vermont, where Chittenden County, it may not have quite as much of an impact because of mass transportation or a variety of other things where they've got some town centers. Legislatively, you've got the 6-pack up there with the senators. I know that there's some legislation that's being proposed and hopefully will be enacted upon to sort of break that up and make the amount of influence that they have not quite so concentrated, so that, again, rural Vermont will have a bit more of a voice at the table here, because there's a lot of different things that are being proposed, and unfortunately there is differences between how it's going to impact Chittenden County and how it will impact other parts of the state.
Good, thank you. Vicki, would you like to add anything to
I
that?
would. Being in the legislature, I've seen how numerous types of legislation and bills, and let's use an example of Act 46, really shook down to the rural areas were against Act 46 and the more urban areas voted for it. And we need to have a mindset of we need to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters, not what's the best interest of Chittenden County or even rural. What's going to help us survive as a state? And until we get that mindset, Chittenden County is going to push their carbon tax and every other thing, like Rob said, their minimum wage and family paid leave. They're just going to be on this roll. But those things don't work in rural areas. And until we as legislators and people who are policymakers understand the best interests of Vermont, Chittenden County isn't anything without our farms and without our mountains and our ski areas and all the things we offer in rural areas. So we have to be thinking the bigger picture.
Thank you, Chet.
Yeah, I think the rural part of Vermont doesn't like the way that the Chittenden County kind of controls the legislation for the rural areas. The Northeast Kingdom, made up of Orleans, Essex, and Caledonia County, has 2 senators. Chittenden County has 6 currently. The 3-county area, Northeast Kingdom, has 16 representatives. Chittenden County has 38. So they kind of control the legislature, and they're making decisions for our loggers and our agriculture community in the Northeast Kingdom, and it's not always the best outcome.
As well as Act 250.
Act 250
Act
is one
250 is a big one.
Is a huge problem for the Northeast Kingdom.
Right. Yep. Any questions for each other? Any challenges here? We all good?
We're all agree.
We're all good?
We all agree.
Good.
Not only Act 250, but the carbon tax. I was a financial controller for a large company, had 400 employees. And most of those employees drive 40 miles round trip every day to work. And a carbon tax, they just can't afford to drive anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Farmers with tractors and all their machinery.
And heating their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's a little warmer in Chittenden County and along the Champlain corridor sometimes than it is up there in Derby and Norton and Beecher Falls. And
There is legislation, it's either been passed or in process, to break up the 6-pack in Chittenden County. Is that correct,
That's
Rob?
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be 2 3-member districts or 3 2-member districts at this point. And it'll probably be based on redistricting that's coming.
And the fallout could limit the Northeast Kingdom to 1 senator instead of 2. So the Northeast Kingdom could be losing a senator.
Wow. Well, good.
See how it all
Thank
plays
you.
out.
Thank you. I'm going to jump over to schools. This was a very interesting topic that at our last panel discussion. So Act 46 has been, I believe it's Act 46, has been forcing. I thought at first it was voluntary, that merging was voluntary, but it appears that it's being forced now, although there are some communities that are voting no, we're not going to do this, or we're saying we're not going to do this. So rural areas in Vermont, schools are closing, and we know that a school is intricate to the fabric of that community because so much focus is on the school and the activities that go with the school. Where is the incentive for young families to move into towns and areas where there's no longer a school? Does that not help damage the vitality of rural Vermont? Chet, we'll start with you.
Yes, it does. It has a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of schools up in our area, Holland, Morgan, have closed over the past few years. And you take North Country has, there geographically, I think it's one of the largest in the state. It goes from Island Pond to Jay Peak. It's 45 miles from one side of it, from the east coast to the east boundary to the west boundary. They don't get enough students, and when they're bused for, an hour each way to school. And when you consolidate schools, that's what's going to happen. That's the fallout.
Vicki.
Well, I'm a little radical here, Deb. I'm going to confess. I homeschooled our 3 children and had a blast doing that. And I personally feel like families need to start up an uprising and just say, enough is enough, and start their own little co-op homeschooling groups, and keep some education right there local, and just keep on with our communities. If we see more schools closed, you're absolutely right, it'll be devastating. We need our churches, schools, little mini marts, and little entrepreneur businesses to keep going in these rural areas, and families just aren't going to want to come there. But if we start seeing people saying, okay, I'm not driving 40 miles to take my children somewhere, we're going to homeschool, or we're going to school with a couple more families, that's the only thing that's going to get the state's attention. If families pull out even of some of those public schools and start their own, because those schools will lose tax dollars. So I'm radical. I think we need to have a big revolution in our educational policy.
Do you think that school choice is part of the solution?
Absolutely. It's the solution, and it's a no-brainer. If a child has the opportunity to go to another school of their choice, they'll thrive there, and that school will thrive, and the parents and teachers will be more involved. It's just the best of all worlds.
As a legislator, Rob, you really get a bird's eye view, both you and Vicki, of this situation. Would you like to add to this conversation?
Well, Act 46 was very, very controversial in Barrie. I think we voted on it 4 times. I think we had 2 revotes, and then the state board still forced us to merge. And you know, one of the things about it, when you're talking about it being voluntary, there was kind of a carrot or stick type of approach initially, where that if you merged voluntarily, you were given some funding and offset your tax rate, and then as things played out, it became more of a forced issue. And one of the concerns about that whole thing was that the state board, it seems that they had kind of a vision right from the get-go that they never really articulated to people. And so like our community, you know, we have a vote, it would go down, we'd go back, try to come up with a different plan, and we just never got any clear guidance about that. And you're right, the schools are a major part of what makes our communities a community. We do have a balancing act, though. I will say, when I've gone door to door, as I know Vicki has and others, one of the things I hear about a lot is property taxes. In fact, I hear probably about that as much as anything. And so we do have to take a real hard look at the cost of education. Small doesn't always mean more money. I had seen a report not that many years ago that had a breakdown of community, what it costs per student, and there wasn't a direct correlation between the size of the school and the cost. Montpelier, sometimes I think we're more a part of the problem than the solution. We do have a lot of these unfunded mandates that come out, and it's up to the local community to figure out how to pay for them and implement them. I think we're dealing with, what is it, Act 177 now, the revamping of a special education, or the proficiency-based learning. You know, that came out of, I forget what bill, but the Department of Ed, and it's been a huge challenge because it depends on what school as to how they implemented it. I think Montpelier sometimes needs to just get out of the way.
Yeah. And, you know, these numbers aren't clear-cut, but the average student cost for education in Vermont is hovering around $20,000. The national average is just under $12,000. You have to lift the cover and look in there to see why there's such a, but, you know, to the everyday taxpayer, the question is why? If we're consolidating, why aren't the costs going down? If we're 20,000 students less than we were 15 years ago, why aren't the costs going down?
We have that disparity even at the time when we were looking at Act 46 initially. I remember that in the Barrie school system, our costs were somewhere just south of $13,000 per student. One community over, I was looking at one of the elementary schools, just one adjoining town over, they were almost $20,000 per student. And you say, well, wait a minute here, you know, what is the difference here? And I'm having a problem with my beer wallet paying for their champagne taste and education, and yet the educational outcomes were arguably as good or better. So you're right, we do need to kind of look under the hood and say just exactly what are the cost drivers here? And size isn't always the issue.
Right. Yeah, well, and size could be one of the determining factors. You know, a school in Vermont, a class that has 13 students versus a class in New Jersey that has 35. That's gonna, you know, that's going to affect your math at the end of the day too. So it's really an interesting conversation. All right, well, thank you. Let's talk about sales tax, or the lack of sales tax in New Hampshire versus Vermont. Is this something that needs to be evaluated? What I don't know is, what can we now live without? You know, we have these budgets that the state lives to and needs to continue to feed. How do you ever back any of this up? But New Hampshire has zero sales tax, as you already know. We have 6%, and we have, I think we have 14 towns, I counted 14 towns, that have the local option tax of 1 cent. Many of them are large towns like Manchester, Burlington, Colchester, and so forth. But there's also some small towns that opted in for the extra tax because they need the revenues. Did it hurt the community or not? I don't know. In Essex Junction, largest village in the state, we voted on a local option tax about 8 years ago, and the people said no. We didn't want to do that to the clients, the customers that come through, or the businesses in the community. So we opted not to do that. How do you feel about the state sales tax? Could we do something different? Vicki, we'll start with you.
Well, from my rural area, it was a long time before we were even able to go to a Walmart, wasn't it, Chet? And up in Newport, we had to come a long ways, and a lot of people just went to New Hampshire and hop on 91 and zing down to Littleton. So I've seen a lot of people shop based on sales tax because I'm from an area that if you have to drive, you might as well go to New Hampshire, even to Lowe's and places like that. So I think it's a huge deal, and we do have a lot of our border towns, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, that our businesses have to compete with. So we should stay competitive. There's no excuse. No matter what our budget is in Vermont, there's no excuse. Our businesses are suffering because of it, those border towns especially.
Chet?
Yeah, I agree. We had a retail business for years, and we lost a lot of business that drive to New Hampshire. And just look at the economy in White River compared to Lebanon. I mean, you can see it. And like Vicki said, back before we had a Walmart in Derby, you go down to Walmart in Littleton, half the yard would be Vermont cars. And it's New Hampshire just loves our legislature because, you know, we send more business to New Hampshire every time we're in session. And sales tax is one of them. I think we ought to get rid of it. Of course, you got to wean it down. You got to drop it a little bit and work on it. But this state is just too expensive to live in. I mean, we had 8,500 employees. That's more employees than the state of New Hampshire, or the same number for, I don't know how many more people New Hampshire's got. We got one of the highest property taxes, one of the highest income taxes in the country.
Yeah.
And we've got to we can't cut the sales tax unless we cut some of the bloated budget, but we have to cut the budget in the state of Vermont.
Yeah. So whose job is that, Rob, to look at cutting the budgets?
Well, it's all of ours for sure. I wish there was a few more of us under the gold dome that thought similarly, but you know, Chet and Vicki have identified some very great areas. You know, sales tax is definitely a major concern, but I think taxes in general, it's very expensive to live in this state, and we've got to take an awful hard look at the money that we spend, and are we getting the bang for the buck that we thought we would? You know, like take something like the Health Connect, for instance. I suspect that we've spent, at least I saw one time, we were approaching $300 million on that darn thing since it's been implemented, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's more. I saw some stats that if we went and just bought the people that we were looking to cover health care for the rest of their lives, we'd have saved money. Things like that we've got to take an awful hard look at. Affordable housing. We all agree that it's a problem. And Chittenden County, actually, it's a major issue to find affordable housing, but some of these affordable housing projects that we're involved in, we're winding up spending $340,000 for a one-bedroom unit that will help at most 2 people, and the only thing that's affordable about it is for the 2 people that are living there, but it doesn't go address the issues. So, sales tax is definitely a concern, but taxes and the cost of living in general is something we really need to take a hard look at.
I feel like we've just done a lot of lip service. Even on election years, people running for office, they all hear it, they know it. It's unaffordable to live here, and we go back to Montpelier and every year raise taxes and find more ways to spend money. And a lot of it is human services. It's a huge part of our budget, and we just offer a lot of money in terms of welfare and all the services we provide people. If people were more self-sufficient and healthier families in general, we would lower our budget.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned benefits.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to that for a moment.
Okay.
So, Governor Scott in 2017 passed H326, and that lessened the burden on the recipients of some of our benefits. Prior to that bill, you only had $2,000 in personal assets that could be exempted. That number went to $9,000. You didn't have to claim retirement accounts or educational accounts any longer in order to qualify for benefits. We know that there's people in our state, no doubt about it, that need benefits. None of us will question that at all. The question is the benefits. The cliff itself, the number that I'm hearing is that you could get upwards of $42,000 worth of benefits from the state of Vermont. And that's more money than some people make that go to work 8 hours a day. Some of those benefits are from Reach Up, Reach Ahead, child care benefits, probably SNAP and other programs. Is this a problem more of a problem in rural Vermont than it might be in Chittenden County? And if so, how would you suggest we address this? Jack, we'll start with you.
It's a big problem. You can't find employees because they're making too much off the subsidized rent, the free health care, and SNAP cards, child care. They just, you can't pay them enough to come to work. Or the ones you hire, they want to work 4 days a week. They don't want to work over 30 or 32 hours because they lose their benefits. And we see it all the time. And it's, I think the benefits increased. They're increasing faster than the minimum wage. And I'm not talking minimum wage people. We've lost, when my former employer, we lost employees who stayed home to take care of their children because they got better child care. They couldn't afford to come to work. And they were, 15, I'm talking $14, $15 an hour employees.
Wow.
Right. I know that as a landlord for over 34 years, I've seen everything that you could see from a landlord's perspective. And I've seen situations, and I know of a current situation, that husband, wife, a couple of children, everything is subsidized. There's no incentive for them to go to work. The rent is paid, the SNAP, and a tax return of $9,000 is what they received last year.
Oh my goodness.
And I look at that, and I struggle with it in my head because they're capable of working. They're not working. And I'm wondering, where are the checks and balance? How are we monitoring the benefits that we want people to have, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by these people? And just giving money and benefits is not the right thing.
No.
Rob, what do you think?
I agree, and like you, I'm a landlord, and I've seen firsthand the benefits cliff, that it actually does act as a disincentive, because I have had tenants that had the initiative to go out and get a job, but by the time they went through and figured out what they were going to bring home with the job versus what they were going to lose in benefits, it certainly made sense for them not to work. And that's a problem. We should not have a system in place that disincentivizes people to go to work. You know, if somebody needs a little help with childcare, and that's one of the things that I don't think that we do a good job of, is there is a lot of benefits out there for these folks, and generally these people don't get in the positions they're in because of one poor choice or one stretch of bad luck. It's been a series. So what makes us think that giving them all these goods and services that they're going to be making better choices? I feel that we need to have like a case manager get involved, help them along, make some of the right decisions, and it may be where this case manager's got the authority to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a little bit of the benefit over here, but we're going to help you buy a car so you can go to work. Because if that's the difference between working or not, that makes some sense. But yeah, when we've got a system in place that one winds up being generational or multi-generational, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and say why, because it's to help up. It's, you know, a safety net. It shouldn't be a spider's web.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who need help, and I'm all for it. We should help them. But there's too many people that want it and don't need it.
Yeah, I think the problem is in the distribution and or the management of the distribution, and I think our bureaucracy has grown so large that you can't get your arms around it, and the left doesn't know what the right's doing. And there's all these programs out there, and I don't know what sort of checks and balances.
Too many programs.
I had a tenant that was on a WIC, young mother with a child, and it was one of my buildings where I collect the trash. So for a few weeks, I am taking away these pre-packaged things of like baby food, never been opened, milk, black olives, just a bunch of canned stuff. And after about the second week, I said, geez, I can't take this anymore. So I made a phone call and said, hey, listen, we got a problem here. Either this young lady doesn't know what to do with what you're giving her, or you're just giving her too much. Because I'm taking stuff home like cans of salmon and tuna fish. To their credit, it seemed somebody got there, and I don't know what they did, but the left hand and right hand don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I said we know like a case manager. We've got to have more coordination here, because not everybody needs the same level of help or the same help.
All right, let's go to agriculture. Vicki, you're on the Ag Committee, you said. And we know that agriculture is part of our brand. We know what the value of it is. I feel like, as a lifetime resident of Vermont, that farms are slipping away from us. Annually, we know that they're slipping away from us. I don't know what the number is that we're down to, 7,000 maybe?
700.
700, that's what it was, 700.
It was like twice that.
Yeah.
Now it's down to
Yeah.
700 dairy farms.
Dairy farms, yep. What can we do? Is there anything we can do to revitalize the ag industry in Vermont?
Well, right now it's really in a transition, I would say, from the dairy farm image, which we want to keep, but because of not just national pressure, but worldwide pressure, because the milk prices are tied to a worldwide scenario. It's pretty amazing that the amount of powdered milk in Europe has to do with our milk prices, or the amount of cheese in a cave in the Midwest. So it's complicated, and right now our farmers need a fire hose of help, and we're giving them an eyedropper. So they're struggling, many going out by the day, and the answers for those dairy farmers are not close, I'm afraid. But we do have our UVM Extension is an excellent organization that's helping But there's a lot of transition going. You're going to see a lot of farmers transitioning to new ideas, their own products made on the farm, whether ice cream, cheese, butter, cottage cheese. In general, dairy consumption has dropped dramatically. I just heard it on the radio, like by 20%. People aren't pouring milk on their cereal anymore. They're running out with a muffin or a dairy alternative product. So Vermont knows, and we're aware. Even our agriculture committee sent a letter to our congressman to say we need to stop calling soy milk milk. Let's make it what it is. It's not really dairy or milk, and revitalize that idea that dairy products are wonderful. They're healthy. So that's something that's on everybody's mind. But when you take the whole scenario of Vermont, the land taxes and things like electricity, the farmers just have a huge overhead, and it's harder and harder to stay in business. So the smaller, little more entrepreneur type of farming that's cropping up, hemp products, sheep, goats, different kinds of vegetable farming, it's all, those things are starting to flourish and make a difference and keeping our farms going. But in the bigger picture, we still need those dairy farms, and how it's all going to play out is still a big question mark.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a lot of repurposing of farms going on.
A huge effort. Even in my area, I have a local dairy farm now. They make their own cheese, and several are becoming quite world-renowned in Greensboro. Albany has a great new business with a farmer. The hard thing I think too we want to look at is a lot of these farmers aren't making that unless they get grants and government help, and that to me is a sad, in a way, a sad thing that a farmer can't function without a grant. And they're getting grants for barns and other kinds of things to start a new type of business, that our economy is such that it takes that from the government to help them.
That's one area where we can compete against Chittenden counties in our agriculture. We have the natural resources and the open land. There's no reason we can't grow all of our food. We shouldn't have to import any food. You know, promote the farm to school, promote farmers markets, and grow our own. And it's the small ones. It isn't the big farmers. It's like Vicki said. It's a little niche marketing that they're doing, raising the goats and sheep. And there's a program, REAP, they call R-E-A-P. It's a rural agricultural partnership program. It was a bill that was passed a few years ago in the government. And there's only 5 counties in the United States that are involved with that. And the Northeast Kingdom is one of the areas. And we should take advantage of that. That gives agricultural help to the small farmer.
Right. There are a lot of programs, like you said, Farm to Plate, Farm to School. How many of them are there? But there's a lot of them. And young people are growing up now, even in schools, having gardens, but being more aware of local food and the health of that, that's happening a lot, at least in our area.
Yeah, see, we can take advantage of Chittenden County with that.
Right.
How does the, so we're waiting for the House to pass the USMCA, right? The U.S. and Mexico and Canada. How will that help the Vermont farms? Are any of you on top of that?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rob, you know.
Yeah, of course I know. No, I mean, I can't say that I know any of the particulars. Obviously, the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that certainly come into play, and the more trade that we can have and the more that our products can get to where they have to go, certainly the better off we'll be. I know the issue with the tariffs and stuff with China has certainly impacted some of what's going on, but wasn't there, I think, we just had a deal with, what was it, Canada and our maple syrup or something that ended up helping us. And, you know, because you talk about farming, I mean, dairy has been around forever, but so has sugaring or logging or other things that farmers have always done to supplement, you know, what they did. But we're in a bit of a different environment today, too, in that farmers are not held in the high esteem that they were.
Yeah.
I think they've taken more than their fair share of criticism and blame about the water quality issues.
Right.
And there's pressures there that have made it much more difficult to make ends meet. And I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that they want to do the right thing, but this problem didn't happen overnight, and we can't expect them to change farming practices to the point where they're just not financially viable, especially when Chittenden County has had a lot of growth, and I don't think there's much debate that stormwater runoff has been impacting some of the water quality on the lake. There is some legislation there that got passed here a few years ago that they're doing the rulemaking on now about the 3 acres of impervious surfaces. That's going to be a major shock for a lot of property owners in the state. Hopefully we can do something about that. But farming's it's tough financially, and again, they're not held in the high esteem that
I they
know.
used
to be.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one more thing I'd like to mention is the Department of Agriculture, Agency of Natural Resources, these agencies that are regulatory in a lot of ways come across to farmers in the more oppressive, aggressive way in their attitudes and in some circumstances. And I feel like if we can lighten the load of a farmer in terms of, hey, how can I help you? I'm not here to penalize you and fine you. There's things we can work on together. We're trying, I think, to bridge that problem, and I hope to see more progress with that farmers are feeling helped and not more oppressive regulation. You mean I can't put my manure pile there? My cows have to be out of that stream, and how am I going to afford a new walkway? There's help financially, but we really need to help farmers know we're on their team. We're not trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Do you think some of the oppressive actions toward farmers are the result of the climate change agenda that not just Vermont, but the nation and the rest of the world has? Is some of that oppression the result of driving to meet standards on climate change regulations?
I think a lot of it's water quality.
I think water quality is the biggest
a big
issue.
one.
Yeah.
Like Champlain and the...
I did hear that there are some that feel that cows are affecting climate change with the...
Well, yeah. Flatulence. I do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for the Northeast Kingdom and agritourism. There's been at least 6 Amish families moved into the Northeast Kingdom, Brownington area, and there's more looking at farms now. And it's quite a tourist attraction. They do a great job making bakery stuff, and it's sold locally. So, and there's a welcome addition to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah, they're buggies and horses.
Yeah, and
I
that,
love that.
And the other one is, Rob mentioned maple production, in the old Ethan Allen plant in Island Pond, a Canadian company came down, opened up, and they tapped, I think, 87,000 taps. They've got a huge business.
Wow.
And that's something that you don't see in the metropolitan areas. So we should encourage that type. I mean, that's no impact on the economy, on the landscape. And I think it's great for the economy.
Right. But even though we have these wonderful opportunities that are happening, as you just described, if you have no schools in your rural Vermont, there's no incentive for young families to move there. So the people that work in these businesses will be there, but...
There's a lot of disincentive to move to rural Vermont. And one is the cost of building a new home. If you want to build beyond your water and sewer line, like out in the country, the cost is almost prohibitive. The requirements, and to make it a zero carbon footprint, you're paying a penalty up front, and you're told what to use and how to use it and what materials.
Are there any proposed legislative actions in the next session in terms of Act 250, changing any of Act 250 to help the state?
Not to help.
Well, good way to put it. There is certainly some proposed changes out there. We'll see just where they go. They're very controversial. One of them is that any future development has to take into consideration its impact on climate change. And it's like, my goodness, how do you qualify that? And there's also, I've heard where, again, because of the climate change and people's personal philosophy, that they would like to not have folks living in rural Vermont anymore, and that we all move down into more of a city center, move into some 800 square foot little hovel and take mass transportation. There really are folks that feel that the way of life that we've had, and some of us still feel we have, we shouldn't have anymore. But there's alternatives out there that we can do. It's just either they didn't think of them or they just don't think that they're a good idea at this point. But yeah, there's not really anything about this Act 250 change that's going to make it any more user friendly. In fact, they're looking to make it much more restrictive.
Again, how does that affect the agricultural industry in the state?
Our little ag committees, as far as I can tell, we're anxious about hearing what that Natural Resources Committee is bringing forward, and it's going to be the leadership in our legislature that determines whether that goes forward or not. So we'll have to see. But I know my ag committee is nervous.
And that includes loggers too, not just
right.
agriculture, it includes loggers.
Yeah.
They're a standstill in a lot of areas because of restrictions.
Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit. As of August, the Vermont Remote Worker Grant Program, we all know about that, has been offering qualified workers, excuse me, up to $10,000 over a 2-year period, and I think that number's going to go up. I think I just read that number's going to go up.
Okay.
Over a 2-year period to relocate to Vermont. Do you see this as an effective program to attract and keep new workers, and are you seeing this program as a success? Rob.
Oh, you know, that's a very good question, and I think that it's being asked, if I think I remember correctly, the auditor just took a look at this program and had some fairly legitimate questions about, is it really making the difference that they thought that it would? My understanding is that it did spark a lot of interest initially, and I don't think I'm making this up, but like 87, 89 people moved into the state. Again, there's a question as to whether they would have come anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. There's no doubt that we have a declining population in our state. We've got a demographics issue. Those of us that are here are getting a little older, some quicker than others. But so we do have to take a real hard look at why. I'm not sure that $10,000 per person is going to really turn the issue around. I think it's other things that we've got to take a look at. You know, we've got to take a look at, are there jobs for these folks to move to Vermont for? Now, they will tell you that we've got employers looking for people. I'm thinking that we probably do. But I'm not sure that we're looked at as a Silicon Valley or anything along that lines. You know, New Hampshire's got a very, very vibrant economy down there. They've got some of the very similar weather characteristics and things that we have. I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, just what's their secret recipe? And not always try to come up with our own.
Yeah. I think I looked at something not too long ago, and the top 6 job openings in the state of Vermont were all in the service industry.
Really?
Yeah. We're talking about fast food, domestic work, landscaping, those jobs. And when we drive, and I know we all do this, as we drive around, we see all these wanted signs. They're all in front of $15 or $12, $10 an hour job opportunities. So we know we have a declining population. I think it's a national issue. But the question is, what can we do in Vermont to make Vermont more attractive? I look at Vermont and I see so much beauty here. we have the mountains, we have the seasons, we have the clean air, we have so much going on. I see this as an opportunity for parents with young children to get them out of cities and out of dense areas that may have problems that we don't have to deal with and come to Vermont. I'm not understanding why they're not coming here other than the cost of living here is so high. And again, that falls back to not just the legislature, it falls back to the utility companies, local governments. You know, I mean, even your local government within your town, every year their costs are going up. Chet, how do you feel about the remote worker program?
Well, I don't think it's worked real well. Only one of those, according to Doug Hoffer's report, only one of those came to the Northeast Kingdom out of all those. And and I think originally they wanted to help the rural areas of Vermont, not necessarily Chittenden County. But the averages that they've paid out is only $3,500 or something like that, according to the audit. But somebody ended up with a 26-inch gaming TV. I'm not sure. Whoever's running the program should be accountable. I mean, it's taxpayer money. Nobody should have a slush fund. But there's a lot of reasons why people aren't moving to Vermont. And there's reasons why the few that do move to Vermont are exactly what you said. It's beautiful, and they can ski, and it's year-round. They got the nice outdoors. But if anybody's doing a due diligence on moving a business to Vermont, we're not going to be in the top 3 choices. Our taxes are high. Our regulations are stiffer than most places. And we're making more and more regulations all the time. We have more chemical regulations here than the U.S. government has. I mean, the company I work for, we had to have a full-time person just to keep track of the chemicals used, because Vermont had its own list over and above what the government has. So it makes it very, very hard for people to make a living in Vermont with the taxes.
It doesn't make sense, like you said, Deb, because it's a beautiful state to live in. It's a great place to raise a family. But in the different circles I've been in recently having to do with veterans, they're very upset that we tax their retirement. And veterans deserve to keep their retirement money. And they leave our state. They serve here in the National Guard, and they leave. And we see a lot of the older folks, our generation now, leaving. And if we stop that hemorrhaging, we would have that higher tax base.
We have the highest inheritance estate tax, I think, in the country.
Is it because we're one of the oldest per capitas in the country, and so there's all that revenue that's coming in as they look forward to it?
All of that adds up and makes a difference, all those ways.
It inspires people to not have Vermont be their state of residency.
Right. Yeah.
They'll live here 4 or 5 months and live someplace else.
6 months and what is it, 1 day? If you live someplace else, you're a resident of that state.
I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vermont.
I was just going to say, there's not a month that goes by that someone I know is not leaving Vermont or on the way out the door already. Moving to states, not only Florida, but Maine. Maine is cold. And they're moving to Maine, and they're taking their hefty retirements with them. And, their assets and everything with them. I'm thinking,
Right, so why do we inspire them to do that? We ought to change things, again, check what their secret recipe over there is, and I'd rather have a half a loaf than no loaf at all.
Right.
And generally, these folks are at a point in their lives where their demand for goods and services are considerably less. They don't have kids in the school systems, and we want you to stay here, not just for your money, but we want you to stay here. We've got to get realistic that people are making choices in their financial.
I heard something interesting yesterday, I think it was, and this is Washington, D.C. politics. And someone was speaking with people in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. politicians, congressional, senatorial people, really are out of tune with what's outside of the Beltline, that they really don't understand what's happening on the ground outside of the Beltline. And sometimes I wonder about Montpelier. Who's in Montpelier, and do they have a grasp on what's going on in rural Vermont? Now, I know, Vicki, you're rural Vermont.
Right.
Rob, you're Washington County, second densest county in the state. But the makeup of the people in Montpelier, are these everyday people that we're talking about here? Are they, people will tell you, oh, trust fund babies are down there. I don't really support that argument. I just wonder who is down there.
Right.
Well, of course, we as Republicans are absolutely in tune with
Yeah.
our constituents and who sent us there. But, you raise a very interesting point in that quite often it's really easy to get wrapped up in the theoretical in Montpelier.
Policy.
Right. But sometimes there is a marked difference between the theoretical and then the practical or the actual out there on the street. And I don't think that we really do a good job of that at times. I've got several different businesses. I do anything that's legal and a few things that aren't. Just kidding. But I consider myself a little differently because I'm on both ends of the legislation. Like, I'm a landlord. And so when we're talking about landlord-tenant issues, I mean, the pendulum has swung way, 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 way in the favor of the tenant, to the point where I actually, as a landlord, it is in my best interest to have an apartment stay vacant than it is to take a risk on somebody and get the wrong tenant in there. There's something not quite right with that. I went to a forum here not long ago where they wanted to raise an $2 a night per occupancy fee to help homeless people. Who could be against helping homeless people? But I said, I'm absolutely opposed to that, because if I had a real partner in a state agency, I would take a risk on a homeless family. One of my buildings has 3-bedroom apartments in it, but there's no incentive for me to do that. There's things that we can do working together to make it better for people, but we need to work together. But yes, the Republicans were absolutely in tune with our
Yeah.
people.
I heard recently a joke on TV. What do you call a person who has 2 jobs? Lazy. Here in Vermont, I mean, we have, between my husband and I, we have 3 jobs, and we could use another. It's just getting to that point where how many jobs do we need to make ends meet? And I do think the legislature's out of tune with that idea, that Vermonters, everyday Vermonters, are having to do multiple jobs to pay their bills. And a lot of those legislators are, some of them have lawyer husbands. I shouldn't say this too much, but or retired and have good benefits. And the average everyday Vermonter that's working hard, I don't know that they relate to them really.
Yeah.
My son-in-law and daughter, 2 young kids, have been spending $2,000 a month for child care. That is an enormous issue.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they both have good jobs and got a good family around them. But talk about a disincentive for somebody to be able to go to work, or a young family to move into the Vermont, where we went through, Montpelier made some changes about child care and all that other stuff, and we had a lot of home-based businesses actually close. So now you got less choice. So those are some of the things we just got to be realistic about, saying, we could maybe not be involved as much as we are.
Do you think the cost of daycare, home care for children, has escalated so high because the state got involved in it? This is my own small world opinion.
Right.
State got involved in it, put restrictions on home daycares to the point where people went out of business, and now the children are being driven into the educational school system.
Right.
I personally think that was a master plan for that to happen, and so either
even the licensed ones now, that they want to have a certain educational criteria for the staff. I mean, it's almost to a point now where I guess as parents we're just not qualified to have our kids anymore.
Well, that's what I worry about is, grandma and grandpa can't take care of Johnny anymore because the state's involved in who's taking care of that child? I know we need more children in the school system, but really? You know, is this the way that we want to get there? Chet, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to schooling. I don't know, by taking the schools out of your rural areas, I think it's made an impact on all that. You're not going to get younger families moving into the countries anymore.
I don't know why the regulation book went from 20 pages to 200, and it literally went from
For-
20 to 200 for regulating daycares.
Daycare.
So everything from where the toothbrush is laid to dirty diapers and how you prepare your food and where they take a nap, it's just, and the normal average person can't take that on now.
Right, and so by design, they've made that home business almost impossible for many, many people.
Right.
And so where do the children have to go now? They're going into the school systems because we've lowered the age of children going into the school systems.
And plus, those are some home businesses that we lost.
Yeah.
That, were vital to the community from
yes.
We lost
child care
employees.
economic.
We lost employees that couldn't afford daycare because they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah, yeah.